The apocalypse has descended, and the edifice of technology has crumbled, compressing humanity's living space to its utmost limits. The remnants of humankind can only acquire the resources necessary for survival and the strength to withstand the cataclysmic elements through the trials of the end times. In a mere few decades, the societal framework, once founded on civilization and morality, has collapsed entirely. The strong possess everything while the weak are reduced to mere livestock. On the eve of entering the trial grounds, Qin Jin's external aid has finally arrived. Divine treasury. Each time you enter the end-time trials, you will draw a god-level talent. Thus, the nature of the trials has irrevocably altered. Chapter 1. The End Times. A paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. The sky, shrouded in a gray haze, looms low and oppressive, with dark clouds that seem poised to descend and crush the multitude of beings below. Qin Jin withdrew his gaze from the distance, his expression impassive as he regarded the back of his right hand. There, on the skin, was a striking tattoo of a beastly bronze door. The design, both solemn and enigmatic, subtly hinted at a certain ferocity and malevolence. Whether in his past life or this one, Qin Jin has never held an interest in tattoos. The beastly bronze door tattoo is a gift from this world. In this realm, each individual bears such a mark, symbolizing their eligibility for the end-time trials. Even after 16 years of traversing this world, Qin Jin's understanding remains limited, akin to glimpsing a sliver of a tiger through a narrow window. 50 years prior, precisely 34 years before Qin Jin's arrival, the world bore a striking resemblance to the environment of his former life, with geopolitical landscapes nearly identical. However, 50 years ago, a cataclysm struck, leading technological civilization to its demise. The apocalyptic elements, once confined to the realm of fantasy, drastically diminished humanity's living space. Confronted with these cataclysmic factors and extreme resource scarcity, humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, alongside the calamity came the end-time trials. Every surviving human bore the beastly bronze door tattoo, the mark of the trials. Survivors aged 16 and above could enter the trials at any moment, undertaking challenges to earn trial points redeemable for various resources. Most crucially, these trials provided the means to develop personal strength to combat the apocalyptic forces. Thanks to the power and resources gained from the trials, humanity's lineage has persisted, albeit only narrowly avoiding extinction. The overall situation remains dire. The existing human settlements are established by the powerful from the trials, each independent and ungoverned, with society reverting to a city-state model. The advantage lies in freedom, with the strong wielding boundless authority, unrestrained by any limitations. Yet, this advantage is solely for the strong, while the weak face endless exploitation and oppression. Those at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid, while relishing their power, must also shoulder immense risks. When the apocalyptic elements strike, no external assistance is available. They can only rely on their own strength to resist. If one's strength is lacking, annihilation is a rather commonplace occurrence. During the 16 years that Qin Jin has traversed this realm, he has heard rumors on 5 separate occasions regarding the obliteration of other settlements by apocalyptic forces. Yet, these remain mere whispers. The truth is beyond his grasp. The desolate wilderness is rife with myriad apocalyptic elements, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to survive more than a minute outside the confines of their settlement. The settlement where Qin Jin resides is known as Linzhou City, purportedly established atop the remnants of the original Linzhou City that existed prior to the cataclysm. Although its name contains the character for city, it bears no semblance to the administrative structure that once was. The highest authority is wielded by a coalition of several prominent families. The powerful establish order to protect the weak, solely to ensure that this order serves their interests more effectively. The lower strata of Linzhou City's populace can essentially be considered slaves or even livestock, maintained by that minuscule elite at the pinnacle of this societal pyramid. The sole opportunity for ascending the social ladder lies within the apocalyptic trials. Simply put, participants are transported to a designated trial ground, where they must undertake a series of tasks. Successfully completing these tasks yields a certain number of points, which can be exchanged at the Beasthead Bronze Gate for rewards. Conversely, failure may result in penalties such as point deductions or bodily harm, with the gravest consequence being immediate obliteration. Notably, neophytes who have never participated in the apocalyptic trials face no penalties for their first 2 tasks. However, should they fail both, their trial mark will vanish. While they will not suffer any tangible punishment, descending to the absolute lowest echelons of the apocalyptic world would undoubtedly be the most severe punishment of all. Ordinary individuals who lose their trial eligibility will truly become slaves or livestock, with no hope of redemption. They will toil under the harshest conditions, subsisting on mere scraps sufficient to sustain life, while being subjected to the whims and abuses of those in power. though some among the lower class may contemplate rebellion. In the face of absolute might, all efforts prove futile. Those with the means to resist have already ascended the social hierarchy and become part of the elite. Qin Jin. A melodious and delicate voice echoed from behind. Qin Jin turned to find a petite and charming young girl standing vivaciously before him. Her tender visage was tinged with shyness, her expressive eyes conveying a myriad of unsaid sentiments. Qin Jin, she repeated, biting her rosy lower lip, her expression a blend of concern and a hint of anticipation. If, and I mean if, we do not succeed in the trials, can we still live together? Then it's settled. Qin Jin responded with a gentle smile, perfectly balancing warmth and infatuation. It's a promise. Autumn Ling nodded enthusiastically, then added, let us wander around the academy. Who knows when we might see such scenery again? The girl's eyes revealed a hint of trepidation. Qin Jin shook his head, stating, not yet. Tomorrow marks the day of the trial. Prepare yourself for it. Each individual has their opportunity. I understand. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. Xiao Ling replied, her head drooping in disappointment as she reluctantly departed. In the fleeting moment of turning away, her expression shifted abruptly from overwhelming joy and affection to a subtle neutrality. It was not only the girl. Qin Jin's demeanor swiftly transitioned from warmth to indifference. To successfully navigate through the trial's protective period and emerge as a formal trialist is the aspiration of every youth. Yet, reality is harsh. According to the official statistics of Linzhou City, the probability of successfully completing the protective trial tasks and becoming a formal trialist is a mere 5%. The remaining 95% are doomed to exist as humble, insignificant beings, enduring an unending cycle of suffering. The Linzhou City Doomsday Trial Academy stands as the sole institution in Linzhou City worthy of the title of school, established by the authorities. All survivors aged 14 and above are mandated to enroll in the academy. The curriculum encompasses a limited amount of cultural knowledge from before the catastrophe, primarily focused on literacy and basic common sense. The principal subject matter revolves around knowledge pertinent to Doomsday Trials. For the youth hailing from the lower strata of society, the Academy's closed management, while restricting personal freedoms to some extent, also offers a glimpse into the lifestyles of the upper echelons. In Linzhou City, the staple diet for the underprivileged consists of inexpensive nutritional agents, reportedly concocted by the authorities based on the nutritional supplements exchanged during the Doomsday Trials. The exact composition remains a mystery, with its taste deemed utterly unpalatable. Qin Jin likened it to raw pig intestines ground into a paste, seasoned with rust. Until the age of 14, such fare constituted his primary sustenance. It was only upon entering the Trial Academy that he began to enjoy relatively decent meals. Anyone who has attended the Trial Academy would undoubtedly wish to avoid reverting to the past and consuming such a detestable nutritional agent that challenges the limits of human taste. Losing the qualification for Doomsday Trials not only deteriorates living conditions, trampling one's dignity into the mire, but also subjects individuals to burdensome production tasks or perilous combat missions. The chasm of disparity is too great for anyone to accept. Consequently, those who recognize their slim chances of passing the trial begin to contemplate alternative means to avoid plummeting to the lower tiers of society. The most common strategy is, naturally, to seek favor from those perceived to possess formidable strength and the potential to become formal trialists. By investing effort in currying favor with a classmate who seems powerful, should that individual indeed succeed in the trials and ascend to the upper echelons, there exists a possibility of becoming a vassal to the elite. In this pursuit, attractive girls often hold a distinct advantage. Adolescent boys, driven by surging hormones, can be easily captivated. The beautiful girls are well aware of the wisdom in not placing all their eggs in one basket, ensuring that their alliances with promising individuals are not limited to just one. For instance, Xiao Ling, despite professing a desire to face life's challenges alongside Qin Jin should they both fail the trials, would likely sever ties with him the moment he falters. Qin Jin, a time traveler rather than a mere youth, comprehends the underlying truths of their world. He is not particularly captivated by those girls who exhibit superficial enthusiasm. This realm is a paradise for the strong and a veritable hell for the weak. Possessing strength equates to possessing everything, while a lack of it may jeopardize one's very existence. After departing from the rooftop of the old teaching building, Qin Jin ventured to several other locations to meet with girls who recognized his potential. Engaging in feigned pleasantries with them was not an indication of his desperation, but rather a necessity dictated by the mechanisms of the impending trials. The arenas of the apocalypse trials are innumerable, according to the experiences of previous participants. Entering the trials at the same time and place greatly increases the likelihood of being assigned to the same arena. This rule is particularly pronounced during the novice phase. The academy in Linzhou mandates that students enter the trial simultaneously precisely because of this principle. When multiple familiar challengers meet within the same trial scenario, collaboration significantly enhances their chances of success. Having forgotten to bring any external aids during his traversal, Qin Jin understands that survival and prosperity in this world depend solely on his own efforts. Building rapport with his classmates may prove beneficial should they encounter one another in the trial arenas. The girls attempting to bind Qin Jin to them, while possessing ulterior motives, are, from his perspective, conveniently manageable and exploitable. After fulfilling his appointments with the girls, he also reached out to classmates with whom he shared a more casual relationship, establishing a mutual support agreement for the trials. By the end of the day, he had exhausted his time. Finally, after calming his anxious heart, he succumbed to sleep. Chapter 2. The arrival of external aids and the divine treasury of innate talents. The following day, the central square of the academy was abuzz with voices. This batch of eligible youth numbered an impressive 50,000. The expansive square was as cramped as a sardine can. Under normal circumstances, such a large assembly of peers would be found only in a metropolis with a population in the millions. Yet, Linzhou's population barely exceeds 1.5 million. The reason is straightforward. The lifespan of the lower class is exceedingly short, with most not living beyond 30. Women are particularly eager to bear children, as each newborn garners substantial survival resources. Qin Jin approached his class and found a place to stand, engaging in light-hearted banter with a classmate. Just then, a chilling voice pierced through the chatter from behind him. Turning to see who it was, he furrowed his brow and squeezed through the crowd to create a pathway for the newcomer. She was a girl of haughty demeanor, her gaze sweeping across the crowd with palpable disdain. She strode directly to the center of the classroom, the one sparse area amidst the throng. A few individuals standing in the spacious clearing eagerly approached, surrounding the aloof young woman. Like her, they regarded their classmates with an air of disdain. They were the top students in the class, fortunate enough to have participated in the academy's simulated trials and to have achieved success. Such scholars undoubtedly represented the finest potential. The haughty girl, named Dun Yangxiang, was the epitome of excellence among this elite group, rumored to have a close connection with the esteemed daughter of the Du family, who even bestowed her name upon her. More importantly, it was likely that she had received the patronage of this young lady, possessing invaluable resources that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, making her success in the trial tasks a foregone conclusion. Who does she think she is? Flaunting that disdainful demeanor? I'm determined to bring her down. A boy beside Qin Jin muttered resentfully. Are you out of your mind? If they hear you, they might give you a beating that would jeopardize your chances in the trial. Another boy's expression turned frantic as he hastily intervened to stop the tirade. He wasn't genuinely concerned for their classmate, but feared the repercussions of being too close to the commotion. Even Qin Jin instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from the angry outburst. While having strength allows one to act with impunity, it is wise to maintain a low profile when one is still weak, especially during such a critical moment. Indeed, Qin Jin had previously attempted to infiltrate the inner circle of the top students. His strategies for tackling various trial scenarios were on par with theirs. However, his lack of martial prowess hindered him. In the apocalyptic trials, both strength and strategy were equally crucial. One could not afford to be deficient in either. Unfortunately, his innate physical attributes and reflexes were slightly lacking, leading to the academy's higher-ups rejecting him. Fortunately, the distinguished students in the central circle seemed oblivious to the situation unfolding nearby. Shortly thereafter, the academy's president ascended the podium in the central square, delivering an inspiring address alongside representatives from several powerful families. Qin Jin astutely observed a hint of gloom etched on the faces of the president and the representatives, and their speeches were notably briefer than those of the previous cohort. Once the address concluded, the representatives hurriedly departed the scene. Were apocalyptic factors at play? Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such matters. These concerns felt distant and irrelevant to him. Even if he were to uncover the truth, it would only serve to exacerbate his worries. Shaking his head, Qin Jin suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling within. A melodious chime resonated, signaling the commencement of the trials as per the Academy's regulations. Upon hearing the bell, Qin Jin resolutely focused on the beast-headed bronze door tattoo on the back of his left hand, silently intoning, "Apocalyptic Trial, activate." In that instant, he felt as if his body had transformed into an ephemeral shadow, entering another dimension. As the brilliance of the surroundings faded into oblivion, only the purest darkness remained. At that moment, a soft, neutral voice echoed within his mind. Analyzing trialist data, analysis complete. Entering trialist profile, entry complete. Notice, upon your initial entry into the Doomsday Trial, you may draw one inherent talent, which will be permanently effective. Please proceed to draw. Drawing the inherent talent. Qin Jin silently recited in his heart. Drawing talent. Draw complete. Notice, you did not draw an inherent talent. Did not draw it. Well, that's to be expected. A sense of disappointment flickered within Qin Jin, yet he did not dwell on it excessively. During the first entry into the Doomsday Trial, one has the opportunity to draw talents twice. The first is the inherent talent, which lasts permanently and can be effective both within the trial grounds and in the outside world. Among 100 individuals, merely 2 or 3 might successfully draw an inherent talent, while the rest draw nothing. The second draw is a temporary talent, effective only during the current trial, and is obliterated upon its conclusion. The drawing of a temporary talent is guaranteed. However, the effects of temporary talents vary greatly. Some can significantly enhance the probability of success, while others may prove to be of little use, and some may even yield negative effects. Notice, the trialist panel has been generated. You may view it at any time through the trial mark. Qin Jin gazed at the beast-headed bronze door mark and silently invoked the trialist panel, which promptly materialized before him. Trialist codename, Qin Jin S969 Trialist rank, Bronze 1-star survivor, temporary, trial points, 0 inherent talent, divine repository. Each time you draw a temporary talent, you will at least acquire 1 divine talent. After the trial concludes, this talent will be recorded in your exclusive talent repository and may be exchanged for an inherent talent once the conditions for redemption are met. Current talent repository, none what? Qin Jin rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the attributes panel with intensity. Inherent talent, divine repository? Did I not fail to draw an inherent talent? How could this be? As he comprehended the talent's effects, a shiver coursed through his heart. The grades of temporary talents, as taught at the Doomsday Academy, range from E to S, with an additional X grade. E to S grades represent standard temporary talents, while X grade encompasses those with adverse effects. The majority of temporary talents are E grade, with a 20 chance of drawing D grade, C grade being exceedingly rare, and B grade and above totaling merely 1. As for divine grade, he had never even heard of it. Could divine grade talents be super talents beyond S grade? Most crucially, each time he draws a divine grade talent, it can be exchanged for an inherent talent at any time. In other words, Qin Jin would possess at least 1 super talent of divine grade each time he entered the trial, and in the future, he could potentially accumulate countless super talents of divine grade. Qin Jin felt his heart race uncontrollably, his thoughts swirling in a chaotic haze. The only thing echoing in his mind were 4 resounding words. The cheat is activated. As Qin Jin reveled in joy, the ominous notifications of the apocalyptic trial continued to resonate. Notification, anchoring the trial ground, anchoring complete. Notification, extracting temporary talents, temporary talent acquired, unique qualified individual. Configuration complete, unique qualified individual. Divine talent, you are the sole qualified individual of a certain divine civilization's legacy, which shall manifest upon your arrival and acknowledge you as the sovereign of that civilization. Notification, you are about to enter the trial ground. This trial is a beginner's trial, with no penalties for failure. In the event of task failure or demise, you will automatically exit this trial. Notification, all actions, skills acquired, items, attributes, etc. during your time in the trial ground will convert into additional trial points upon its conclusion. A wave of dizziness washed over Qin Jin. Soon, the darkness faded, and light and color returned. Before him lay a disheveled bedroom. The furniture was scattered, and the bedding on the bed was torn into shreds. With each breath, an overpowering stench assaulted his senses. Frowning, Qin Jin surveyed the room, discovering several transparent plastic bags in the corner, filled with darkened excrement. He refrained from acting hastily, and instead focused his thoughts on the beast-headed bronze door insignia. Regardless of the trial, participants are afforded a minimum of 5 minutes of safety upon entering the trial scenario. In a beginner's trial, the starting environment is utterly secure, granting ample time to review tasks and devise strategies. As Qin Jin concentrated, the task notifications of the apocalyptic trial materialized in his mind. Main quest, survival and slaughter. Quest description, this is a post-apocalyptic world following a biohazard outbreak. You must survive for 30 days and eliminate at least 100 zombies. Important notes, your quality of life and the number of zombies you slay will influence the final evaluation. Beginner tip 1. Zombies possess normal vision, hearing, smell, and touch, but their stiff muscles result in sluggish movement, poor coordination, and limited flexibility. Their weak points are the head and heart. Beginner tip 2. There exists a proportion of mutated and evolved zombies among the horde. The main quest is imperative to complete within the trial scenario. Failure to do so results in trial failure. From the task notifications and the environment of his spawning location, Qin Jin quickly assessed the current situation in his mind. Slaying 100 zombies would not pose a challenge for a top-tier student trained at the academy. Among the subjects taught, survival in a biohazard apocalypse is a core course, with zombie engagement comprising a significant portion. Although Qin Jin did not possess the combat prowess of the elite students, he excelled among ordinary high achievers. According to the parlance of his previous life, the core students of the Trial Academy were at least on par with elite special forces. Individuals like Qin Jin had been initially selected, but subsequently filtered out during advanced training. Even for an ordinary trainee, maintaining composure while slaying 100 zombies is hardly an insurmountable task. Thus, the true challenge lies in surviving for 30 days and contending with the mutated zombies. This setting unfolds in the aftermath of a biochemical apocalypse. The condition of the room and the excrement in the corner indicate that the former occupant has been trapped in this space for some time. Why would one store waste in plastic bags within the bedroom? It seems there must be zombies obstructing the door outside. As for the question of why not dispose of it through the window, perhaps to conserve plastic bags? That cannot be the case. For several rolls of intact garbage bags rest upon the nightstand. Consequently, Qin Jin furrowed his brow and cast a wary glance at the window concealed by curtains. Chapter 3. The mutated zombie breaks in, the first fallen trialist. Those who enter the apocalypse trials automatically assume an identity linked to the trial grounds. Qin Jin's identity is most likely that of the room's original occupant. However, trialists do not inherit the memories of their former identities. What Qin Jin must do now is to extract any information the former occupant may have inadvertently left behind. After searching the room with utmost caution, he discovered little in terms of usable supplies. Neither food nor water could be found. The most valuable item was a diary unearthed from a haphazard pile of clutter. The previous occupant chronicled the events from the onset of the apocalypse up to day 17. This implies that by the time Qin Jin took on the former occupant's role, the biochemical disaster had already persisted for at least 17 days. Furthermore, Qin Jin's initial hypothesis was validated. The original occupant's parents had transformed into zombies, lingering in the living room outside the bedroom, thus preventing their child from leaving. Fortunately, the original occupant was a reclusive individual who had recently gone shopping prior to the apocalypse, resulting in a stockpile of snacks, instant noodles, and bottled water, enabling survival for an extended period. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, when the original occupant opened the window to dispose of waste, they witnessed a towering, tumor-ridden zombie using its elongated tongue to drag a neighbor from the 3rd floor down, after which the window was never opened again. Consequently, the immediate course of action was to eliminate the 2 zombies within the room, then utilize the knives and other materials available to fashion 2 or 3 makeshift long-handled weapons, while also gathering sturdy clothing, books, and thin sheets of metal to create makeshift armor. Under normal circumstances, the next step would involve venturing outside to explore, with the primary objective of scavenging for food and water and, if the opportunity arises, employing the terrain to ambush and eliminate zombies. Should mutated zombies be encountered, a hasty retreat would be prudent. However, after meticulously planning his strategy, Qin Jin moved the nightstand to brace against the door's wall, allowing the door to open only a narrow gap of approximately 10 centimeters. Zombies lack intelligence and would become trapped as they rushed inward. A common tactical maneuver for dealing with a small number of zombies in residential layouts. Yet, while this tactic may seem straightforward, it demands considerable practical experience. If the gap were to widen even slightly, the zombies could easily force their way inside. The barrier behind the door may also be compromised or pushed aside by the zombies. Once the terrain was arranged, Qin Jin crafted a rudimentary spear using a small knife and a wooden stick he found in the room. He then moved the gaming chair from in front of the computer desk to block the doorway. Finally, he gently tapped on the door a few times. Shortly after, a few hoarse growls emanated from outside the door. Following this, a resounding thud shook the door violently. After 2 impacts, the sounds of slapping and the grating of claws against the wood reverberated through the space. Qin Jin keenly observed that the zombies outside seemed to possess diminished strength. As the novice prompt suggested, their power mirrored that of an ordinary human. However, the force behind their attempts to breach the door appeared noticeably feeble. Was it due to their prolonged starvation? Essentially, zombies are still human, albeit with their neural centers damaged and controlled. Under the influence of the virus, they can disregard pain and the body's self-preservation mechanisms, unlike the zombies depicted in the apocalyptic dramas of Qin Jin's previous life, who could wander for years without sustenance while relentlessly pursuing humans. Such entities would not emerge during the novice trial phase. They are not zombies, but rather irrational, magical creatures. Upon confirming the feebleness of the zombies outside, Qin Jin promptly turned the doorknob and opened the bedroom door. The door swung open, crashing against the cabinet behind it from the force of the zombies' assault, leaving a gap of less than 20 centimeters. Qin Jin pressed his knee against the gaming chair, sealing the lower half of the gap, and calmly observed the situation outside. As anticipated, there were two zombies, a male and a female, both emaciated and skeletal, their facial expressions rigid. Unlike the grotesque zombies of cinema, these creatures, though stiff and distorted in expression, bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans. They were not the blood-soaked, bloodshot-eyed beings covered in veins often portrayed. Upon noticing Qin Jin, the two zombies outside emitted low growls, with the male zombie eagerly pushing through the narrow opening. 20 centimeters is a delicate passage for a human. A thin person can easily slip through sideways, but their head may become lodged. This zombie faced such a predicament. With its upper body half inside, its lower half obstructed by the gaming chair, and its head caught in the door's crack. One arm flailing in the air as it attempted to grasp Qin Jin. Qin Jin pressed his foot against the backrest of the gaming chair, his left hand, wrapped in thick cloth, seized the zombie's wrist with a fierce tug, while his right hand thrust the wooden stick, tipped with the small knife, towards the zombie's eye socket. The blade pierced diagonally upward into the eye, embedding itself deeply. Although the knife was not particularly sharp, Qin Jin felt a slight resistance. Nevertheless, applying considerable force, the blade penetrated the zombie's eye socket by over 20 centimeters. Immediately, Qin Jin twisted the wooden stick vigorously. The zombie trembled a few times before collapsing limply. The female zombie exhibited no sorrow over her husband's demise and immediately rushed forward to fill the void left by the male zombie, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Qin Jin. After dealing with the two undead, Qin Jin meticulously searched the entire house for any further threats, encountering none. In the kitchen, he discovered a half bag of rice, while the refrigerator contained some vegetables, meats, and dairy products, along with 2 large barrels of purified water. Although the power had been cut off, the low temperatures had prevented the perishables from spoiling. With the provisions available, it was conceivable to sustain himself for 30 days in extreme conditions without succumbing to hunger. Unfortunately, the primary mission required the elimination of at least 100 zombies. Otherwise, other challengers on par with Qin Jin could simply linger at the starting point until the task's duration expired. Ideally, one should seize the opportunity, energized and well-fed, to venture out and gather supplies while striving to complete the primary mission of exterminating zombies. Yet, Qin Jin had no intention of venturing outside at that moment. Instead, he turned his attention to the temporary talent he had randomly drawn. Singular Adept, Divine Talent. You are the sole adept of a transcendent civilization's legacy, which will manifest after your arrival, recognizing you as the sovereign of this civilization. The divine talent of the singular adept grants me access to this divine legacy. The question remains, when will this legacy reveal itself? Qin Jin pondered over the attribute panel. The phrase after arrival offered an excessively broad time frame. Entering the trial grounds for a second counted as after arrival, just as spending a year could also be considered. Currently, the food and water he had gathered would sustain him in optimal condition for about 5 days. Thus, he decided to wait for 3 days. Should the so-called divine legacy not materialize by then, he would venture out in search of resources, attempting to fulfill the primary mission. During these 3 days, Qin Jin would not remain idle. He planned to observe the external environment from within the room and utilize the resources at hand to craft weapons, armor, and simple traps capable of autonomously dispatching zombies. While surveying the room, Qin Jin had already noted that his starting point was located on the 4th floor of an elevator apartment. Surrounding him were 3 adjacent elevator apartments and several multi-story commercial residences. Although he lacked lockpicking skills, residents of elevator apartments typically did not install protective bars, allowing for entry through broken windows. It should be feasible to gather sufficient food and water from an entire apartment building, and the task of slaying zombies could be largely accomplished. However, the original owner's diary had warned Qin Jin of a type of tumor zombie capable of remote tongue attacks lurking near the apartment complex. Should he be ambushed while scaling walls, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, who could say whether there were any mutated zombies capable of climbing walls? Just then, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from outside the window. Qin Jin approached the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Before him, on the 2nd floor of the towering apartment building, a window shattered, and a figure nimbly emerged from the jagged edge. With agility, it vaulted over the air conditioning unit and leapt onto the drainage pipe, climbing upwards with remarkable skill. The figure was fully equipped, bearing a wooden staff with a sharp blade affixed to its end, while wooden and metallic shards fashioned into armor adorned its arms and shins. At its waist hung a fire axe. A challenger. Qin Jin's gaze was fixed intently on this figure. The gear and the manner of climbing through the broken window clearly indicated a background of professional training. Had it been before acquiring the innate talent from the divine treasury, Qin Jin might have sought to contact this challenger, informing them of the mutated zombies to forge an alliance and secure his leadership. Yet now, he merely observed with a detached demeanor. To him, an ordinary challenger had transformed from a potentially valuable ally into mere cannon fodder. It was fortuitous to let this challenger probe for any mutated zombies lurking nearby. The challenger, having emerged through the shattered window, quickly attracted the attention of the wandering zombies within the vicinity, drawing them to gather below. Zombies, incapable of climbing walls, posed no threat from above. After a brief moment of observation, the challenger chose to continue their ascent. Just then, Qin Jin noticed a shadowy figure darting out from the greenery of the complex. This agile silhouette, moving on all fours, sprinted towards the cluster of zombies beneath the challenger. In a single leap, it propelled itself off a zombie's shoulder and swiftly clambered onto the very drainage pipe where the challenger was situated, rapidly ascending. The entire sequence unfolded in eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Mere seconds later, the shadowy zombie had reached a position less than a meter below the challenger. With a sudden leap, it pounced onto the challenger's back, wrapping its legs around the challenger's waist, while its forelimbs viciously lunged towards the challenger's vulnerable neck. A scream escaped the challenger, who tumbled into the horde of zombies, quickly succumbing to silence. What had begun as a mere observation of the meat tumor zombie's attack method had unexpectedly yielded a revelation. The speed of the shadowy zombie surpassed even that of the challenger, exceeding the sluggishness of the emaciated ordinary zombies. Most crucially, this creature could scale walls, ascending at a pace nearly equivalent to its ground speed. With an impassive expression, Qin Jin lowered the curtain and retreated indoors. Fortunately, the window was crafted from tempered glass, possessing a high degree of strength, making it difficult for zombies lacking suitable tools and expertise to breach. Otherwise, with the presence of shadowy zombies nearby, sleep would have been a distant luxury. Fatigue could cloud one's thoughts, diminish willpower, and weaken strength. In the trials of the apocalypse, a moment of distraction could spell disaster. Chapter 4. The Pathfinder Civilization's Ember. A super-civilization that manipulates the laws of physics throughout the day. Aside from the ill-fated fool dispatched by the shadowy zombie, Qin Jin encountered no other challengers. Perhaps there is, but having witnessed the folly of the reckless, one now dares not act impulsively. As night fell, Qin Jin placed the crafted weapons beside his bed, then set small traps near the doors and windows that would emit noise, before he finally retired to sleep fully clothed. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, Qin Jin awoke, invigorated by a restful slumber. "Master, you are awake." A voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Who?" Qin Jin's hair stood on end as he sprang from his bed like a startled fish. "Please do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm," the voice resumed. Following the sound, Qin Jin discovered a spherical white object floating beside him, easily within reach. Moments later, the voice continued. "I am the intelligent core of the Navigator Civilization's seed. You are the sole inheritor qualified in this universe. The seed has automatically bound itself to you. If you accept the identity of the Navigator Civilization's inheritor, the seed will activate the civilization revival mode, and I shall assist you in restoring the former glory of the Navigator Civilization. Should you decline this identity, the seed will initiate its self-destruction protocol, and the Navigator Civilization shall never again manifest in this universe. I detect that you are in a clear state of mind. Please make your decision within 1 hour. Beyond this time limit, your refusal will be assumed." The countdown began. 36003599. "No need to count. I accept." Qin Jin grinned. His divine-level temporary talent had finally been granted. The Navigator Civilization seed has activated revival mode. "Thank you, my master. May truth be with you." Before Qin Jin, a virtual operating interface suddenly materialized, reminiscent of a trialist's attribute panel, yet imbued with a sense of technological sophistication through its textures and colors. The interface presented 4 major themes: construction, research, production, and resources, each accompanied by various sub-options. Simultaneously, a torrent of complex information flooded into Qin Jin's mind. This was the foundational operational manual of the Navigator Civilization seed, detailing its origins. The Navigator Civilization was a super-civilization that had touched the limits of the universe, capable of altering physical laws. At its zenith, it could even change the speed of light at will and manipulate time itself. However, due to the reckless abuse of these powers, the universe inhabited by the Navigator Civilization encountered catastrophic issues, ultimately leading to its accelerated demise. In the twilight of the universe's destruction, the Navigator Civilization concentrated all its resources to create several seeds of civilization, hoping that one day they might return. The reason the civilization core did not activate automatically, but sought an inheritor was rooted in the Navigator Civilization's guiding principle. Civilization stems from life. No matter how advanced artificial intelligence may be, it remains an artificial construct, incapable of embodying a civilization. Qin Jin found this notion absurd. Was not the essence of life easily attainable? Upon reaching the zenith of the navigator civilization, one might ponder the feasibility of directly synthesizing a being of such caliber. With the ability to manipulate the very laws of physics and control fundamental particles to create life, one would assume this task to be effortless. However, in the realm of philosophy, definitions are ascribed by others. It is precisely due to this perplexing philosophical stipulation that the spark of civilization must identify a worthy heir to ignite its legacy. Remaining subservient to the commands of said heir, artificial intelligence is relegated to a position of servitude, devoid of dominion. A sentiment that remarkably resonates with humanity's own perspective on AI. The oversight of the civilization spark is relatively straightforward. Qin Jin need only issue the most rudimentary commands, with the intelligent core facilitating the remainder. The process of civilizational revival bears a striking resemblance to strategic games that Qin Jin once played in a past life. In simpler terms, it involves mining, constructing shelters, and producing units. The spherical civilization spark may be likened to a base vehicle in a real-time strategy game or a town center in Age of Empires. Unlike games, however, the spherical entity possesses an exceedingly high upper limit, enabling manipulation of cosmic laws at its zenith. Yet, a return to prominence is not achievable in the short term. The original universe of the navigator civilization has been annihilated, leaving only the remnants of its concentrated power in the form of the civilization spark. This spark, as the vessel of civilization, resembles a compressed resource package, lacking the capability to wield the powers of the civilization's peak era. Moreover, due to the variances in laws between different universes, the more intricate the technological creations, the greater the discrepancies in parameters, necessitating a significant duration for adaptive research. The endeavor to regain the heights of civilization will entail a daunting volume of such research. Fortunately, the rudimentary technological creations, which are not overly complex, are adequate to address the current circumstances. Since you are the spark of the navigator civilization, henceforth, you shall be known as Navigator, Qin Jin proclaimed. What course of development should we embark upon? I request your sound counsel. The voice of the navigator responded, acknowledged. The core intelligence of the civilization spark has been renamed to Navigator. With this authorization, Navigator shall provide straightforward development suggestions for the inheritor of civilization. Master, given your present situation, I offer the following recommendations. The civilization spark is equipped with material conversion and energy conversion modules. It is imperative to promptly gather raw materials, beginning with the construction of a stellar energy collection device, followed by the establishment of mining facilities to extract raw materials, and subsequently, the creation of energy conversion stations and weapon manufacturing plants. The construction materials required by the Navigator civilization spark are categorized solely by grade, not type. Any substance entering the material conversion module will be transformed into universal materials of the Navigator civilization. However, the conversion process demands energy expenditure. Low-grade materials can be directly converted into high-grade materials within the conversion module, albeit at a higher energy cost. In other words, any substance can be transformed into the foundational materials of the Navigator civilization, including even the few bags of darkened excrement nestled in the corner of the original owner's bedroom. Energy and matter are nearly synonymous. Anything that harbors energy can be cast into the energy conversion chamber to be transformed into energy. Wood, coal, oil, and natural gas are all viable candidates, excrement included. However, there exists a disparity in conversion efficiency. The more readily available the energy, the swifter the extraction and the greater the energy yield. From a physics perspective, mass can indeed be converted into energy, and the energy produced through such conversion is quite staggering. Yet, the initial extraction efficiency of the conversion chamber is alarmingly low. Casually tossing items into it could result in an indeterminate wait for conversion. Qin Jin can only linger in the trial ground for a month, leaving no room for delay. Very well, as you say. However, given the current perilous environment, let us first convert all items within this house into low-grade materials, and then proceed to produce a stellar energy collection device. And do remember to retain the weapons, equipment, and food I have crafted, as well as the nightstand and gaming chair, just in case. With that, Qin Jin lifted a plank of wood. Upon receiving the command, he initiated action. Mechanical arms emerged from beside the civilization seed sphere, seizing the plank and tossing it backward. A black vortex flashed behind the sphere, engulfing the plank. Soon after, the mechanical arms of the sphere waved vigorously, swiftly clearing the entire room. The other rooms were likewise tidied up by the sphere. Can you act independently? Qin Jin inquired, slightly taken aback. According to the operational information he had received, the civilization seed lacked autonomous mobility. Upon obtaining your authorization, the civilization seed can engage in a certain degree of activity, restricted to a 5-meter radius from the inheritor. Should it stray beyond this distance, it will automatically teleport back to the inheritor's side. If unable to ascertain the inheritor's position, it will enter a dormant state, the navigator replied. Additionally, the civilization seed possesses a limited basic energy reserve and cannot replenish itself with low-grade energy. The current operational intensity can be sustained for 24 hours, provided it does not suffer any attacks. Very well, I understand. Please halt. Qin Jin urged hastily. The sphere appeared diminutive, yet its mass was considerable. Autonomous movement necessitated a substantial amount of high-grade energy. If it passively followed Qin Jin, it would remain stationary and thus conserve energy. As for why the shell of the civilization seed moves in tandem when it operates autonomously, that delves into the philosophical underpinnings of the navigator civilization. Just as it is essential to find a suitable inheritor, outsiders cannot fathom their thought processes. Action directives have lapsed. The civilization seed sphere suspended in midair. Material collection is complete, yielding a total of 423 units of low-grade materials. Due to energy constraints, a maximum of 100 units can be converted at present, with an estimated consumption time of 100 seconds. Awaiting the inheritor's conversion command, Qin Jin did not hasten to issue commands. Instead, he began to peruse the operational interface. The construction interface displayed all buildings in a gray, inactive state. The research interface was entirely black, devoid of any projects. Similarly, the production interface was also entirely gray. At the pinnacle of the production interface, Qin Jin noticed an option, Stellar Energy Collection Device. Basic version lacks mobility. Capable of collecting 1 unit of low-grade energy per hour per unit, with energy collection speed fluctuating according to light intensity. Production consumption, 0. 1 unit of low-grade materials, 0. 1 unit of low-grade energy, requires 1 minute for civilization sparks to produce. The civilization spark was equipped with 100 units of primary energy, serving as Qin Jin's initial capital. First, convert 1 unit of low-grade materials, then produce 10 basic stellar energy collection devices, Qin Jin commanded. Upon receiving the order, production commenced. 1 minute later, a crack opened on the surface of the sphere, releasing a black, thin sheet slightly larger than Qin Jin's palm, measuring merely 10 centimeters in length and width. With a thickness of less than 1 centimeter, its surface was uneven. It resembled a miniature solar panel available on the market. The underside of the panel was dotted with numerous tiny suction cups, allowing it to adhere to surfaces or float effortlessly on water, offering remarkable convenience. Once operational, the civilization spark could automatically receive energy without the need for wiring or fixed intervals for collection. A single panel could provide 1 unit of low-grade energy per hour. This device was exceedingly affordable. By affixing thousands of them, energy independence could be swiftly achieved. Qin Jin opened a window and casually tossed the panel outside. The stellar energy collection device, produced by the navigator, was not only lightweight, but also remarkably durable, capable of adapting to various environments and terrains. It would withstand not only the inadvertent trampling by zombies, but could even endure a lightning strike, potentially collecting additional energy. Moments later, the black square gracefully landed atop a zombie's head, adhering seamlessly. The zombie remained oblivious, continuing its aimless wandering. Qin Jin was rather speechless. He had intended to toss the panel onto the ground, only for it to be caught by a zombie's head. However, this was of little consequence, as zombies did not exhibit the characteristic of avoiding sunlight in favor of darkness. From the moment it encountered sunlight, the stellar energy collection device commenced its operation. Very well. Navigator, convert an additional 49 units of low-grade materials, and then manufacture 490 basic stellar energy collection devices. The command was received, and the production sequence was initiated. Chapter 5. Is the biohazard crisis worth anything? I aim to break through the universe. Several hours later, the initial 100 points of low-grade energy provided by the civilization spark were entirely depleted, resulting in the creation of 500 solar panels, which Qin Jin had tossed from various windows. Some landed on the ground, others clung to treetops, and a few ascended to the rooftops of multi-story buildings, with a rare few adhering to zombies, who then wandered about with them. These solar panels can operate even on overcast days and during the night, albeit with significantly reduced energy collection efficiency. The peak efficiency occurs only during a few hours of direct sunlight on clear days, given the shorter daylight hours in winter. A solar panel can approximately yield 910 units of low-grade energy on a sunny day. While deploying the solar panels, Qin Jin also took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The horde of zombies attracted by the reckless trial taker from yesterday had dissipated, and the density of zombies had returned to its initial state. There were approximately 200 to 300 zombies wandering within the residential complex. When considering those hidden in Qin Jin's blind spots and those in the lower-level corridors, the number could easily triple. Considering the overall malnourishment and sluggishness of the zombies, a trial taker of Qin Jin's caliber could indeed break out of the complex, not by fighting, but by sprinting away with a throng of attracted zombies in tow. Naturally, it is likely that other trial takers in the complex would not dare to do the same. Firstly, there exist shadowy, mutated zombies with agility far surpassing that of the trial takers. Secondly, the streets outside the complex, particularly near the entrances, boast a density of zombies that is not any less than that within the complex. Rushing out heedlessly would only result in being overwhelmed by a multitude of zombies. Upon observation, Qin Jin identified 5 individuals who appeared to be trial takers. 3 were located in the opposite elevator apartment, the very building where that reckless individual had perished yesterday. The other 2 were in 2 nearby multi-story buildings adjacent to the elevator apartment. The actual number of trial takers is undoubtedly far greater than the 5 Qin Jin had noted. Under the dire pressure of descending into such a terrifying reality, students of the Apocalypse Trial Academy do not fit the traditional mold of academic underachievers. In the face of an unfamiliar and perilous environment, concealing one's presence is a fundamental principle. The second day of the apocalypse passed with remarkable tranquility. The intimidation factor of the shadowy zombies was at its peak. No one dared to break in through the windows to scavenge for supplies. Qin Jin surmised that most trial takers might have already searched the corridors. When the apocalypse struck, it was certain that some had fled in panic or had left their doors ajar. It is not unusual to find residences that remain open. These unguarded homes present the best spoils for the brave. Qin Jin had no desire to venture outside and spent the entire day sequestered in his room. If possible, he wished to cultivate his strength and safety until he became invincible. On the morning of the second day, Qin Jin awoke from the cold, hard floor. His bed and bedding had already been reclaimed by the spark of civilization, repurposed as raw materials for converting low-grade resources. He accessed the navigator's interface, and after a day of collection, the amount of low-grade energy accumulated was displayed as 137 units. He had spent a considerable amount of time yesterday manufacturing the solar panels. If it remained dry throughout the day, the low-grade energy yield should range between 505,000 units. Upon reflecting on this matter, Qin Jin turned his gaze towards several priority production projects mentioned by the Pathfinder the previous day. The energy conversion station, low level, it consumes 10 low-level universal materials daily and generates 100,000 low-level energy. Additional high-energy materials, such as timber, coal, oil, alcohol, explosives, high-energy isotopes, and equivalent quantities of matter and antimatter, can yield extra energy. Construction requirements: 100,000 low-level materials, 10,000 low-level energy, 555 cubic meters of space. Duration: 1 hour. The material collection station, low level, it consumes 10,000 low-level energy daily and collects 100,000 low-level materials within a radius of 100 kilometers. Construction requirements: 100,000 low-level materials, 10,000 low-level energy, 555 cubic meters of space. Duration: 1 hour. The weapon production station, low level, it has a fixed daily consumption of 100,000 low-level energy. It additionally consumes a certain amount of low-level materials and energy to produce low-level weapons and vehicles. Construction requirements: 1,000 low-level materials, 500,000 low-level energy, 1,005. 20 cubic meters of space. Duration: 10 hours. Special note: production of large-scale aircraft carriers and orbital cannons requires additional expansion. The ignition auxiliary station, low level, it has a fixed daily consumption of 100,000 low-level energy. It assists the civilization's ignition in construction and intelligent management, providing 2 simultaneous operational building production queues. Construction requirements: 2,000 low-level materials, 1,000 low-level energy, 111 cubic meters of space. Special note: fragile and immobile aircraft carriers, orbital cannons. A plethora of questions flooded Qin Jin's mind. I merely desire modern technological weaponry such as planes, tanks, and missiles. Why do you present me with aircraft carriers and orbital cannons of a science fiction nature? The mere thought of soaring through the skies aboard an aircraft carrier, directing satellite cannon bombardments at will, made Qin Jin swallow hard. What is the significance of commanding a colossal ship to fire cannons? It is the ultimate romanticism of man to operate an aircraft carrier to unleash orbital cannons. If a low-level weapon production station can manufacture such superweapons, what wonders await at the intermediate level? The advanced level? Beyond that? Surviving a biochemical apocalypse? No. I aim to pierce through planets, to traverse the cosmos. Where is the Emperor? Where is the Zerg menace? Where's the purge? Come forth and behold the Almighty. Any malevolent entity from subspace daring to traverse 1 billion light years from me shall receive a resounding slap. After 3 seconds of exhilaration, contemplating the substantial material and energy consumption, Qin Jin found himself in a quandary. The energy conversion station requires 100,000 materials and 10,000 energy, as does the material collection station. The 10,000 energy is manageable. If the civilization's ignition focuses on producing solar panels for 2 days, the energy income could reach 10,000 per day. However, acquiring 100,000 units of low-level materials would be a Herculean task. He scoured every material within his starting point's dwelling and found only 300 units of low-level materials. To gather 100,000 units may very well necessitate raising the entire building. If the civilization's ignition were to act independently in excavation, it might deplete its emergency energy without exhausting the task. This contraption was never intended for such tasks. It may suffice for trivial matters, yet it is utterly incapable of handling substantial endeavors. It is akin to asking a nation's leader to dig the earth. How many shovelfuls could they manage before their back gives out? Navigator, before the construction of the material collection base, how might I swiftly procure 100,000 units of basic materials? As for energy, can I solely rely on the ember of civilization to produce stellar energy collection devices until the energy conversion base is established? Qin Jin inquired. Authorization has been granted. Based on the current situation of the inheritor, it is advised to produce a simple equipment printer, which can then manufacture stellar energy collection devices and small mobile material excavators. Following the navigator's suggestion, the production theme section witnessed a remarkable ascent of 2 projects before Qin Jin's eyes. Simple equipment printer. It consumes a fixed amount of 1,000 low-grade energy daily and provides additional production queues and construction speed bonuses when manufacturing small, simple devices. Construction requirements: 1,000 low-grade materials, 1,000 low-grade energy, 20 minutes. 50 cubic meters of space. Small mobile material excavator. It consumes 3,000 low-grade energy daily, collects 10,000 low-grade materials, and can engage in mobile collection within a radius of 10 meters. Construction requirements: 1,000 low-grade materials, 1,000 low-grade energy, 10 minutes. Placement requirement 2. 151 cubic meters of space. Special note: this device is relatively fragile during operation and will cease collection and enter defense mode upon being attacked. Alas, it seems I must venture outside. Qin Jin's aspirations of invincibility have been dashed. Producing the excavator necessitates 1,000 units of low-grade materials. Yet this room holds none that are usable. The elevator apartment stands at approximately 3 meters in height, while the ember of civilization could potentially scavenge resources from above, below, or even from neighboring properties. It still falls short of amassing the required 1,000 units of low-grade materials. Navigator, is there a method to discreetly unlock the doors of other residences? Qin Jin asked. Command accepted. A temporary research plan has been generated based on the current circumstances. Estimated research cost: 1 unit of material, 5 units of energy, 1 second. Anticipated research outcome: universal key. Shall I confirm the initiation of this research? Confirmed. Research has commenced. The study is ongoing. Research complete. Universal key, capable of unlocking any form of mechanical lock, password lock, or electronic lock. Each use consumes 1 unit of low-grade energy after every 10,000 uses. Production requirements: 2 units of low-grade materials, 10 units of low-grade energy, 1 second. Qin Jin promptly issued the production order. A second later, an object resembling a 1 yuan coin was produced by the ember of civilization. Qin Jin swiftly locked the door of a bedroom and pressed the universal key against the lock. The coin quivered slightly. With a click, the lock opened. This universal key proved to be even more effective than Qin Jin had anticipated. This creation is not an artifact cataloged within the database of Civilization Spark, but rather a product of on-site research. This sufficiently demonstrates that Civilization Spark possesses not only the ability to construct existing creations, but also remarkable adaptability. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Jin spoke. Then, please assist me in designing and crafting a set of protective gear and weaponry suitable for my use. The command was acknowledged. The design phase was completed, and the manufacturing process was finalized. Moments later, a sleek, form-fitting bodysuit and 2 double-edged swords, 1 long and 1 short, materialized before Qin Jin. Upon donning the bodysuit, Qin Jin found it extraordinarily soft and snug against his skin, exhibiting unparalleled dermal compatibility with no sense of discomfort. Once he adorned the hood, only his eyes and mouth were visible, leaving no blind spots. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. According to the navigator's description, it could withstand shots from small-caliber handguns. When subjected to an attack, the impacted area would instantaneously harden, transmitting kinetic energy throughout the body. It could be asserted that clad in this attire, Qin Jin would be exceedingly difficult to kill, barring a direct shot from a high-caliber rifle or being crushed beneath a steamroller. As for the two double-edged swords, Qin Jin could only describe their cutting ability as akin to slicing through mud. They effortlessly penetrated the walls of buildings. Were it not for his concern about compromising the structural integrity of the apartment complex, he could have easily severed walls and floors to repurpose as materials. With such formidable prowess at his disposal, Qin Jin scoffed at the notion of fear. A mere elevator apartment was hardly a challenge. Chapter 6. Once I regarded you as a towering mountain, now I see you as an ant. Ultimately, Qin Jin refrained from recklessness, even requesting the navigator to produce a pair of protective glasses with formidable defensive capabilities, safeguarding his only exposed feature, his eyes. He discarded his previously cobbled-together rudimentary gear to the civilization's spark, repurposing it as resources for lower-tier material conversion. Equipped with this ensemble, Qin Jin shed any pretense and forcefully kicked open the heavy security door, launching himself forward with vigor. The metallic door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash. Qin Jin's gaze fixed upon the fire escape. Regrettably, after an extended wait, no zombies emerged. Instead, the door of his neighbor's apartment rattled ominously. In an elevator apartment, who would take the stairs? Even amidst an outbreak, the majority instinctively sought to escape via the elevator. Qin Jin clicked his tongue in disappointment, abandoning the plan to guard the door for zombies, and approached his neighbor's doorway. He pressed the master key against the lock. With a click, the lock disengaged. Freed from the constraints of the lock, the outward opening door was suddenly burst open by the zombies within. 3 zombies, 2 large and 1 small, tumbled forth, propelled by inertia and collapsing to the ground. Qin Jin stepped onto the back of the largest male zombie, driving the sharp sword downwards, effortlessly piercing through the creature's skull. 2 female zombies, 1 large and 1 small, were present. The larger had already risen, while the smaller one struggled on the ground, her leg pinned beneath the weight of a male zombie. Madam, you surely do not wish for your daughter to cough. Please, refrain from such enthusiasm. Allow me to finish my lines. Qin Jin raised his hand and swung his sword horizontally, severing half of the head of the affectionate mother zombie. The mother zombie collapsed, landing atop her daughter. The overwhelming maternal instinct forced the recently liberated daughter zombie back down to the ground. Qin Jin tilted his head to observe. Judging by her appearance, the smaller zombie appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with a delicate and charming visage. A potential beauty that would likely attract the attention of many online deviants. Legally speaking, it was unclear whether zombies could be classified as human and whether they would face a minimum sentence of 3 years. Nevertheless, even if not facing such a sentence, a charge of desecration of a corpse was inevitable. After dispatching the smaller zombie, Qin Jin set aside his playful demeanor and entered the neighbor's house through the front door. The living room was in utter disarray, likely due to the neighbor's transformation into a zombie, leaving her disinterested in household upkeep. In the center, a fruit platter lay overturned, with decaying fruit scattered across the floor. Qin Jin astutely noted the significant presence of baby items among the scattered debris. He picked up a yellow duck-shaped inflatable and tossed it into the master bedroom after pushing the door open. A faint growl emanated from within as a small figure rushed out from behind the door to embrace the inflatable. With a stoic expression, Qin Jin swiftly dispatched the baby zombie with his sword. Had this been another trial taker with a more limited scope of knowledge, they might have fallen victim to the small zombie. After dealing with the family of 3, Qin Jin had relaxed his guard, coupled with his unfamiliarity with baby products. He had failed to realize that there was indeed a 4th occupant in the household. Items such as baby carriages and toys were immediately recognizable to him, but not necessarily to younger trial takers. To conserve resources, the Trial Taker Academy had only 2 grades, with each individual receiving merely 2 years of education, encompassing an overwhelming volume of knowledge, leaving little opportunity for in-depth understanding of every scenario. Once he confirmed that there were no further threats in the house, Qin Jin began to gather supplies. The long sword produced by the Pathfinder was not only effective against zombies, but also adept at chopping wood. All furniture and daily necessities, even windows and doors, were tossed into the material conversion chamber of the civilization's ember, due to the presence of a baby and a young girl. The neighbor's home contained a considerable amount of furniture and small items, ultimately yielding 400 units of low-grade materials. Additionally, there was a substantial supply of snacks and baby food, enough to sustain Qin Jin for 7 days. After scavenging the neighbor's home, Qin Jin proceeded to clear the other 2 residences on the same floor, then packaged all the food collected and began his ascent up the staircase. He had no intention of continuing his search on the intermediate floors. Instead, he aimed to reach the top floor directly. The materials required for the small, mobile excavation machine have been gathered, and there is sufficient energy. The spark of civilization has begun to ignite production. Qin Jin believes he can place the excavator atop the building and commence dismantling it from above. Working from the rooftop alleviates concerns regarding disturbances from large hordes of zombies and prevents the entire structure from collapsing. Climbing 20 floors while carrying over 30 kilograms of food and water would likely exhaust an ordinary person to the point of fainting. However, for the distinguished students of the Apocalypse Training Academy, particularly the male students, this is far from their limit. The physical training curriculum at the academy includes even more grueling challenges, many of which students complete with aplomb. Upon reaching the top floor, Qin Jin finds no further staircase leading upward. He surmises that the rooftop has been sold as a duplex structure to the 4 residents on the top level. Typically, these residents transform the rooftop into small gardens or gazebos. Qin Jin applies his master key to the lock of one of the top floor apartments, unlocking the door. Inside the living room, 3 piercing gazes immediately fixate upon him. This apartment is already occupied, and by 3 trialists at that. As the trio assesses Qin Jin, he too scrutinizes them. There is 1 male and 2 females. 2 of them are familiar faces. Du Ningxiang, the absolute core of Qin Jin's class, has caught the favor of a certain young lady from the Du family, and is reputed to have a guaranteed path to becoming a formal trialist. Yu Ziqiang, another top student within Qin Jin's core circle, may not match Du Ningxiang's prowess, but he is certainly superior to the other students. The other female is unknown to Qin Jin, judging by her overly cautious demeanor towards the other 2. She does not appear to be a core student who has participated in the simulated trials. Initially startled, the 3 within the room instinctively adopt a defensive stance. However, upon seeing the sword in Qin Jin's hand, they quickly regain their composure. Dressed in a black bodysuit engineered by the Navigator Research Institute, with a coat over it, Qin Jin might easily be mistaken for a mutated zombie. Nevertheless, zombies do not wield weapons. And seeing Qin Jin holding a sword without immediately attacking allows the trio to dismiss the notion that he is one of the undead. Yu Ziqiang, gripping a knife in each hand, approaches Qin Jin and halts approximately 3 meters away, eyeing him warily as he speaks. Are you also one of the students from Linzhou? Qin Jin remains silent, slowly nodding in affirmation. Both Yu Ziqiang, who stands at the threshold, and the 2 women still in the living room exhale in relief. Heh, your attire is quite novel, Yu Ziqiang remarks with a hint of mockery. You gave us quite a scare. Did you dress like this to avoid being recognized? It is evident that he does not believe the thin layer of black material Qin Jin wears offers any real protection. He continues, you can pick locks, which is certainly a useful skill. As he spoke, he turned to glance at Du Ningxiang, who merely nodded slightly before he continued addressing Qin Jin. Since we've crossed paths, we can permit you to join our ranks. Remove your hood. Permit me to join your group? Qin Jin examined the long sword in his hand and the short sword at his waist, then cast a sidelong glance at the meager weaponry of the 3 before him. Have you lost your mind? If any student from outside the core circles received an invitation to join a team comprised of 2 core members, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yet here we are, confronting Qin Jin. After fully grasping the magnitude of divine talent, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Those circles he once struggled to fit into, those whom he had to ingratiate himself with, now seemed no more significant than the dust on the street. Noticing Qin Jin's hesitance, Yu Ziqiang furrowed his brow, slightly shifting his stance. You are one of us, aren't you? Surely you recognize the esteemed figure behind me? This is Du Ningxiang. Du Ningxiang boasted considerable renown. Her name, bestowed upon her by a young lady from a prominent family, was familiar even to students from different cohorts. In this cohort, those whose strength matched Du Ningxiang's numbered fewer than the fingers on one hand. This, of course, referred to students from the Apocalypse Academy, hailing from the lowest strata of society in Linzhou. The offspring of nobles and the powerful had their own paths, their environments and trials vastly different, rendering any interaction with those from the academy beneath their consideration. Their entrance into trials differed in both location and timing from that of the academy's students. Qin Jin regarded the haughty Du Ningxiang standing at the back. It must be said, this woman was indeed quite beautiful, coupled with her lofty demeanor. One couldn't help but feel an urge to trample her underfoot. Coincidentally, Qin Jin possessed the strength to do so at present. However, he had no intention of acting on such impulses. As he had previously stated, he harbored boundless potential for the future. Hence he resolved to remain discreet until he had fully developed. With this in mind, Qin Jin merely shook his head lightly, then pointed the tip of his sword to the ground, preparing to etch a warning for them to vacate the building. He even refrained from speaking, as uttering words would reveal his voice, potentially leading others to deduce his true identity. In this trial ground, he was certain to create quite a stir. Should his identity be exposed, unforeseen consequences could ensue. The apocalypse trials had persisted for decades, and the means of the powerful were beyond his imagination. What if someone deemed his performance in the trials too abnormal, suspecting he harbored a significant secret, and sought to extract his soul and scrutinize his memories to seize his talent? The powerful wield life and death over the weak as a matter of course. In this world, no mechanisms exist to safeguard the vulnerable, at least not in Linzhou. You refuse? Very well, you may leave. Yu Ziqiang's expression darkened, and he waved his hand impatiently. The invitation was declined, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, particularly with two women present. Adolescents often resemble peacocks in full display, eager to showcase themselves before the opposite sex, and this world is no exception. However, upon realizing that the individual before him might be a course student of similar prowess, he hesitated to offend too gravely. Just as Qin Jin was about to turn away, Du Nangxiang spoke up. Wait, that sword you possess is quite impressive. I shall take it. Her tone was calm, as if it were a matter of course. Chapter 7. Once the confrontation begins, it must be thorough. Upon hearing this, Yu Ziqiang raised an eyebrow and, with a sardonic smile, addressed Qin Jin. Did you hear that? Miss Du has taken a liking to your sword. This is an opportunity for you to curry favor. Perhaps she might assist you in the future because of this kindness. Qin Jin's sword appeared exceptionally sharp and formidable, a weapon not inferior to a fire axe. Losing such a vital tool would undoubtedly complicate his future endeavors. Yu Ziqiang, relishing the chance to see Qin Jin suffer a setback, was pleased that Qin Jin had lost face. Qin Jin looked at Yu Ziqiang and the imposing Du Nangxiang with confusion. Are you not aware that your behavior appears rather foolish? He thought. Faced with an unknown individual clad in eccentric attire and wielding a weapon, did they not harbor a shred of caution? Very well. Relinquish your weapon and be on your way, Yu Ziqiang mocked, stepping forward to grasp the long sword from Qin Jin's hand. With a deep breath, Qin Jin shook his head. His mother had always advised him not to engage in conversation with fools, lest he too become foolish. With a swift and precise upward motion, the sharp blade sliced through the air, cleaving Yu Ziqiang cleanly in two, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Yu Ziqiang, caught unawares, bore an expression of schadenfreude until he felt his body begin to descend. The next moment, a thud echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood and the spilling of organs. Emotionless, Qin Jin flicked the blood from his sword and began to stride towards Du Nangxiang. If there was no confrontation, camaraderie could be maintained and superficial relationships preserved. Yet, once the conflict arose, it demanded resolution. One must eradicate all potential threats at their roots. The girl beside Du Nangxiang turned pale in terror, collapsing to the ground. She had witnessed gruesome scenes before, but the prospect of such violence directed at her was utterly unbearable. Stop! Du Nangxiang's countenance shifted as she drew a finely crafted small revolver from her waist, aiming it at Qin Jin. You should recognize this weapon, shouldn't you? Du Nangxiang coldly remarked. I concede that you possess remarkable skill, and your sword is indeed extraordinary. However, against a gun, no matter how swift the blade, it is of no consequence. Qin Jin gazed in astonishment at the small pistol in Du Nangxiang's hand. The weapon, judging by its appearance, was undoubtedly not something that could have been discovered within this apartment building. Having thoroughly searched for residences, he had not encountered any items of a weaponry nature, save for knives meant for slicing fruits or vegetables. This indicated that the environment within this trial ground likely prohibited the presence of high-powered weaponry, at least in proximity to the spawn point. The pistol in Du Nangxiang's possession was likely an item she had brought from the outside world. Certain external objects could be introduced into the apocalyptic trials at a cost. The progeny of the powerful and elite often entered these trials equipped with initial gear, thereby facilitating their passage. It appeared the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. Du Nangxiang had garnered the support of a prominent family. Yet, what did that matter? Suddenly, Qin Jin exerted force beneath his feet and charged toward Du Nangxiang. Her expression shifted, and her fingers swiftly pulled the trigger. A deafening bang reverberated through the air. Qin Jin felt as though he had been forcefully shoved in the chest. His forward momentum was momentarily impeded. But that was a Qin Jin tucked the small handgun into his bosom and ascended to the top floor along the indoor staircase. As he had anticipated, half of the upper level was occupied by living quarters and storage rooms, while the other half featured an open-air garden. The navigator deployed a compact, mobile material extractor. The command had been received. The inheritor was requested to specify the placement location while ensuring the area remained unobstructed. Before Qin Jin, a phantom of a small tracked vehicle materialized. The vehicle, predominantly yellow, lacked a driver's cabin and was equipped with 4 mechanical arms, each adorned with cylindrical ends. The phantom moved in accordance with Qin Jin's thoughts. Upon overlapping with any solid object, it would turn red, indicating an unplaceable status. Qin Jin maneuvered the phantom to an open area within the garden and commanded it to be placed. In the next moment, the illusion transformed into a tangible entity. Resting quietly in the designated spot, the navigator initiated the mining vehicle, instructing it to excavate the building layer by layer from the top down, with caution to avoid any structural collapse. The command was acknowledged, and the extractor commenced its operations. The yellow tracked vehicle sprang to life, its four mechanical arms whirling rapidly. One of the cylindrical appendages plunged into the flower bed at the rooftop's edge, amalgamating bricks, soil, and plant roots, which were then drawn into the cylindrical apparatus. You call this fragile? Qin Jin intently observed the machine's arms. Cutting through stone was akin to slicing through tofu. It appeared invincible. If employed against zombies, it would undoubtedly shred them in an instant. In comparison to other devices, the compact mobile material extractor was indeed deemed fragile. Its digging cylinder was the most robust component, while the body's strength was equivalent to ordinary steel, offering minimal defensive capability. The navigator responded, "Well, it appears you have developed a different understanding of the fragility and strength of our civilization. Can zombies damage this contraption?" Qin Jin inquired. "No, they cannot. Zombies are classified as harmless life forms and cannot inflict any form of damage upon the creations of our civilization," the navigator replied. "Such harmless beings," Qin Jin mused. "Then, may I direct this machine to collect zombies?" Since the excavator was his creation, slaying zombies would count as his achievements. The navigator responded, "According to the Engineering Machinery Management Protocol, no machinery may, under any circumstances, deprive any sentient life of its existence. The manager of the machinery is prohibited from issuing such commands. As the highest commander of this civilization's flame, should your orders conflict with the core protocol, the machinery will dutifully execute your commands. However, if they contravene the core protocol, the machinery will initiate self-destruction procedures." Confounded, Qin Jin questioned, "Wait, do zombies qualify as sentient beings?" According to the navigator's civilization's definition, zombies are considered sentient life forms. Zombies share the same species designation as you. They are human, not another species. Due to the infectious pathogen, zombies have lost certain cognitive abilities, yet they remain human. Given the current level of biotechnology among humans, curing the zombie population remains an unattainable feat, yet civilizations capable of achieving this abound. Qin Jin fell silent for a moment. Indeed, from a biological perspective, zombies cannot be stripped of their humanity. They are merely individuals afflicted by an ailment, rather than having transformed into an entirely different species. The efficiency of a small mobile resource extractor is a daily collection of 10,000 units of basic materials, though this is not the machine's ultimate capacity. Loose, smaller items can be gathered in greater quantities each day. If the resources requiring conversion are delivered directly to the extractor, this figure will increase. However, the extractor consumes a standard of 3,000 energy points and can only convert 10,000 units of materials per day. To convert larger quantities, more energy must be expended. The conversion rate for additional materials mirrors that of the civilization's core, both being 1 unit of energy must be spent to convert 1 unit of material. Thus, the significance of establishing material collection lies in transforming more resources with less energy. Once the extractor commenced its operations, Qin Jin did not remain idle. Instead, he and the civilization's core began to scour the floors. Before long, he had amassed another 1,000 units of basic materials, enabling the production of a rudimentary device printer. This printer provided an additional 3 production queues. Qin Jin can now simultaneously manufacture 3 solar panels, with a production speed double that of the civilization's core, requiring merely half a minute for each. In other words, 6 solar panels can be produced each minute. Qin Jin's current objective is to acquire more energy and materials swiftly to construct a weapons production base. With a weapons production base, he could directly fabricate large-scale war machines, effortlessly dominating the entire trial scenario. Chapter 8. Mechanical Worker Bees, Celestial Canopy of the Planet. On the 4th day of the trial, Qin Jin spent the previous night awake, tirelessly assisting the extractor in gathering materials, laying down solar panels, and issuing commands for the construction of more extractors. By dawn, he had procured 4 small extractors and 10,000 solar panels. At present, Qin Jin's energy reserves are completely depleted. Should the sun fail to rise in the next 2 hours, his extractors will cease operations. Navigator, report on resource status. The fatigue from his all-night efforts tinged Qin Jin's voice. Report to the inheritor. Currently, the Navigator civilization's resource status is as follows. Basic energy at 455 units. Basic materials at 21,500 units. The fixed consumption of basic materials is 0, while the daily fixed consumption of basic energy stands at 16,000 units, comprising 4 small extractors and 4 rudimentary device printers. The fixed conversion of basic materials amounts to 40,000 units per day, with an expected yield of basic energy at 9,510 units. Report concluded. Good. Qin Jin nodded and commanded the rudimentary equipment printer to continue producing stellar energy collection devices until the quantity reached 100,000. Additionally, he instructed to replenish the number of mining machines to 10 and to increase the quantity of rudimentary equipment printers to 20, prioritizing the production of solar panels with the newly added printers. Each printer possesses 3 production queues and can generate 6 solar panels per minute, with a maximum output of 640 panels in a single day. To produce a greater number of solar panels for energy collection, it is essential to manufacture more printers. One solar panel can provide 10 units of low-grade energy daily, totaling 1 million units with 100,000 panels. However, the arrangement of these solar panels requires careful consideration. They cannot be carelessly scattered as they were before. In fact, solar panels are not meant to be utilized in the manner Qin Jin envisioned. The correct application of stellar energy collection devices involves directly deploying stellar scaffolding in the vicinity of a star, enveloping the star entirely to efficiently harness its energy. Indeed, this concept is akin to a Dyson sphere, though the navigator civilization refers to it as the stellar canopy. At the very least, a planetary canopy should be constructed, or the panels should be arranged across the orbital paths of distant planets, allowing for prolonged exposure to stellar light. 1 square meter can accommodate 100 solar panels, meaning that 100,000 panels would require 1,000 square meters. While this may not seem extensive, installation demands considerable effort. Qin Jin had no intention of undertaking this task personally. The navigators would wait until the mining machines and printers were fully operational, with sufficient energy and materials, before manufacturing 10 mechanical bees. The mechanical bee is a small multifunctional engineering unit capable of assisting in the construction of buildings and performing simple engineering tasks. Structures such as energy bases and collection stations can be constructed from the production queue of the civilization's spark or directly by the mechanical bees. Buildings erected by the bees do not occupy the production queue of the civilization's spark. The civilization's spark possesses only a single production queue, meaning it can only engage in one task at a time, whether it is producing a specific artifact or conducting a type of research. It cannot undertake other activities while engaged in one. Some critical buildings and research that require extended time can only be performed by the civilization's spark itself, making its production queue exceedingly valuable. The mechanical bees can, to some extent, alleviate the production burden of the civilization's spark. In the context of a strategy game, the mechanical bees are akin to farmers. Mechanical bee, a fundamental engineering unit, possessing the blueprints for most building units, consuming between 100 to 1,000 low-grade energy daily based on workload, construction requirements, 1,000 low-grade materials, 2,000 low-grade energy, 10 minutes. Can only be produced by the civilization's spark or core integrated buildings, such as the spark auxiliary base. Once the mechanical bees are produced, Qin Jin can assign them to construct the canopy scaffolding and extensively lay out the solar panels. Additionally, if there are any desired structures to be built, he can also enlist the help of the mechanical bees. Not only the architectural units of the navigator civilization, but also dwelling places like bedrooms can be constructed by the mechanical worker bees. The production command has been received, and the production queue has been established. Very well. I shall take a brief respite below. Awaken me upon completion of production or when this building has been thoroughly excavated. Do not concern yourself with the zombies encountered. Simply drive them away. After consuming a modest meal, Qin Jin descended the corridor. Last night, for excavators had already hollowed out the top 4 floors of this building. If 10 excavators were to operate simultaneously, this apartment complex could be leveled within a day. With the beacon of civilization nearby for early warnings and clad in formidable combat attire, Qin Jin felt no apprehension for his safety and fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, he was roused by the voice of the navigator. What has transpired? Is there danger approaching? Qin Jin swiftly sprang from his bed, grasping the long sword placed beside him, and assumed a combat stance. Report, transmitter, no danger detected. Qin Jin immediately relaxed and returned to his bed. Speak, what is the situation? The navigator replied. While the excavators were collecting materials, they discovered a normal human girl. Please advise on how to proceed, transmitter. Eliminate her. Qin Jin waved his hand dismissively. His first thought was that he had come across a trial participant. Those with backgrounds like Du Ningshuang had been eliminated. He did not care about dispatching a few more. In the later stages, he was destined to wield overwhelming power capable of crushing the entire trial ground. and he would leverage this strength to amass points for a higher evaluation. Thus, contact with other trial participants was utterly out of the question. If he were to expose his identity, the consequences after leaving the trial ground would be all too predictable. Transmitter. The small mobile material excavator is currently the only assignable unit. Your orders conflict with the core protocols of the engineering unit. Shall I forcibly execute the command? Never mind. I shall handle it personally. Qin Jin shook his head, as he had no combat units under his command, and the engineering units would self-destruct upon killing. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands to remove the other from the trial ground. Where is she? In the house adjacent to this one. Understood. Let us proceed. Qin Jin rose, sword in hand, and exited his room. Upon opening the door to the opposite room, he discovered an 11 or 12-year-old girl seated on the living room floor. The girl was ragged, so thin that her skeletal frame was visible, and her expression was one of sheer terror. A child? Qin Jin was taken aback. Trial participants were always 16 years and older. A child could not possibly be among them. Moreover, a trial participant would undoubtedly be fully armed, not dressed in such a manner. If she were not a trial participant, then she must be a survivor from the original world of the trial ground. It was also possible that a genetically deformed trial participant was attempting to conceal her identity in this way to approach others. Please, give me something to eat. If I don't eat soon, I will die. I do not wish to perish. The child's voice was hoarse, tears dripping down like raindrops. Qin Jin, devoid of sympathy, firmly commanded, strip off all your clothes, completely, leaving nothing behind. The swiftest way to identify a trial participant was through the beast-headed bronze door tattoo. However, this tattoo could manifest on any part of the body. Typically, individuals eager to assert their identity would display their tattoos prominently on exposed skin. If this child were an imposter, the tattoo would undoubtedly remain concealed. Big brother, could you spare me some food? The child gazed at Qin Jin with hopeful eyes. He nodded in response. The child quickly removed all her garments, spreading her arms and legs wide. Look, big brother, I haven't been bitten by a zombie. I want to turn into one. Qin Jin, with keen eyes, scanned her thoroughly, and, finding no beast-headed bronze door tattoo, his gaze softened considerably. He removed his shirt and lifted the girl into his arms. Come with me, I will feed you. Once they were back in the room, Qin Jin retrieved some light snacks and prepared rice porridge using pure water. The child cautiously devoured the food, revealing her extreme hunger. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. There's plenty more, Qin Jin said with a gentle smile, ruffling her hair. She was merely an indigenous child of the trial grounds, with no ties to Qin Jin, and he was more than willing to extend his kindness. The child nodded obediently, her pace of eating slowing significantly, all the while casting anxious glances at Qin Jin's expression, as if fearful that he might become upset for her eating too much. Qin Jin found this amusing and chose not to offer any explanations. After the girl finished her snacks, he inquired, How have you survived for so long amidst the apocalypse as a mere child? There is some food at home, but not much, she replied, turning her face away, her expression uneasy, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter. At that moment, the voice of the navigator echoed in Qin Jin's mind. Master, when the excavator discovered her. After listening to the navigator's account, Qin Jin's expression shifted slightly. The navigator informed him that when the engineering machinery found the little girl, they had also uncovered a frail female corpse in the house, which had succumbed to suicide. All resources had long been depleted, leaving behind only tattered papers and bottles filled with urine. Qin Jin's countenance grew somber. This was a remarkably resilient life. One could imagine a child just over 10 years old, pampered and sheltered, enduring the cataclysm of the apocalypse. The very individual she trusted and relied upon most had chosen to give up out of despair, yet she had managed to survive alone. To have lived 16 years in a world so utterly indifferent to life, Qin Jin had witnessed countless souls perish from hopelessness. It was this very reality that fueled his desire to live and instilled in him a profound admiration for such tenacious life. If one were an adult, it would be of little consequence. The crux lies in the fact that she is merely a fragile child. Life, scenes from buried memories involuntarily surfaced in Qin Jin's mind, only to be swiftly dispelled with a shake of his head. Enough of this. Have I not traversed beyond such moments? Now, everything is better, is it not? My life, after all, can only be governed by myself. Chapter 9. The Celestial Canopy of the Universe, the academic humor of the navigators on the 5th day of the Doomsday Trial. Yesterday, Qin Jin refrained from staying up late. The excavators, relentless in their toil, had hollowed out the entire building, leaving only the lowest 2 floors for his habitation. After leveling the structure, they turned their efforts to the surrounding ground. Not far from the window, several slender towers rose, each over 100 meters tall, their summits shrouded in a dark canopy. This was a rudimentary version of the planetary canopy constructed by mechanical worker bees, several high towers supporting a flat surface, upon which solar panels were affixed. The complete version of the planetary canopy would not merely rise 100 meters, it would envelop the planet's atmosphere entirely, possessing the ability to regulate light intensity, bidirectionally filter most electromagnetic waves and cosmic rays, and control internal meteorological conditions. A fully realized planetary canopy could transform a frozen or fiery planet into a habitable one. Currently, what Qin Jin had erected could only harvest solar energy. This small canopy, composed of 100,000 solar panels, could provide over 1 million units of low-grade energy daily. Had the canopy been completed earlier in the day, Qin Jin would now have access to hundreds of thousands of low-grade energy units. In terms of materials, excluding the consumption for building the canopy, manufacturing excavators, farmers, and printers, he had 35 W units remaining. Gazing at the modest 100-square-meter canopy above, he pinched his chin and conversed with the orb of civilization. The energy yield from the canopy far exceeds that of an energy conversion station. Should I forego constructing that contraption? The voice of the navigator promptly replied, not so. The canopy can only derive energy from the natural emissions of the star, whereas the energy station can convert various forms of energy. During the zenith of navigator civilization, a vacuum potential tidal station could gather energy in one day that surpassed the total energy released by all stars in the universe over an entire year. Relying solely on the stellar canopy, even if one were to imprison all the stars in the universe, it would still fall short of compensating for internal consumption, let alone balancing cosmic entropy. Crucially, utilizing superquantum signal transmission channels to connect the stellar canopy across cosmic scales to relay energy back to the core of civilization may yield returns lower than transmission losses. The concept of a universal celestial canopy was once proposed during the developmental phase of the navigator civilization and later became one of its most classic academic humorous anecdotes. Qin Jin could not help but swallow hard. His current perspective was utterly incapable of envisioning the grand tableau described by the navigators. It can only be said, truly worthy of a divine civilization. The celestial canvas of stars across the universe, humorously referred to by the navigator, reveals to Qin Jin that the navigator civilization indeed possesses such formidable power. Thus concludes the popular science. I implore the inheritors to issue today's development directives. The navigator interrupted Qin Jin's mental brainstorming. A temporary pause is warranted. Producing 100,000 solar panels will suffice. Qin Jin stated, materials excavated today must be stored. For I aspire to establish the first material collection base. The material collection base consumes 10,000 units of low-grade energy daily, converting them into 100,000 units of low-grade materials. Meanwhile, the excavators operate on a 3,000 to 10,000 ratio, with energy consumption thrice that of the base. The materials expended in constructing the base will be recouped in a single day. Currently, Qin Jin lacks energy. Once the first base is established, exponential development will follow, leading to material freedom in no time. The command has been received, and production tasks have been dispatched. After assigning the production tasks, Qin Jin gazed out the window at the excavators at work. These machines, lacking morals, dug deep pits into the ground. Upon closer inspection, the pits were teeming with bewildered zombies. Clearly, these zombies had been deliberately driven into the pits during the excavators' operations. Engineering machinery cannot deprive sentient beings of their lives. Yet it does not imply that they cannot be touched. When bystanders obstruct operations, excavators have the right to expel the hindrances. The noise of the excavators is quite low, yet they are substantial machines. Zombies are not blind. It is difficult not to notice such large entities moving about. Once a sizable number of zombies congregated near the excavators, the machines could only take coercive measures against them. What an opportunity! Qin Jin instinctively tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand. Clad in divine armor, he was qualified to plunge into the horde and unleash unparalleled might. However, just a second later, he dismissed such thoughts. It would be beneath his dignity. How could the ruler of a divine civilization personally jump into a pit to slay zombies? Navigator, recommend a large-scale area of effect weapon from the navigator civilization, something efficient, elegant, and preferably with minimal noise. Qin Jin stated. The navigator swiftly presented an option before Qin Jin. A customizable meme virus generator, an advanced area of effect damage weapon that automatically generates corresponding quantum information viruses based on input group characteristics, efficiently exterminating specified groups. Prerequisites: Information Research Institute, Biological Research Institute, Origin of Intelligent Life Research Institute, Spacetime Research Institute, Basic Quantum Effect Correction Research, Spacetime Bridge Effect Correction Research, Micro-Quantum Separation Effect Correction Research. Ahem. Do not suggest such conceptual items. I need something practical and applicable at present. Qin Jin coughed lightly. The prerequisites for the options recommended by the navigator were largely unfamiliar to him. Inheritor, this is not a conceptual weapon. It is a mature entity weapon backed by extensive practice and rich experience. The navigator corrected him. Very well, I understand. However, at this moment, it seems impossible to create such a weapon. What I mean is, simply provide me with a technological armament to eliminate those trapped zombies, Qin Jin promptly elucidated. The navigator fell silent for a brief moment. Database has been queried. It has been confirmed that there are currently no manufacturable weapons of the navigator civilization that align with the description of a successor. All right, eliminate the previous adjectives. I merely desire a powerful, silent firearm. Qin Jin lamentably gestured with his hands. The connotations of terms such as efficient, elegant, and extensive within the navigator civilization evidently diverged from his expectations. Understood. Generating research plan. Research plan has been formulated and is currently under analysis. Research completed. Portable high-energy oscillation gun. It generates high-frequency oscillations for 0.1 seconds within a 15-meter radius of the target point, causing the molecular structure of the target to disintegrate with automatic trajectory correction. Ammunition capacity, 12 rounds. Manufacturing requirements, 2,500 low-grade materials, 100 low-grade energy, 10 minutes. Each round of ammunition requires 50 low-grade materials, 1,500 low-grade energy, and takes 1 second to produce. The energy consumption of this bullet seems excessively high, Qin Jin mused quietly. A mining machine, diligently excavating for an entire day, consumes only 3,000 energy, while a mere bullet requires 1,500 points of energy. Initially, Qin Jin had only intended to create a standard handgun or perhaps a fragmentation grenade. The navigator held a rather dismissive view of gunpowder weapons, deeming them uncontrollable. In simpler terms, once manufactured, the damage radius and power were irrevocably fixed. Most critically, any gunpowder weapon carries the risk of misfire, with ammunition being prone to detonation, which the navigator deemed utterly intolerable, essentially a disregard for human life. This sentiment could be likened to a modern physician's perspective on traditional Western medicine, which resorts to only inducing vomiting and bloodletting for any ailment. Never mind, I shall heed your advice. Please manufacture an oscillation gun. Spare me the additional ammunition. Qin Jin expressed, wishing to avoid further safety lectures from the navigator. At that moment, a knock resounded at the bedroom door. Qin Jin opened it to find the timid little girl he had sheltered the previous day, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her garment. Brother, I made breakfast for you. Oh, you can cook? Qin Jin inquired, taken aback by the girl's assertion. My mother taught me, she replied softly. Qin Jin followed the girl into the living room, where a large bowl of noodles awaited on the dining table. The plain noodles were adorned with 2 slices of sausage extracted from snacks. While lacking in variety, the fact that a child could prepare such a meal was commendable. It was likely that merely igniting the stove required considerable effort. Thank you, Qin Jin smiled, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair before taking a seat at the table and indulging in the meal. To be candid, the taste was not particularly delightful. The noodles were overcooked and devoid of seasoning, rendering them rather bland. After years of consuming nutritional supplements in the primary world, Qin Jin had long ceased to be discerning about the flavor of food. The little girl stood to the side, her face adorned with a reassuring smile. After finishing her noodles, the spark of civilization successfully birthed a high-energy shotgun. Its silver-white exterior bore a striking resemblance to a conventional handgun, accompanied by a pair of glasses. These glasses functioned akin to an auto-aim attachment, assisting the main weapon in locking onto targets based on the wearer's pupil dynamics. The high-energy shotgun appeared to be a firearm, yet the projectiles it unleashed were precision-guided mini-missiles. When fired without a locked target, the bullets would travel in a straight line, detonating upon contact with the first object they encountered. Qin Jin pressed the accompanying glasses against the inside of his goggles and, after donning them once more, approached the window. Not far from the window lay a pit teeming with zombies. Activating the shotgun, a red reticle appeared in his line of sight. As Qin Jin moved, the reticle shifted accordingly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he raised the shotgun, pulling the trigger. A transparent conical projectile shot forth, tracing an arc through the air before plunging into the pit filled with zombies. In the next moment, the zombies within the pit froze, followed by a horrific eruption of flesh and blood, scattering like building blocks. All of this transpired in an instant, nearly simultaneous with Qin Jin's trigger pull. A staggering 1,500 units of energy were released in 0.1 seconds through high-frequency vibrations. The human body could not withstand such intense shocks. The very cells disintegrated. Not even reinforced concrete could endure such an onslaught without being reduced to fine dust. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Qin Jin was filled with satisfaction. The bullet speed of the portable high-energy shock pistol reached 6,000 meters per second, rendering wind resistance nearly negligible. Furthermore, it featured automatic navigation, allowing for pinpoint accuracy without any noise upon firing. The sole drawback was its exorbitant energy consumption. A single bullet expended the equivalent of a day's energy yield from 150 solar panels. However, after today, Qin Jin would hardly concern himself with such a trivial expenditure. Chapter 10. The material collection base is established, full throttle, to mine resources. Hint: by completing the slaughter task within 10 days, you have earned the Bronze Trial Medal 1. Hint: you have triggered the side quest Zombie Terminator. Side quest: Zombie Terminator objective: eliminate 1,000 ordinary zombies and 10 mutated zombies within 10 days. Reward: Bronze Trial Medal 5A. Side quest. Qin Jin's expression brightened. Completing side quests not only yielded additional rewards, but also significantly enhanced the overall evaluation of the trial. Powerful trial participants found the main tasks trivial, primarily augmenting their gains through side quests. The Bronze Trial Medal is a premium currency, surpassing trial points in value. Regarding the trial medals, the Academy has not provided any instruction on the matter. However, Qin Jin is known for his extensive social connections and is relatively well informed. He once overheard a conversation regarding this subject, which allegedly originated from a top-tier student favored by a prominent family. The purpose of the trial points is to exchange for survival supplies, standard weaponry, and various ordinary resources. In contrast, the trial medals pertain to the core extraordinary powers that humanity employs to combat apocalyptic factors. The reason that these prominent families wield such unparalleled authority is due to the immense extraordinary powers they possess. Becoming an official trial participant merely serves as a ticket to ascend to the upper echelons of society. Mastery over extraordinary powers constitutes the very essence of strength. The number of trial medals required to exchange for extraordinary powers is not insignificant. Yet, as the saying goes, even the tallest building starts from the ground. Whenever an opportunity arises, it must be seized. In addition to facilitating the exchange for extraordinary powers, trial medals can also be used to acquire items and equipment that can be brought into the trial arena, ensuring that participants do not enter empty-handed. Ordinary items cannot be taken into the trial arena. Otherwise, if everyone were issued a firearm and a pack of food prior to entering the trial, the success rate would undoubtedly soar. It is highly probable that Du Ningxuang was able to bring a handgun into the trial thanks to her trial medals. It is said that acquiring a substantial number of trial medals during the novice trials is quite challenging. However, an initial accumulation will certainly ease future trials. This task must be accomplished at all costs. The bronze trial medals must be secured. Qin Jin resolved firmly. Nevertheless, he did not feel overly anxious. There is a saying, to excel in one's work, one must first sharpen one's tools. Once he constructs sufficient navigational civilization weaponry, he will effortlessly complete this task. Upon reflection, the conditions to trigger and complete this side quest are not exceedingly difficult. At the very least, individuals of Du Ningxuang's caliber are guaranteed to obtain these medals. Among the core students, there are also many capable of achieving this. Thus, it can be concluded that the Zombie Terminator is certainly not the most prestigious side quest. With adequate strength, one can undoubtedly acquire even more trial medals during subsequent explorations. Contemplating this, Qin Jin opened the interface for the civilization seed and directed his gaze towards a construction unit. Weapon production base, low-level daily fixed consumption of 100,000 low-level energy. Additional consumption of certain low-level materials and energy to produce low-level weapons and vehicles. Construction requirements: 10 million low-level materials, 5 million low-level energy, 1005. 20 cubic meters of space, 10 hours. Special note: for the production of large-scale weapons such as aircraft carriers and railguns, additional expansion is required. The weapon production base serves as the barracks for the navigational civilization dedicated to the research and production of combat machinery. Currently, Qin Jin cannot afford the 10 million material expenditure. However, the combat machinery of the navigational civilization can be produced not only by the weapon production base, but also by the civilization seed itself. However, to achieve large-scale production, relying solely on a single production queue is insufficient for the civilization's ember. Navigator, I beseech you to recommend a combat machine that I can utilize at present. Command acknowledged. Multifunctional tri-mode drone, a fundamental reconnaissance unit, suitable for planetary surfaces, consuming 100 low-grade energy per hour in operational status. Equipped with a small laser gun with a maximum output of 500 per second and 2 small electrical pulse guns, each with a firing rate of 6 rounds per second and an output power of 100 to 1000, with a maximum ammunition capacity of 240 rounds. Manufacturing requirements: 2000 low-grade materials for 1000 low-grade energy, 30 minutes. Special note: This device requires at least one information control center for operational support. Information Control Center, small, provides informational support for up to 1,000 intelligent combat machines, consuming 1,000 low-grade energy per hour in operational status. Manufacturing requirements: 10,000 low-grade materials, 5,000 low-grade energy, 1 hour. Special note: this device is relatively fragile. A swarm of drones? Qin Jin's eyes brightened. If there was one weapon that stood out in modern warfare prior to his crossing, it was undoubtedly the drone. The drone swarm is renowned for its unparalleled tactical advantage of exchanging small for large. The drones of the Navigator civilization evidently possess even more formidable capabilities. However, unlike the inexpensive drones of his previous life, those of the Navigator exhibit considerable energy consumption. When fully operational, they can exhaust 12,500 low-grade energy in but a second. Wait a moment. The weapons of the Navigator civilization cannot all have such consumption levels, can they? Qin Jin gazed at the ember of civilization with a grimace. No, the Navigator replied. Qin Jin sighed in relief. Yet, the subsequent response from the Navigator left him feeling unsettled. The multifunctional tri-mode drone is the most basic combat unit of the Navigator civilization, typically tasked with reconnaissance and engineering assistance, representing the lowest energy consumption among combat machines. Qin Jin finally comprehended why even the Dyson spheres surrounding every star in the universe could not satiate the energy demands of the Navigator civilization. So, this is how the game is played. Despite his reluctance, Qin Jin abandoned the idea of immediately manufacturing combat machines. Today's objective is to establish the first material collection base. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the trigger being pulled echoed. Qin Jin fired 3 shots, eliminating all the zombies captured by the excavator. The progress of the side quest to eradicate ordinary zombies surged to 184. Brother. A little girl tugged gently at Qin Jin's hem from behind. Qin Jin turned around and found her gazing at him with admiration. What is it? Qin Jin smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Did you eliminate those zombies? You are quite impressive. The little girl clapped her hands in awe. After a moment, she hesitantly murmured, Can I help you defeat zombies too? Though she was young, she possessed a rudimentary understanding of firearms. In her simplistic reasoning, if shooting could eradicate zombies, then she believed she could accomplish that as well. If she could not only assist Qin Jin in preparing meals, but also aid him in vanquishing zombies, surely he would never abandon her. With a light chuckle, Qin Jin tossed the stun gun in his hand and inquired, Do you know what this is? It's a handgun, the little girl replied. Can you use it? No, I cannot. She shook her head, cautiously observing Qin Jin's expression, and quickly added, But I can learn. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How old are you this year? What is your name? Qin Jin asked with a smile. My name is Han Mingran, and in 2 months, I will turn 10. My mother said that being 10 means becoming an adult, able to bathe and sleep by oneself. A flicker of excitement crossed her face as she spoke those words. But gradually, her demeanor darkened as she continued. She could now sleep alone, yet her mother would never awaken again. 9 years old, huh? Qin Jin mused, stroking his chin. I am 10. Han Mingran corrected him. All right, 10 it is. Qin Jin smiled. Wait a moment. He then returned to the bedroom and retrieved the frost, a weapon he had confiscated from Du Ningxiang. This gun belonged to Du Ningxiang and could be taken out of the trial grounds. To avoid detection, he did not intend to carry it away. With the stun gun in hand, the frost had become obsolete at the same moment. The voice of the Navigator resounded. Within Qin Jin's field of vision, a large gray cube, its surface adorned with a honeycomb pattern of grooves, materialized before him. It was the inaugural material collection base station. Qin Jin selected a vacant plot and set down the phantom of the cube. A rush of air surged outward in all directions. The gray cube appeared out of thin air, landing in the designated open area. The honeycomb exterior shimmered with a metallic sheen. Suddenly, one of the honeycomb cells opened, and a cylindrical mechanical arm emerged, plunging into the soil of the greenbelt. Subsequently, more honeycomb grooves unfolded, and dozens of slender mechanical arms extended, piercing the earth. 100,000 units of low-grade materials each day. Qin Jin felt that the efficiency of the material collection base station was still too slow. With a daily output of 100,000, even with a fission-like production rate, it would take 8 days to develop to 128 stations, with daily production of low-grade materials only exceeding 10 million thereafter. Besides waiting for the material collection base station to gradually transform, there existed another means of acquiring low-grade materials: overload conversion. Initially, Qin Jin's method of obtaining low-grade materials involved the civilization spark converting matter into materials. Each conversion of low-grade material required 1 second and consumed 1 unit of low-grade energy. If the civilization spark dedicated an entire day solely to material conversion, it could yield over 80,000 units. The material collection base station possessed this function as well, with a conversion speed far surpassing that of the civilization spark. Under extreme operation, it could convert 100,000 units of low-grade materials in a day, with energy consumption akin to that of the civilization spark. This meant that after constructing the material collection base station, Qin Jin could spend 100,000 energy units daily to procure 100,000 materials. A single base station could consume a maximum of 101,000 energy units each day, yielding 110,000 materials. Should such a conversion operation be executed, Qin Jin, who had just reached a modest level of energy status, would be plunged back into dire poverty. Indeed, the decision to erect more solar panels proved to be prudent. Now that the first collection base station had been established, other endeavors could also commence. Navigator, produce 10 additional recommended device printers for me, and focus on manufacturing solar panels. Furthermore, command the excavators to dig relentlessly, and initiate overload conversion at the material collection base station. Chapter 11. The Overlord Qin Jin, weapon production base station completed. Unbeknownst to Qin Jin, as he positioned the material collection base station, shadows on the top floor of a nearby elevator apartment observed from above, capturing everything in their sights. Space equipment. It must be the legendary space apparatus. Who is that person clad in a black suit? The yellow machines that have been digging pits and capturing zombies these past few days are undoubtedly under his control. All the zombies in the community have been captured. Is that individual also a challenger? Perhaps. But if indeed a challenger, their background must be overwhelmingly formidable. What shall we do? Should we engage in conversation with him? Speak of nonsense. What could we possibly offer? What strength does he possess? Would he even regard us, this band of worthless beings? To refrain from eliminating us outright is already a gesture of mercy. I have heard that those prominent figures emerging from powerful families often take pleasure in hunting down other challengers during trials. Surely, that cannot be the case. If he were truly such a person, we would have met our demise long ago. Do you really believe he is unaware of the other challengers in the vicinity? I think it is prudent for us to seize the opportunity to depart while the surrounding zombies have been cleared by that individual. Indeed, we must make haste. Otherwise, should he be in a foul mood and decide to eliminate us, we would have no one to blame but ourselves. Yes, let us hurry. We must avoid drawing his attention. In recent days, due to the excavators capturing the zombies and disposing of them, the community has been almost devoid of wandering undead. This has afforded the challengers a chance to move freely. The desire for exploration among the challengers is strong, and many have forged connections and formed groups during this time. Similar dialogues to the one we had earlier have transpired among several groups. Regarding Qin Jin's conjecture, he could either be a challenger with a formidable background or a mysterious native. Whichever the case, neither is someone they can afford to provoke. Consequently, the challenger groups within the community have unanimously resolved to flee. Even those self-important elites from the academy dare not harbor ill thoughts towards Qin Jin. Within the 2 remaining floors of the apartment building, Qin Jin continually issued production commands to the spark of civilization, coordinating between materials and energy. The solar panels are constantly accumulating energy, and the material collection base is also continuously converting resources. Currently, the stock of materials and energy is limited and often runs low. Qin Jin vigilantly monitors the resource levels, judiciously expending surplus resources at opportune moments. Brother, Han Minggran sprinted towards him, clutching her small pistol. I just saw someone. Alive? Where? Qin Jin inquired immediately. Follow me. Han Minggran tugged at Qin Jin, leading him into her bedroom and pointing towards the window. Over there. Qin Jin quickly turned to the direction she indicated. Indeed, he spotted a small group of agile survivors dashing through the community. Judging by their equipment and age, they appeared to be a group of challengers. Should we call out to them? Han Minggran asked anxiously, her heart racing. She felt a tinge of fear. Each of those individuals seemed more capable than she. If Qin Jin had their assistance, would he still need her? At this juncture, Han Minggran remained terrified of being abandoned by Qin Jin. Those deemed useless are often left behind. She recalled her childhood, when her father frequently berated her mother for being worthless, for giving birth to her, a seemingly useless child. Subsequently, her father departed, leaving her and her mother behind. Not long ago, her mother too had left, leaving her all alone. If she could have been of more value, if she could have pleased her father, would he have chosen to stay? If she could be a bit more useful, if she could store a little more food, would mother not have perished? No. It's unnecessary. Qin Jin shook his head. Really? The child's expression betrayed her inner turmoil upon hearing Qin Jin's response. Han Minggran immediately displayed a flicker of joy. You seem quite pleased? Qin Jin regarded Han Minggran with a smile that was neither here nor there. I fear you might abandon me. They seem rather capable, Han Minggran pouted, responding in a low, aggrieved tone. Qin Jin paused, slightly taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. Soon, Those few trial participants dashed to the edge of the community, scaling the wall and fleeing without a backward glance. Huh, at least you know your place. Qin Jin scoffed, watching them depart. In recent days, his actions had created quite a stir. The excavators had nearly scraped away the entire surface of the community. Mechanical worker bees had even erected a canopy framework. While eliminating zombies and establishing material collection bases, he had not made any effort to conceal his activities. Any trial participants in the vicinity who were not foolish would undoubtedly have noticed his presence. Their escape was undoubtedly a sign that they regarded Qin Jin as a formidable adversary to be avoided. Clearly, this was a wise decision. Had they chosen to remain, given a few more days for Qin Jin to develop further, he would undoubtedly have cleansed the entire community, and their fate would have been to be personally dispatched from the trial grounds by him. Brother, will you abandon me? Han Mingran tugged at Qin Jin's sleeve. Her voice barely above a whisper, laced with unease. I want tea. Qin Jin ruffled the little one's hair, assuring her, you appear quite resourceful. On the 10th day of the trial, after several days of rapid advancement, the community that Qin Jin had come to inhabit had undergone a dramatic transformation. The original residential buildings had been entirely leveled, replaced by villas with silvery white exteriors standing proudly in the center of the community. The entire area was divided into 8 blocks by 3 horizontal and 1 vertical road, with 2 blocks neatly arranged with elegantly styled cubic structures. Above, a gigantic black umbrella, towering at 100 meters, enveloped the entire community, extending outward to shade the surrounding streets and buildings. In the past few days, with no zombie incursions or disturbances from other trial participants, Qin Jin had devoted himself entirely to agriculture. The number of solar panels had reached 400 watts, with 200 material collection bases and 100 energy conversion bases established. Upon completing the construction of the material collection bases, Qin Jin promptly ceased the overloading operations of the material bases, no longer utilizing energy to accelerate material conversion. The daily material output from the 200 collection bases had reached 2 million units, yet Qin Jin's rapid development had hit a bottleneck. It was not that he could not construct more bases, but rather that he could not gather additional materials. The collection radius of the material bases was 100 kilometers. At a collection rate of millions of units per day, the buildings on the ground simply could not provide sufficient raw materials. A 20-story apartment building, when completely leveled, could only yield approximately 100,000 units of low-grade materials. Currently, the robotic arms of the material collection stations are all deeply embedded underground, operating within the rocky strata. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, only 200 material collection stations can be accommodated. Otherwise, a rapid loss of substantial resources could lead to the collapse of geological structures. To establish additional material collection stations, it is imperative to venture further afield or delve deeper underground. At this stage, he is unable to operate beyond 50 kilometers or descend 100 kilometers underground. The daily energy income stands at 0.5 units, while the daily material income is at 0.2 units, which is sufficient for the time being. It is high time to assemble a military force. Qin Jin gazed at the steadily rising resource figures on the control panel of the civilization Spark. Time slipped away, second by second. As the low-level materials reached 10 million, he promptly commanded, Navigator, construct a weapon production station. The order was received, construction commenced. With an estimated time of completion, 10 hours. 10 hours later, a colossal dark blue rectangular structure was completed, the sudden displacement of air creating a circular shockwave. Surrounding trees were blown askew. Due to the immense size of the weapon station, the edifice filled a vacant space in the grid and extended outward, severing the street beyond the community. Naturally, this area had been meticulously leveled by Qin Jin long ago. The weapon production station bears a resemblance to the Allied vehicle factory in the game Command Conquer, Red Alert. The side facades are enclosed, while the front and rear boast 4 10-meter wide and 5-meter high hatches, with 2 40-meter wide square hatches atop. The weapon production station houses 10 production lines, allowing for the simultaneous production of 10 units. The first task is to construct a tri-mode multifunctional small drone combat group. Upon the completion of the weapon station, Qin Jin immediately instructed, commence production. The order was acknowledged, and the production lines of the weapon station were established, now in operation. A drone combat group comprises 1,000 drones and a small intelligent control center, consuming 200 W of low-level materials and 400 W of low-level energy. Initially, the materials were depleted during the construction of the weapon station. However, during the 10-hour wait for its completion, Qin Jin's resource ledger swelled by an additional 800 W of low-level materials, a testament to the collective effort of the 200 collection stations. Nearby, mechanical worker bees tirelessly labored to construct new supports for the solar panel canopy. While the material collection stations cannot continue to be built, the 150 recommended equipment printers produce 100W of stellar energy collection devices daily, which are promptly deployed. Although 5,000W of low-level energy seems substantial, it is, in fact, barely adequate. Once the 1,000 tri-mode multifunctional small drones are produced, resources will become even more constrained. The laser guns mounted on the small drones have a maximum output of 500, consuming 500 energy points per second. A small drone's laser weapon, when operating at full power for an entire day, would expend a staggering 4,000W of energy. However, it is impractical for the laser weapon to sustain such output for that duration. Typically, the laser mounted on drones is employed primarily for cutting tasks rather than offensive actions, with an output power rarely reaching 500W. High-powered lasers are generally utilized for brief, targeted bursts, with durations ranging from 0.01 seconds to 0.1 seconds. If the maximum power were to be utilized, the drone would be obliterated within a minute. Nonetheless, Qin Jin cannot refute the fact that a single laser weapon could deplete his entire day's energy income. Consequently, the expansion of the protective canopy continues unabated. Given his current sphere of control, the production rate of the canopy stands at 100 square meters per day. As resources become more abundant and his control area expands, the speed of canopy production will undoubtedly increase further. Chapter 12. The drone takes flight. Long-tongued mutant zombie bang, bang, bang. The sporadic sounds of gunfire echoed through the air. Soon, a small figure rushed over, breathless, and came to a halt before Qin Jin. Brother, I did it. I hit the target, Han Mingran exclaimed, her small face flushed with excitement. Oh, you succeeded? Remarkable. Qin Jin smiled and affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. Over the past few days, Han Mingran had become proficient with the firearm. Initially, firing a single shot would leave her arm numb, yet now she could fire several shots without a hint of hesitation. Qin Jin was genuinely astonished. The kinetic energy of the condensation frost bullet was immense, nearly double that of a 92 style 9mm police pistol, resulting in substantial recoil. For a 10-year-old girl, even with a bit of physical maturity, maintaining stability while firing such a weapon would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Yet, she had indeed accomplished it. To assess the girl's potential, Qin Jin set up a fixed target at a distance of 10 meters. He had erected the target just the day before, and to his surprise, she was able to hit it today. Even accounting for a degree of luck and the fact that her shots were still a distance from the bullseye, it was more than enough to attest to her exceptional skill. Hey brother, what is this for? Han Mingran inquired curiously, gazing at the enormous weapons production base. In recent days, Qin Jin had frequently constructed buildings, and within the transformed community, there were often new and unfamiliar objects, so she had grown accustomed to such sights. However, the sheer size of this was something she had never encountered before. This is my armory, Qin Jin replied with a slight smile. Do you know about aircraft, tanks, and cannons? I can create them all. How impressive. Han Mingran's mouth formed an astonished O. All right, let's not dwell on that. Can you still shoot? Qin Jin asked. Yes, I can. Han Mingran nodded obediently. Come on, let me see you shoot a few more rounds. Qin Jin took her hand and led her toward the shooting range. As it turned out, the little one indeed possessed remarkable talent. In the subsequent 6 rounds, she managed to hit the target once more. However, her physical limits had been reached. Her arms began to tremble, rendering her unable to steady her firearm. After imparting a theoretical lesson to Han Mingran, Qin Jin returned to the vicinity of the weapons production base. At that moment, the Information Control Center had just completed its production. A hatch on the front facade of the weapons production base opened slightly, and a small vehicle, measuring over a meter in length and half a meter in height, emerged flatly. Esteemed leader of civilization, the Small Information Control Center number 1 is at your service. Please issue the task directives. A mechanical voice emanated from the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the top of the vehicle rapidly unfolded before Qin Jin, raising 6 broad display screens. The Information Control Center was designed to gather and analyze data, subsequently issuing commands to the mechanical units connected to it based on the information received. The creations of the navigators were equipped with intelligent modules capable of performing situational analyses. However, individual units could not make the most effective assessments of the larger picture. The Information Control Center served as the command system for these mechanical units, orchestrating the overall strategy and delivering optimal directives to each unit. Moreover, the Information Control Center could function as a standard computer, allowing for recreational activities such as gaming. Upon leaving the factory, 18 versatile multifunctional drones had also been produced. These drones bore a striking resemblance to none Qin Jin had encountered in his past life. Their main body was a basketball-sized silver sphere, from which 8 mechanical arms extended to connect to propellers. When necessary, the shell would open to reveal weapon modules. The silver spherical casing was, in fact, the drone's armor, possessing formidable defensive capabilities capable of withstanding direct hits from large-caliber artillery. Qin Jin immediately connected the 18 completed multifunctional drones to the information control center. Activate the drones. Conduct reconnaissance of the terrain surrounding the base. As you command. The 18 drones ascended into the sky, swiftly gaining altitude. The screens on the information control center vehicle displayed the scenes captured by the drones in the air. From the footage, it was apparent that the community in which Qin Jin resided was located on the outskirts of a vast city, akin to the roots of a tree. Due to the considerable distance from the city center, zombies were relatively sparse. As one approached the city, the density of zombies increased. The street where the navigator base was situated featured only a few scattered shops. Approximately 2 kilometers from the base, there was a large commercial plaza. Qin Jin commanded one of the drones to continue climbing, finally obtaining a panoramic view of the city. It was a highly developed metropolis, with a central district exceeding 30 kilometers in diameter and the outer ring road approaching 100 kilometers. Surrounding the main urban area were 7 small satellite cities, distributed within the outer ring. The entire city was characterized by a landscape of plains and hills situated inland. He ordered the drones to patrol and map the city. Qin Jin commanded that all drones produced henceforth would prioritize this particular task. Understood, esteemed leader of civilization, came the response. By the way, allocate a drone to eliminate the zombies surrounding the base, Qin Jin instructed. The combat directive was received, and a drone lowered its flight altitude, hovering above the streets adjacent to the base. The silvery spherical shell of the drone cracked open, revealing a metallic tube approximately 20 centimeters in length, tapering at the end. Beams of searing rainbow light shot forth from the tube's tip. The wandering zombies, one after another, dropped to the ground, their heads emitting dark plumes of smoke. What remarkable efficiency! Qin Jin exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face. The laser gun's explosive energy could vaporize a zombie's brain in an instant. It could eliminate at least 1 zombie per second, and that was considering the time spent adjusting the shooting angle. The energy consumed to take down a single zombie was merely around 5 units, a significant saving compared to the high-frequency vibration gun in Qin Jin's possession. With each successive burst from the laser gun, the progress of Qin Jin's secondary mission soared rapidly. Wait, halt! Suddenly, Qin Jin spotted on the control center's screen 5 survivors, organized in a formation, engaged in combat with a horde of zombies in a narrow alley. They were clad in thick cotton clothing, with wooden and metal scraps strapped to their arms and legs. 2 individuals wielded fire axes, while the other 3 brandished makeshift spears fashioned from kitchen knives. The 5 worked in perfect harmony, advancing and retreating, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Oh, renowned figures indeed, Qin Jin remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. These 5 were top-tier students from the core circle of the Trial Academy. Although they were unaware of Qin Jin, he had researched them. It seemed that the trialists had become quite adept at dispatching zombies. Such a team, of this caliber, indeed had a substantial probability of succeeding in the trials. At that moment, Qin Jin's attention was drawn to a peculiar figure at the rear of the zombie horde, a being clad in black, hooded, and moving on all 4s. Was this an agile zombie? On the very first day in the trial grounds, a hapless individual had attempted to scale a wall only to be dealt with by an agile zombie. Qin Jin recalled that one of the conditions for completing his secondary mission was to eliminate 10 mutated zombies. However, he did not rush into action. Instead, he wore an expression of intrigue. Sure enough, it was not long before the agile zombie made its move. One trialist, wielding a fire axe, was caught off guard and seized by a zombie. In response, another fire axe-wielding trialist and 2 spear-wielding trialists immediately intervened to intercept the other zombies. Meanwhile, the remaining spear-wielding trialist thrust his weapon into the chest of the zombie that had grabbed his comrade. For these 5 skilled trialists, such a scenario was hardly a crisis. It was merely a minor incident. Engaging in close combat with zombies inevitably led to moments of entanglement. However, this time was distinctly different. As the spear wielder had just dispatched a zombie and had yet to retract his weapon, a shadow suddenly leaped from the throng of the undead, tackling him to the ground. A pair of forepaws, adorned with sharp, elongated claws, relentlessly raked at the spear wielder's chest. The thick cotton jacket quickly succumbed to the assault, shredding into tatters. The firefighter axe wielder, having just extricated himself from the clutches of the zombies, was momentarily taken aback by this scene. He swiftly raised his axe with both hands, aiming for the head of the agile zombie. Oblivious to the impending threat, the agile zombie continued its assault on the pinned spear wielder. Is that all you've got? Qin Jin raised an eyebrow. Although the agile zombie was remarkably swift, its strength was somewhat lacking. It could catch someone off guard and pin them down, yet it lacked the capacity to deliver a swift kill. With a companion at his side, one would have little to fear from the agile zombie. Just as Qin Jin believed the agile zombie was about to seal its victim's fate, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the second-floor balcony of a nearby residential building, a crimson line suddenly shot forth, striking the axe wielder's arm with tremendous force, twisting it, and causing the axe to clatter to the ground. After dislodging the axe, the red line coiled around the wielder's arm, yanking him off the ground. Terror etched on his face, the wielder struck at the red line with his other arm. But it proved to be remarkably resilient. He could not sever it by sheer force, and could only watch helplessly as he was hoisted higher. What on earth is this? Qin Jin, seated before the intelligence control center screen, was taken aback and quickly instructed the drone to adjust its focus. As the lens zoomed in, he discerned that the red line was a strip, 4 to 5 centimeters wide and 1 centimeter thick, its surface dotted with irregular, lumpy excrescences. The source of this strip plunged into the mouth of a zombie perched on the second-floor balcony. This zombie was tall and gaunt, its body covered in bulging, pus-filled growths. The red strip was, unmistakably, the tongue of this grotesque creature. Upon seeing this zombie, Qin Jin was immediately reminded of the diary he had discovered in the original occupant's bedroom upon entering the trial. This was the long-tongued zombie mentioned in the original's notes. These two mutated zombies were evidently working in concert. The behaviors of the long-tongued and agile zombies were starkly different from those of ordinary zombies. While ordinary zombies merely lunged and howled, the mutated ones exhibited a degree of intelligence. The previous tactics employed by the agile zombie, which used the horde as cover while it lurked to find an opportunity, alongside the long-tongued zombie's diversionary tactics to facilitate an attack, clearly indicated a notable level of cunning. What remained unclear was whether these two zombies had inadvertently orchestrated this elaborate hunt or if it was a calculated collaboration. If it were the latter, the trial participants would indeed face significant peril. Nevertheless, all of this held little consequence for Qin Jin. No matter how cunning the mutated zombies may be, they inevitably meet their demise in the face of his mechanical onslaught. Chapter 13. The Gaze of the Zombie Lord. The planetary obliteration cannon is on the agenda. Within mere moments of being controlled by the zombies, the two challengers were overwhelmed by the horde, completely engulfed. The remaining 3 challengers could only watch helplessly as their comrades were besieged by the undead, rendered powerless. Though they possessed the courage to hunt the zombie swarms, they relied on the agility of the challengers and their superior intellect over the zombies. To confront dozens of zombies head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Realizing that rescue was futile, and with the encroaching zombies blocking their path to the controlled challengers, the 3 survivors hastily turned to flee. At that moment, they dared not pursue the hunt any longer. Their sole desire was to preserve their own lives. Eliminate them. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Jin lost interest and issued a direct command to the intelligence control center. The drone, which had merely served as a recording tool, revealed its true nature as its surface cracked open to deploy a laser gun. With a flash of brilliance from the gun's muzzle, the 3 challengers were engulfed in darkness. Losing consciousness in an instant, Qin Jin's expression momentarily faltered. I meant the zombies, but that is close enough. Oh, and do eliminate those zombies as well. Although his earlier command did not pertain to the challengers, he had no intention of showing them mercy. Following Qin Jin's directive, an additional barrel extended from the drone's laser gun. A few transparent, conical projectiles were launched, pausing the advancing horde that surged towards the 3 challengers' bodies, as well as the swarm encircling the 2 survivors controlled by the mutated zombies. In an instant, they were reduced to mere flesh and bone, scattered across the ground. Dozens of ordinary zombies, along with the 2 mutated ones, were transformed into the completion of Qin Jin's side quest. Why employ shock grenades? Qin Jin frowned, finding it excessively wasteful. Utilizing the laser gun to eliminate a single zombie required only 5 energy points. The previous horde, totaling less than 100, could have been dispatched with a maximum of 500 energy points. Instead, the drone had unleashed 4 shock grenades, incurring a loss of several thousand energy points. While Qin Jin was not particularly concerned about the loss of those thousands of points, the sheer number of drones would render such extravagance untenable. Esteemed leader, the Small Intelligence Control Center number 1 interjected. According to our calculations, using the laser gun to eliminate all zombies would require at least 425 units of low-tier energy. The 4 shock grenades consumed a total of 400 energy, thus not resulting in waste. Considering the single-point killing mode of the laser gun, the time cost would be even higher. Therefore, shock grenades are the most cost-effective extermination method. For 100 points? Qin Jin pondered for a moment, then recalled that the shotgun carried by the drone could adjust its single-shot power between 100 and 1000. The shock grenades just deployed must have utilized the minimum power setting. Leader, if you prefer the use of a single-point laser gun, I shall adjust my subsequent operational protocols. Stated Control Center number 1. No, that will not be necessary, Qin Jin replied, shaking his head. Your previous decision was indeed correct. The primary principle is to eliminate targets with maximum efficiency and minimal expenditure. As you command, leader. The weapon production base operated at full capacity, churning out 20 trimodal multifunctional drones every hour. Half of these newly minted drones were assigned the task of mapping the city, while the other half joined the ranks to exterminate the surrounding zombies. The undead stood no chance against the aerial assault. During the eradication of the zombies, the drone battalion encountered two new types of mutated zombies. One was a power variant, possessing a more robust physique than its counterparts, capable of effortlessly lifting and hurling smooth stone blocks weighing 70 to 80 kilograms. This level of strength was beyond even the most elite special forces operatives, who, despite being able to carry weights of 30 to 40 kilograms over several kilometers, could not wield such heavy stones as projectiles. The other type was a seemingly frail and unsteady creature, yet it was a corpulent zombie filled with highly corrosive substances. Its distended belly contained unstable high-pressure gases, which would explode upon being attacked, sending corrosive acid spraying over 10 meters, easily capable of melting steel. The drones noticed the corpulent zombie when 3 trialists mistakenly targeted it, believing it to be an ordinary zombie. The fate of these 3 trialists was all but certain. Finally, Qin Jin could no longer bear to watch, and ordered the drones to put them out of their misery. Among the various mutated zombies, only the corpulent zombie posed a significant threat to Qin Jin. The low-grade materials of the Navigator civilization are a collective term, which, once fashioned into tangible objects, are classified into categories. Common materials such as plastics and metals can be derived from these low-grade substances. However, the quantity of low-grade materials consumed varies depending on the type of object produced. A drone the size of a basketball requires 2,000 units of low-grade materials, while a 100-meter-high sky canopy support consumes merely 5 to 6,000 units. The strength of the sky canopy support is significantly weaker than that of the drone's shell, comparable to ordinary steel. If a corpulent zombie were to explode within the support structure, it could potentially corrode the base and cause a collapse. Having witnessed the formidable power of the corpulent zombie, Qin Jin promptly ordered the drones to patrol beneath the sky canopy structure, ready to eliminate any corpulent zombies encountered. As dusk approached, the dispatched drones returned, having completed their city mapping mission. Henceforth, Qin Jin possessed a Doomsday version of an advanced map, detailed enough to locate specific house numbers. In the final moments before sunset, through the tireless efforts of the drone swarm, they successfully located another mutated zombie. As a laser beam shot forth, Qin Jin's side mission was declared complete. You have successfully completed the side mission Zombie Terminator, earning yourself 5 bronze trial medals. Due to your accomplishment of the Zombie Terminator 10 days prior to the trial, you have triggered the hidden side mission The Gaze of the Zombie Lord, which is passively activated and cannot be declined. Hidden side mission, The Gaze of the Zombie Lord. Mission Objective 1. Survive until the trial concludes. Mission Objective 2. Eliminate the Zombie Lord. Mission rewards. Successfully surviving until the trial's end grants you 10 bronze trial medals. Successfully slaying a Zombie Lord awards you 100 bronze trial medals. The mission objectives are calculated separately, and rewards are cumulative, with no penalties for failure. What bountiful rewards! Qin Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, such generous rewards also herald extreme danger. Surviving until the trial concludes is an essential primary mission. The content of the primary mission overlaps with the side mission, and coupled with the ominous name of the side mission, it is easy to deduce that the emergence of this side mission will significantly heighten the difficulty of the primary task. Qin Jin surmised that his rampant slaughter of zombies had drawn the attention of a high-ranking mutated zombie. This zombie lord would undoubtedly target him in the forthcoming period. As for the drone's kills, Qin Jin was certain that the Doomsday Trial had informed the zombie lord of his actions. Moreover, the task of eliminating the zombie lord provided Qin Jin with substantial insights. Firstly, the difficulty of slaying the zombie lord must be exceedingly high. Otherwise, such a generous reward of 100 bronze medals would not be bestowed. Based on the previous side missions, hunting 1,000 ordinary zombies plus 10 mutated ones yielded a reward of 5 bronze medals. This implies that the challenge of defeating the zombie lord could be equivalent to, or even surpass the daunting task of hunting 20,000 ordinary zombies alongside 200 mutated zombies. Secondly, the term zombie lord is preceded by a quantifier, indicating that there is more than one. The cumulative nature of the rewards suggests that for each zombie lord slain, one would receive 100 bronze medals. Qin Jin could easily deduce his current predicament. Agile zombies, powerful zombies, tongue zombies, and other mutated varieties possess a degree of intelligence. Consequently, the zombie lords, being high-level mutations, are likely endowed with even greater intellect. These highly intelligent zombie lords could potentially communicate with one another, Now that one zombie lord has taken notice of him and is preparing to hunt him down, should he manage to turn the tables and slay this zombie lord, it would surely attract the attention of even more zombie lords, leading them to launch an assault against him. This is exhilarating. For other trialists, a zombie lord may spell doom, but for Qin Jin, is this not a windfall from the heavens? You proclaim yourself a lord. Surely you possess some remarkable abilities. Do you not? I must inquire, how many heavy assault synthesis battalions do you command? How many Dongfeng 41 missiles do you possess? And how many Jiotian drones? What? None at all. Do you know who I am? I am the angel dispatched by the Almighty himself to guide you. My friend, your time has come. It is time to embark on your journey. However, what manner of zombie lord are we contending with? The drone combat group, while mapping the urban landscape, has found no formidable adversary among the zombies. This suggests that the zombie lord either conceals itself within the edifices or resembles ordinary zombies in appearance. To deploy drones for a precise decapitation strike appears rather arduous. We must wait passively for the zombie lord to reveal itself. If my advancement is swift enough to elevate the navigator civilization to a formidable level within 30 days, and ultimately obliterate that small sphere with a final volley from the annihilation cannon, would that not mean that every zombie lord on this planet counts as a trophy for me? At this thought, the tears of frustration nearly escaped the corners of my mouth. Navigator, recommend to me a weapon that aligns closely with my current developmental progress. One capable of utterly shattering a planet. A suitable unit has been filtered according to the requirements of the inheritor. A production option is presented before Qin Jin. Meteor-class space battleship, an archaic vessel from the old space era, designed to shatter planets for resource collection, possessing minimal combat capabilities in space. Powered by dual medium energy conversion engines, it has low-speed curvature navigation capabilities but cannot erase the curvature deadline autonomously. It is equipped with a single 15P caliber core-shattering cannon, 10.05P caliber laser cannons, and 20.002 5P caliber shockwave cannons, lacking the ability for faster-than-light strikes. Armor thickness measures 67 units, devoid of energy shields. Manufacturing requirements. Intermediate weapon production base. Curvature adaptability research. Energy detonation adaptability research. Gravitational field adaptability research. Ahem. This demand seems somewhat excessive. Let us consider alternatives, such as a planetary orbital cannon. Surely, that can be produced by a low-level base, correct? Chapter 14. Electromagnetic Railgun. Delivery drones. The low-level technology of the navigator civilization is capable of producing units that operate within the stellar system, with the highest capability of creating spacecraft that can traverse at sublight speeds. This is roughly equivalent to the technological level of the Trisolarans in the novel The Three-Body Problem. However, the low-level technology of the navigator does not possess the capability for dimensional unfolding, which falls under the realm of advanced technology. If Qin Jin wishes to manufacture a super detector akin to the Sun of Wisdom, he must first elevate the technology tree to an advanced level. As for the two-dimensional foil, such a weapon also belongs to the advanced technology category. In the evaluation system of the navigator, the technology level of the two-dimensional foil is considered inferior to that of the Sun of Wisdom. The orbital cannon intended for ground clearing can currently be constructed, though additional supporting facilities are required. Defender orbital laser cannon, primarily utilized for near-Earth defense of administrative stars within safe zones. Capable of incinerating most large space debris and executing air-to-ground strikes. Firing power ranges from 200W to 4000W. Manufacturing requirements. 300W of basic materials, 100W of basic energy, 24 hours. Defender orbital electromagnetic cannon, primarily utilized for near-Earth defense in administrative zones, capable of shattering most small asteroids and comets, and also executing ground strikes. Single-shot power ranges from 1000W to 5000W, with a maximum ammunition capacity of 24 rounds. Manufacturing requirements. 500W of basic materials, 500W of basic energy, 24 hours. Single projectile, 50W of basic materials, 10W of basic energy, 1 hour. Rescuer orbital particle cannon, a high-energy particle cannon dedicated to ground strikes. Capable of accurately targeting any ground unit. Single-shot power ranges from 10W to 1000W, with a maximum ammunition capacity of 2000 rounds. Manufacturing requirements. 1000W of basic materials, 1200W of basic energy, 48 hours. Single projectile, 1W of basic materials, 100W of basic energy, 30 minutes. These three types of orbital cannons are the most aligned with Qin Jin's requirements, being both economical and possessing the capability of area denial. An upgrade to the weapon production base station is necessary, transforming the basic weapon production base into an expanded model for manufacturing purposes. However, to deploy these weapons, A prerequisite is the establishment of a near-Earth satellite launch platform. Progress must be methodical. The dream of orbital cannon area denial must be realized step by step. Upgrading the weapon base station to the expanded model requires 5,000 W of basic materials and 15 E of basic energy. Constructing the satellite launch platform necessitates 2,000 W of basic materials and 2,500 W of basic energy. Both are currently beyond the means of construction. To fulfill the dream of orbital cannon area denial and harvest the entirety of the trial grounds, additional resources are essential. Navigator, construct another weapon production base station. Commanded Qin Jin. Furthermore, all drones, except those assigned to surveillance duties, are to be activated to eliminate surrounding zombies, with a particular focus on the more corpulent specimens that must be eradicated. During the upgrade of the weapon base station, it cannot be utilized. Additionally, the production speed of a single weapon base station is insufficient to meet Qin Jin's demands. Only 20 days remain for this trial. Every second is of the essence. He also requires suitable vehicles to transport him to a forward base 50 kilometers away to establish additional material collection stations. The area of operations must continue to expand. The energy consumption of the orbital cannon is significant. At the current rate of energy collection, sustaining the demands of the orbital cannon's area denial is untenable. Orders have been received, and a production queue has been established. Commands have been relayed to the Small Information Control Center No. 1. In the central base, within a silvery villa, Han Mingyuan has prepared dinner for Qin Jin. The young one can cook, though her skills are modest and with limited ingredients available. Qin Jin has had to subsist on snacks for the past few days. Qin Jin gazes at the humble dinner, lost in contemplation. One of the criteria for the main task of surviving 30 days is the quality of life. In these 30 days, the pleasures of eating, drinking, and entertainment will undoubtedly influence the evaluation. If Han Mingyuan lacks any recreational attributes during the apocalyptic trial, it would mean she has not indulged in any form of amusement. Although she believes that caring for a young girl in such a perilous environment is indeed a form of extravagant luxury, maintaining a lackluster diet could potentially mar her final assessment. Brother, have I done something wrong? Han Mingyuan observed Qin Jin's somber expression, her heart brimming with anxiety. After spending some time together, her disposition had brightened somewhat, yet she remained timid. No, Qin Jin shook his head. I was merely contemplating how monotonous and bland our daily meals have become. Han Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback, her chopsticks clattering onto the table, her eyes swiftly glazing over with tears. Panic-stricken, she approached Qin Jin, lowering her head and murmuring, "I'm sorry, brother. It's my fault for not providing you with delicious meals. I will strive to improve. I promise to learn how to cook. How could I possibly blame you?" Qin Jin chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. There is hardly anything edible here. When the trial commenced, the apocalypse had already descended upon the testing grounds for over 10 days, and the power had been out for quite some time. Fresh produce, aside from storable items like potatoes, had mostly spoiled and gone to waste. The remaining food was preserved only due to the lower temperatures. Even in the depths of winter, few would dare consume fresh fruits and vegetables that had been left unattended for over 10 days. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Even if Han Mingyuan were a culinary prodigy, she could not provide Qin Jin with a satisfying meal. "All right, let us go out and find something delicious," Qin Jin said, pulling Han Mingyuan out the door. Reluctantly, she glanced back at the rice and snacks on the table, well aware of the value of food from her experience with hunger. However, her reluctance was soon eclipsed by excitement. Qin Jin was taking her out. She hadn't ventured outside in a month. She had practiced with her firearm for a long time and had yet to fire a shot at a zombie. She yearned to prove to Qin Jin that she could handle the undead. Unfortunately, Han Mingyuan's aspirations were ultimately dashed. Qin Jin did not lead her out of the base. Instead, they arrived at the Small Intelligent Control Center No. 1. "Is this a computer?" Han Mingyuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the pop-up display. "Are we going to order takeout using the computer?" Qin Jin's lips twitched. It seemed that the relentless delivery drivers had indeed left many with an impression of being omnipotent. Even in the apocalypse, people still thought of ordering takeout. "Brother, I want ice cream and steak rice," Han Mingyuan exclaimed joyfully. "I have money." With that, the little one dashed into the room and emerged with a white porcelain fortune cat. "Brother, look, this is my savings. There is so much." Qin Jin replied, "All right. If there is enough, I will buy it back for you." At the control center, he instructed, "Send me 4 drones." Just then, the hatch of the weapon base opened, and 10 versatile multifunctional drones emerged, 4 of which hovered before Qin Jin. "Drones! Drones! Brother, are these the delivery drones?" Han Mingyuan exclaimed joyfully, clapping her little hands and excitedly pointing at the drones in the sky. "Sort of," Qin Jin replied with a slight twitch of his mouth. Once the drones were connected, Han Mingyuan saw her own image on the screen at the control center, and curiously waved her little hand at the drones above. She watched her reflection on the screen. Thoroughly entertained, Qin Jin directed the 4 small drones, sending 2 to a commercial plaza 2 kilometers away, while the other 2 headed towards a farmer's market 7 kilometers distant. Both locations boasted cold storage, which should preserve some fresh food. The large supermarket within the commercial plaza would also offer a wider variety of food items, and perhaps a few comfortable and attractive clothing pieces as well. The multifunctional small drones excelled in versatility. While none of their features were top tier, they possessed a bit of everything. Each drone had a standard payload capacity of 1 ton, with a maximum capacity of 15 tons. Their slender mechanical arms were even more agile than human hands, making tasks such as selecting and packaging goods a breeze. From the outset, Qin Jin never intended to venture out himself in search of supplies. If he had to undertake such trivial matters personally, then the advancements of the navigator civilization would indeed be in vain. The unladen multifunctional drones could fly at remarkable speeds, reaching a maximum velocity of 2 Mach under optimal conditions. The journey from the base to the commercial plaza took merely seconds. Look, the drone has arrived at Hongda Plaza. Han Minggran clapped her hands, gleefully exclaiming. Qin Jin maneuvered the drone to a height visible to the average person and smiled. Today, I'll take you on a tour of Hongda Plaza. Just tell me what you like, and I'll bring it back for you, all right? But I don't have that much money, the little girl said glumly, gazing at her piggy bank. She desired many things, but considering her limited savings, she felt it prudent not to splurge. In truth, she had been saving for a long time before the apocalypse, hoping to purchase something special. But when she finally had enough, she found herself unable to go outside. Sighing softly, Qin Jin shook his head and said, "Now, no one will ask you for money anymore. But I still want to pay." The little girl insisted stubbornly. "Mom said you shouldn't take things from others without paying." "Your mother's words no longer hold weight," Qin Jin scoffed coldly. "She is gone forever and will never return. Don't you understand?" The little girl stood frozen, her bright eyes beginning to glisten with tears. Qin Jin furrowed his brows and sternly admonished, "No crying. What good does it do?" Han Minggran immediately fell silent. The tears that threatened to spill held back with great effort, her small mouth pouting in a display of grievance as she gazed at Qin Jin. He looked into her eyes and earnestly declared, "Only the ineffectual linger in the past. Do you understand? The strong always confront reality, bending it to their will." Chapter 15. The Joy of Free Shopping. Survivors in the supermarket. Han Minggran lowered her head, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, Qin Jin skillfully maneuvered the drone, guiding it from the rooftop into the mall, wandering about like an ordinary shopper. When was the last time he visited a mall? It felt like a lifetime ago. However, unlike in the past when shopping required payment, now it was possible to acquire items at no cost. Whatever caught Qin Jin's eye was promptly packaged by the drone. 2 drones were at his disposal. One served as his eyes, while the other acted as his hands. "Brother, I want that." Han Minggran's timid voice chimed in. At that moment, the drone happened to pass by a children's clothing store. Qin Jin glanced at her, directing the drone to enter the shop. "That one." Han Minggran pointed to a pale yellow dress displayed on the screen. "All right." Qin Jin nodded, commanding the drone to package the children's attire. "And that, and that, and that." Han Minggran eagerly pointed out several more expensive garments. "Are you not worried about running out of money?" Qin Jin asked with a smirk. "Not at all." Han Minggran shook her head. "No one is collecting money, so I can take whatever I want. Right, brother?" "Indeed," Qin Jin replied with a smile. "Even if someone were to ask for payment, possessing sufficient strength allows you to take what you desire. In fact, money is a form of power, once referred to as financial strength. Regardless of the type of power, if it is strong enough, you can acquire whatever you wish." "Then I want more." A spark of excitement ignited in Han Minggran's beautiful eyes. "I want that, and this one. Ha ha ha, very well." Qin Jin chuckled, continuously directing the drone to package an array of lovely clothes for Han Minggran. Upon exiting the children's store, the drone responsible for carrying the goods was laden with a hefty haul. The weight of the clothing was not sufficient to push the drone to its limits. Yet Qin Jin opted to have it return home. Before long, the small drone, brimming with spoils, returned and unloaded the packages before Qin Jin. The little one eagerly tore open the parcel, pulling out a dress and gleefully holding it up against herself, before racing back into the house to change. "Brother, do I look pretty?" Han Minggran twirled in front of Qin Jin, donning her new dress, though her hair was unkempt from neglect, rendering her less than adorable. Qin Jin still nodded with a smile. Next, the natural course was to continue shopping, regardless of necessity. Anything that caught the eye was promptly dispatched for packaging by the drone. Soon, the drone descended to the lowest level. On the second and first floors of the commercial plaza, there stood a large supermarket, a prime focus of Qin Jin's attention. Within the supermarket, one could always find a plethora of non-perishable food items. The grand entrance outside remained securely shut, prompting Qin Jin to command the drone to breach an opening in the door. As the drone ventured into the food section of the supermarket, the scene that unfolded before Qin Jin left him momentarily startled. Within the supermarket, a considerable group of survivors, numbering in the dozens, was present, visibly divided into two distinct factions, each exhibiting a wary demeanor towards the other, creating an atmosphere rife with tension. Survivors? This assembly comprised men and women of various ages, clearly not trial participants. Aside from Han Mengran, it was Qin Jin's first encounter with indigenous survivors, likely due to the fact that most survivors in his vicinity had been supplanted by trial participants. One faction was led by two middle-aged men clad in police uniforms, armed with handguns. Aside from 5 young men, their ranks included primarily the elderly, women, and children. Conversely, the opposing faction was spearheaded by 3 tattooed, muscular men wielding machetes, predominantly comprising adult males even if she were but a tiny speck. She was acutely aware of her own combat prowess, which was certainly no match for an adult man. Thus, power is relative. When wielding strength unchecked, one must also contemplate the repercussions. Qin Jin valued the importance of guidance. Moreover, he continued, the sound of gunfire would inevitably attract the undead. If 3 villains were slain, yet a multitude of zombies were summoned, all the individuals in the supermarket would meet their demise, rendering any efforts to protect them futile. Therefore, it would be wiser to refrain from firing and maintain a semblance of deterrence, wouldn't it? Protection? The little one looked up, puzzled. Why should I protect them? You're firing your weapon. Aren't you doing it to safeguard them? Qin Jin pointed incredulously at the elderly and vulnerable behind the officer. Certainly not. Han Mengran replied emphatically. They are useless beings, merely consuming resources and contributing nothing. Why should I protect them? Then why do you wish to shoot those 3 individuals? Because they appear to be wicked. I want to eliminate the wicked. Han Mengran displayed a fervent disdain for evil. Qin Jin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed. You speak the truth. They are villains, thus they must be exterminated. With a firearm in your hand. Whoever you deem a villain is indeed a villain. Han Mengran, perplexed yet seemingly understanding, nodded slowly. Qin Jin held little interest in the disputes among survivors. He maneuvered the drone away to survey the supermarket's interior. Most of the food had been congregated in 2 corners, presumably belonging to the opposing factions. At this juncture, little remained of the supplies. Surely, this visit would not be in vain. Supermarkets typically have storage for timely restocking, though its location was uncertain. A simple inquiry would suffice to uncover it. Qin Jin piloted the drone above the heads of the 2 confrontational groups. At that moment, their conflict had reached a boiling point, and the situation appeared to spiral out of control. Come on, come and kill me. A tattooed brute stepped forward, looming over an officer with a menacing glare. Don't think I'm oblivious. You 2 have only 5 or 6 bullets between you. If you dare, in me. I have plenty of brothers who aren't weaklings. Another tattooed man approached, pressing his chest against an officer's firearm, grinning maliciously. It's the apocalypse, so why pretend? You act so pious, yet how do they serve you behind closed doors? Damn it, if you want to hoard, then hoard, don't pretend to be a saint. I spit on that. The 2 officers, their faces flushed with anger, gripped their weapons tightly, fingers resting on the triggers. Meanwhile, over 20 adult men had encircled the tattooed brutes, the tension escalating to a breaking point, with combat imminent. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated from above. Everyone, please calm down. I have a question to pose. As the crowd looked up in response to the voice, they noticed a drone hovering in the air. A drone? Whose is this? It appears quite sophisticated and can even speak. How could a drone possibly fly into a supermarket? What brand is this, with such a robust signal? Its design seems rather peculiar. The drone captivated the attention of most, easing the previously tense atmosphere. The 2 police officers exhaled in relief, fully aware that, when faced with over 20 adult men, the presence of 2 handguns with limited ammunition would exert little influence, particularly at such close quarters. A burly man adorned with tattoos furrowed his brow, glaring at the drone, and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Stop pretending to be mysterious and show yourself if you dare." With that, he hurled a machete at the drone. Clang! The watermelon knife ricocheted off the drone's silvery exterior without leaving a single scratch. In the next moment, the drone's metallic shell opened, and a slender metal tube with a lens protruded, aiming directly at the tattooed man. A beam of rainbow light flashed, and a coin-sized black mark appeared on the man's forehead, preserving his previous expression and posture as he collapsed straight to the ground. Bang! The dull sound startled the onlookers. Qin Jin's voice echoed once more. Now, can we speak properly? The crowd stood frozen, trembling in fear. Observing their reaction, Qin Jin inquired, "Where is the supermarket's warehouse? Does anyone know?" I know." A woman clad in a light blue supermarket uniform stammered from behind the 2 police officers. Lead the way, came Qin Jin's voice from the drone. Okay. The female employee dared not refuse and hurriedly guided them. The supermarket's warehouse was located on the basement level of the commercial plaza. The warehouse was locked, barred by a heavy iron door. Any attempt to force it open would inevitably attract the attention of zombies. Those above had also contemplated the warehouse, yet none dared to act. Brother. This is the supermarket warehouse, but I don't have a key. No one can get in, the female employee stuttered. It's all right. You can go now, Qin Jin replied. It's better if it remains locked. If it were open, the supplies would likely have been ravaged. The female employee felt as if a great weight had been lifted and quickly scurried away. Qin Jin commanded the drone to cut through the warehouse door with a laser weapon. What lay beyond was a sight to behold, shelves brimming with an abundance of goods. Boxes of packaged food were plentiful. It appeared that just before the apocalypse descended, the supermarket had replenished its stock. Now, all of this belongs to me. Simultaneously, another drone of Qin Jin's located the cold storage adjacent to the agricultural market. Within the cold storage, a considerable quantity of meat and vegetables lies in wait. The frigid temperatures and complete sealing of the facility have ensured that the goods remain frozen. An array of fresh produce is being meticulously packaged by drones, destined for the navigator's base. The ingredients are secured, yet the question arises, who shall prepare them? Han Mingrand certainly lacks the capability. By the time she hones her culinary skills, Qin Jin will have long completed his trials and departed. Perhaps one of the survivors could be chosen. Though if none possess the requisite skills, the task could be entrusted to robots. The flame of civilization knows no bounds. Developing a robot specifically designed for culinary tasks is hardly a challenge. Nonetheless, Qin Jin leans towards recruiting a charming female survivor. A beautiful maid would likely enhance the quality of life and cater to physiological needs. A win-win situation, indeed. In the supermarket's food section, another drone, stationed outside, glided inside. The moment the previously relaxed crowd beheld the drone, tension surged anew. The bizarre demise of the tattooed man had cast a psychological shadow over them all. Brother, what brings you here? Please, command us. If anyone dares dissent, I, little tiger, shall be the first to retaliate. One of the tattooed men, grinning obsequiously at the drone, nodded eagerly while casting menacing glares at the others. Exactly, we heed Brother Tiger's words. Please, command us. Several men surrounding the tattooed figure hastened to express their loyalty. Qin Jin wasted no time, declaring, I seek a beautiful maid who can cook. Those interested are invited to step forward. I can offer food and shelter. You have witnessed the power of this drone. I possess 1,000 more like it, so consider your options wisely. And cleanliness is a must. The weary women near the tattooed men needed no prompting to understand their plight. This matter was of no concern to Qin Jin. He wished to remain uninvolved and untainted. Immediately, the women began to murmur, most of them intrigued. Following Qin Jin, their safety would be assured, and food shortages would be a concern of the past. I am willing. From behind the police officer's team, a tall woman stepped forward first, clad in a fitted gray business suit with a pencil skirt and a white blouse beneath. She exuded elegance. Although the attire did not cling too tightly, it accentuated her perfect S-curve. Her slender waist contrasted dramatically with her curvaceous hips, and her long, straight legs were encased in black stockings, complemented by black high heels. Her dark hair was elegantly coiled at the back of her head. Her voluptuous figure did not render her overly seductive, but instead bestowed her with an air of competence. I possess a chef's qualification, am a virgin. And as for my appearance, you can see for yourself. Her words were succinct, devoid of superfluous embellishments. Qin Jin did not respond immediately. There was something amiss about this woman. The frigid and piercing aura she radiated could overpower everyone present in an instant. Moreover, she appeared exceedingly pristine, her complexion radiating vitality, bearing no semblance to someone who had endured a month in a post-apocalyptic landscape. Coupled with her formidable aura, she resembled a sophisticated professional thriving in a conventional world. Among the two police officers, a man clad in a jacket shifted his expression and promptly approached the woman, whispering, Miss Lee, it's inadvisable. The woman merely cast a glance at the jacketed man and subtly shook her head. Reluctantly, he retreated. Subsequently, the glamorous professional turned her gaze toward the drone, inquiring, Do I meet your criteria? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jin replied, You are quite impressive. It shall be you. In terms of physical attributes, this professional indeed stood as the epitome of excellence. The other women were disheveled, lacking any semblance of beauty. As for any potential issues with this woman, Qin Jin was indifferent. Where are you? How do I find you? Should I follow the drone? The professional asked. Remain where you are, came the reply. The professional was momentarily taken aback. She soon realized that the drone above had opened its casing, deploying a net of indeterminate material that enveloped her, then drawing her upward with a swift cord. This spectacle was truly astonishing. The onlookers in the supermarket remained in disbelief, witnessing a drone, approximately the size of a basketball, capable of lifting a living being weighing around 100 pounds. This defied the laws of science. Immersed in their astonishment, the crowd failed to notice that the jacketed man who had approached to obstruct the professional had stealthily exited the throng. Due to the limited wind pressure that a person can withstand, the drone carrying the professional took several minutes to return from the commercial plaza to the navigator base. Suspended in the air during a rapid flight, the professional lost her earlier composure upon landing. As she brushed aside her tousled hair and cautiously opened her eyes, she was immediately taken aback by the scene before her. Enormous weapons installations, uniquely designed and neatly arranged energy and collection stations, as well as the majestic spire of the Sky Tower, made her feel as though she had been transported to an alien realm. At that moment, a male voice and a gentle, yet somewhat mechanical female voice resonated in her ears. Navigator, assess her threat level. After the assessment was completed, it declared, no threat detected. The professional rose, adjusted her attire, and calmly addressed Qin Jin. Are you my employer? Qin Jin scrutinized her from head to toe and nodded slightly. Yes. From screen to reality, the professional's features and physique appeared even more pronounced and breathtaking. Greetings, Mr. Employer, I am Li Yunzhao. You may refer to me by my full name or simply as Yunzhao. I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. She extended her right hand, her tone formal yet casual, as if this were merely a routine business engagement. Qin Jin, however, refrained from shaking her hand, instead regarding her with a frigid stare. A few moments later, he gently lifted her chin and spoke coldly. I hope you understand one thing. There is no semblance of an equal partnership between us. I am indifferent to your status, your origins, or your secrets. Here, you are merely a plaything under my control, a trifle that I can effortlessly discard whenever I desire. Do you comprehend? Do you understand? Shouted Han Mingran fiercely from the side. Qin Jin's starkly different demeanor towards Li Yunzhu made Han Mingran feel superior, prompting her to assert her authority. Li Yunzhu's expression shifted, ultimately adopting a submissive visage as she lowered her head and replied softly, Yes, Master, I will remember. I am also the Master. Han Mingran exclaimed again. Qin Jin chuckled, pinching her cheek. Yes, little Master, Li Yunzhu replied with utmost seriousness. Now, go prepare a meal. I wish to see your culinary skills. Qin Jin gestured towards the dormitory, where ingredients from the cold storage of the market were just returned. Should you require anything, you may summon a drone, which will deliver your needs. Yes, Master. Li Yunzhu turned and entered the room, beginning to select ingredients from the refrigerator. Beside Qin Jin, the little one pouted, her eyes sparkling as she tugged at his hand, sweetly saying, Brother, when I grow up, will you marry me? Noticing Qin Jin's astonished expression, she continued, Brother, you are my favorite. I want to be with you forever. She added, I am certainly more useful than that, aunt. I can sleep with you and have children. The arrival of Li Yunzhu instilled a sense of urgency in her. Although her position remained superior for now, Li Yunzhu was tall and capable, appearing to be more useful. Thus she felt an urgent need to solidify her status. Qin Jin, both amused and exasperated, gave her a light tap on the head and turned to leave. Brother, please. Is that all right? The little one chased after Qin Jin, insisting on an explanation. Just as he was about to enter the door, Qin Jin paused, turned, and pressed her head down, speaking solemnly. Let me tell you, I am actually an alien. Soon, I must depart to return to my own planet, and before I leave, you shall not grow up. Han Mingran was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly asking, Can you take me with you? No, Qin Jin replied with an impassive expression. Then, when will you return? The little one inquired anxiously, shaking Qin Jin's arm. I don't know. Perhaps I shall never return, Qin Jin answered casually. I don't care. I will wait for you here. I must marry you. You must come back, Han Mingran declared stubbornly, her eyes reddening. Very well, then wait. I shall return to marry you. Qin Jin chuckled softly. In a previous life, she vowed to marry him and bear him no fewer than 8 daughters. These little girls not only played the roles of his wives, but also of sisters, daughters, and even mothers and fathers. Such innocent childlike joy can only be truly felt in a peaceful and harmonious environment. However, in this life, during their childhood, 2 children often engaged in fierce battles over a half bottle of repugnant nutritional supplement, resulting in numerous injuries. Chapter 17, The Packhorse Class Armed Transport Vehicle. Is the young sister a marksman? On the 11th day of the apocalyptic trial, in the early morning, Li Yunzhou, limping slightly, prepared breakfast and set it on the table, waiting for Qin Jin and the little one to eat. The little one, filled with pride, held their head high, looking at Li Yunzhou through flared nostrils. This new woman had received a beating last night, and her status had undoubtedly diminished. After all, Qin Jin had never laid a hand on her. After the meal, Qin Jin stepped outside. The Pathfinder, the weapon production base was to be established. The second weapon production base had been ready since last night. However, Qin Jin had been preoccupied with other matters and had not rushed to set it up. Following a strong gust of air, the second weapon production base was completed. Meanwhile, in the dormitory kitchen, Li Yunzhou, scrubbing the dishes, rubbed her eyes vigorously, staring in astonishment at the massive weapon production base that had suddenly appeared not far outside the window. The sudden emergence of such a colossal structure made her almost believe she was hallucinating due to exhaustion. Once she confirmed the reality of her vision, she inhaled deeply and gently pressed her silver bracelet on her right wrist. Taking advantage of the sound of running water, she whispered, "Deploy a high-precision reconnaissance satellite to monitor my current coordinates. Additionally, dispatch a stealth reconnaissance aircraft and at least one level 5 scout for on-site investigation. It is an emergency. Do not report to headquarters for the time being. Adjust the priority to be based on my directives." Unbeknownst to the whispering Li Yunzhou, all her words were amplified and clearly heard by Qin Jin. However, Qin Jin showed no inclination to respond, focusing instead on operating the newly established weapon base. The second weapon production base was tasked with producing 10 Packhorse-class armed transport vehicles. The Packhorse-class armed transport vehicle consumes 4,000 energy units per hour for transport tasks, boasts a maximum carrying capacity of 1,266, and can travel at speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour. The vehicle is equipped with 6 small electromagnetic cannons, each with a power output of 1,000 to 2,000, and one small laser cannon with a power output of 5,000. Production requirements: 125 W of low-level materials, 2 W of low-level energy, 2 hours. The command has been received, and the production queue has been established. Order 200 mechanical worker bees to stand by, preparing for task execution. Qin Jin continued. Command received. Mechanical worker bees are being prepared. One by one, the mechanical worker bees returned from all directions, coming to a halt before Qin Jin. The pack horses and mechanical worker bees are preparations made by Qin and Jin to establish subbases. The number of drones is steadily increasing at a rate of 20 per hour, with over 400 currently in operation. Such military strength is sufficient to support Qin and Jin in their endeavors to establish subbases. The collection radius of the resource gathering stations spans 100 kilometers. According to the calculations of the navigator, in order to avoid creating pitfalls, it is advisable to set up a base with 200 resource gathering stations every 50 kilometers. Qin and Jin plan to transport mechanical worker bees using transport vehicles to the locations designated for subbase construction. A single mechanical worker bee requires 24 hours to construct a low-level resource gathering station. By expending additional energy, multiple mechanical worker bees can collaborate on the same construction project, thereby reducing the construction time. For structures of this scale, a maximum of 4 mechanical worker bees may work together, having the construction duration while simultaneously doubling the corresponding energy consumption. Thus, for mechanical worker bees can build a low-level resource gathering station in 12 hours. Utilizing 100,000 materials and 20,000 energy, 800 mechanical worker bees can erect 200 low-level resource gathering stations in 12 hours, effectively establishing 2 subbases in one day. When produced by the Civilization Spark, a low-level resource gathering station requires 100,000 materials, 10,000 energy, and 1 hour for construction. However, the Civilization Spark is limited to a single production queue, making it challenging to produce a substantial number of resource gathering stations. Starting from the 5th day, the Civilization Spark has continuously produced mechanical worker bees whenever idle, but due to the short time frame, Qin and Jin currently possess only over 500, which hampers the acceleration of their efforts. The main base also needs to construct a canopy, preventing the complete withdrawal of mechanical worker bees. A group of 200 mechanical worker bees can establish one subbase daily while simultaneously constructing the canopy. Unfortunately, the current number of mechanical worker bees remains insufficient, primarily due to the low production capacity of the Civilization Spark. Reflecting on this, Qin and Jin turned their attention to the operation interface of the Civilization Spark. Auxiliary Spark Station. Low level, it consumes a fixed amount of 100,000 low-level energy daily to assist the Civilization Spark in construction and intelligent management, providing an additional 2 operational building production queues. Construction requirements: 2 million low-level materials, 1 million low-level energy, and 111 cubic meters of space. Special notes: fragile and immovable. The mechanical worker bee is relatively compact, measuring over 80 centimeters in length, more than 50 centimeters in width, and slightly over 30 centimeters in height, classifying it as a small unit. However, due to its unique mastery of all construction blueprints, it is unable to produce small equipment printers, weapon stations, or similar structures. The Spark Auxiliary Station is currently the only entity capable of producing mechanical worker bees aside from the civilization Spark itself. To achieve rapid development, an abundance of farmers is essential. To increase the number of farmers, more bases must be constructed. 2 hours later, 10 heavily armored transport vehicles were completed and began to emerge in succession from the hatch of the second weapon base. The Packhorse-class armored transport vehicles are truly colossal steel beasts. Dressed in military green, each vehicle measures 16 meters in length, stands 9.2 meters tall, and spans 7.5 meters in width. Their design bears resemblance to armored personnel carriers, featuring a fully enclosed structure with a seamless body. The tracked wheels enable them to traverse a wide variety of terrestrial terrains. A massive, transformable shovel is mounted at the front, capable of clearing most obstacles. On the roof, 6 small electromagnetic cannons and a compact laser cannon are positioned, sufficient to reduce any provocateur to mere dust. A man of average height stood beside one of the Packhorse vehicles, his stature barely reaching the level of the tracks, evoking a sense of insignificance. The sight of these 10 freshly minted war behemoths stirred an overwhelming excitement within Qin Jin. While drones possess formidable combat capabilities, their diminutive size fails to evoke a significant visual impact. It is these grand machines, the Packhorse transport vehicles, that truly inspire awe. The second weapon base continued its production of 1,000 amphibious multifunctional drones and a small intelligent control center. Mechanical worker bees and small excavators were loaded. While the first intelligent control center dispatched 200 drones for escort, we are ready to depart. One by one, the mechanical worker bees and small excavators methodically entered the rear compartment of the transport vehicles. Within minutes, 3 vehicles were filled to capacity. At this moment, Qin Jin ascended into the front cabin of one of the transport vehicles. The Packhorse-class armored transport vehicles are equipped with intelligent machinery, requiring no manual steering. The driver's cabin is fitted with a simple human operation interface to control direction, speed, and weaponry. Unlike the small drones, the Packhorse vehicles are large units equipped with a comprehensive intelligence system, primarily designed for transport tasks, and typically do not require centralized command from the intelligent control center. They only connect to the control center temporarily during large-scale coordinated missions, such as this current situation, which involves collaboration with other units. Esteemed leader of civilization, the Packhorse One is at your service, a mechanical voice announced. Before Qin Jin, a virtual map materialized, depicting the urban terrain charted by the drones 2 days prior. The map displayed a white dot along with numerous white dashed lines. The grid formed by these dashed lines represents the development plan for subbases as established by the navigator. Each intersection of the dashed lines could accommodate a set of material collection stations. Brother, wait. Just as Qin Jin was poised to issue the command for action, Han Mingran scrambled up, burying her head in Qin Jin's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Please don't go. I don't want you to leave me. I beg you." Qin Jin couldn't help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling Han Mingran's hair as he reassured her. "I'm just stepping out to take care of some matters. I'll be back very soon." "Aren't you going back to outer space?" Han Mingran gazed at Qin Jin in bewilderment. "Of course not," Qin Jin replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Oh." The little one wiped away her tears and, reluctantly stepping out of the car, said, "You must return quickly." "No problem. Hurry back. Don't wander off while I'm gone." MHM. As she watched Han Mingran retreat into the house, Qin Jin, brimming with confidence, raised his hand and commanded, "Troops, advance." The rumble of 5 transport vehicles echoed as they slowly departed from the base. In the sky, 200 small drones advanced in formation, creating a dense protective network of firepower. Any threat approaching within 1 kilometer of the convoy would face concentrated fire from dozens of drones. Inside the small house, Li Yunzhou gazed at the receding convoy, her expression deepening with contemplation. She swiftly set down the dishes, wiped her hands, and left the kitchen to enter Qin Jin's bedroom. Although she had spent the night there, Qin Jin's presence had left her with no opportunity to act. "Stop." Just as she stepped inside, a youthful voice rang out. Li Yunzhou turned to see Han Mingran glaring at her fiercely. "Little master? Go play by yourself. I still need to help the master tidy up." Li Yunzhou said with a forced smile, her voice soft. "You, make me an ice cream cake." The little one demanded imperiously, her nostrils flaring. "Little master, eating too much ice cream will upset your stomach." Before Li Yunzhou could finish her sentence, Han Mingran pulled a small pistol from her pocket, aiming it at her. With a click, as Han Mingran disengaged the safety, Li Yunzhou's hair stood on end. Instinct told her this was no toy. "No more nonsense. Go now." Han Mingran shouted menacingly, the gun's muzzle wavering slightly. "Otherwise, next time it will be your head." Bang! A bullet whizzed past Li Yunzhou's ear, striking the silver wall and ricocheting harmlessly away. The wall's material absorbed the kinetic energy, initially designed to prevent damage, had now spared her from injury. Cold sweat trickled down Li Yunzhou's temple. This child not only possessed a gun, but was also an exceptional marksman. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Yes, little master. I'm going right now. Li Yunzhou, still shaken, retreated into the kitchen. Humph. The little one, satisfied with her display, tucked away her pistol and muttered under her breath. Bad woman. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. With me around, there's no chance. Chapter 18. The Undead Stir. The horde approaches. The transport vehicles barreled down the congested city road at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. The front blade of the vehicle lifted slightly, transforming into a ram that brutally cleared countless abandoned cars from their path. The cacophony of metal colliding resonated throughout the air. Hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies were drawn to the noise, lining up to meet their doom as they were crushed under the treads of the transport vehicles. Seated in the front cabin of one such vehicle, Qin Jin observed the outside through a holographic screen, relishing the thrilling spectacle. The iron behemoth crushed the zombies with unassailable strength, a scene reminiscent of his favorite moments from apocalyptic films in his previous life. The convoy not only attracted the attention of the undead, but also caught the eyes of numerous survivors. The military green paint adorning the packhorses instilled a glimmer of hope among the survivors, who cried out for assistance. However, the convoy did not pause for them and sped away unabated. It was the zombies drawn by the convoy that, unable to catch up with the packhorses, developed a keen interest in these hapless survivors. After traversing 60 to 70 kilometers along the main road, the convoy slowed and veered onto a rural path. The off-road capabilities of the packhorse-drawn vehicles were impressive, yet they could not traverse rugged terrains with the ease of walking on flat ground. After navigating the winding path for over 10 kilometers and weaving through fields and hills, they finally arrived at their intended destination. The pre-selected site for the first sub-base lay nestled within a dense forest, surrounded by ancient trees, with uneven terrain that posed challenges for construction. However, such obstacles were no match for the ingenuity of the navigators. Blast it, commanded Qin Jin. The electromagnetic cannons mounted atop 5 packhorses unleashed a barrage upon the low hills, reducing them to mere plains after a resounding thunderous explosion. Soon after, mechanical worker bees and small excavators entered the scene to level the pockmarked ground. Within less than an hour, the outline of a silver base, measuring 500 meters per side, began to take shape. A 3-meter-high wall, crowned with sharp spikes, was sufficient to deter unsuspecting wildlife and mutated zombies alike. Once the construction was completed, 200 mechanical worker bees promptly commenced the establishment of material collection bases. Within 24 hours, 200 such stations would be freshly operational. By this time tomorrow, Qin Jin's daily material income would soar to 4 million. After accomplishing all these tasks, Qin Jin set off on the return journey with a packhorse-drawn vehicle and 100 amphibious drones. The mechanical worker bees and small excavators remained on-site as the engineering units, poised to construct energy-gathering canopies in the future. Meanwhile, for packhorses and 100 small drones would serve as the guardians of the base. Half an hour later, Qin Jin returned to the main thoroughfare of the city aboard the transport vehicle. At that moment, an alert from the navigators suddenly resonated. Warning: anomalous behavior detected among a significant number of zombies. The holographic screen before Qin Jin displayed aerial footage captured by the drones. In the footage, countless aimlessly wandering zombies suddenly appeared to receive an unseen command, converging toward a singular direction. Not only on the streets, but even the zombies within residential buildings emerged en masse. Some trapped within houses even climbed through windows, leaping from upper floors. Those on lower floors suffered broken legs, dragging their mangled bodies across the ground, while those on higher floors met a more gruesome fate, shattering upon impact. Before long, a dense horde of zombies amassed on a street. The drone's camera gradually ascended, revealing that not only the previously mentioned street, but several others were also witnessing the convergence of this undead army. The Inheritor had just displayed stored footage. This gathering area was located 35 kilometers from Base 1, with an estimated number of anomalous zombies ranging from 200 to 3,000, currently advancing towards the base. What? They are coming for us. What is happening? Qin Jin inquired hastily. The holographic display flickered, the scene shifting to aerial footage of the main thoroughfare leading to Base 1. The zombie hordes from the earlier streets merged on this main road, advancing with a formidable momentum. Among them were numerous mutated zombies. Agile shadows darted like geckos across the walls of the buildings flanking the street. In the alleys and shops along the thoroughfare, gaunt figures, their faces marred by grotesque growths, flickered into view. Amidst the throng of the undead, a robust, powerful zombie towered above the rest. Typically, it was accompanied by 1 or 2 corpulent zombies. In but a fleeting glimpse, over 100 mutated zombies could be discerned. The passage of the horde sent survivors within the buildings on either side of the thoroughfare into a panic, hastily securing their doors and windows. Nonetheless, many fell prey to the nimble and grotesque zombies who seized the opportunity to slaughter a significant number of survivors. Warning: new type of mutated zombie detected. This creature poses a considerable threat. Inheritor, please take heed. The voice of the navigator resonated once more. The holographic screen panned to the rear of the zombie horde. At the entrance of an alley, several zombies were suddenly hurled into the air, toppling several ordinary zombies in their wake. Following this, an imposing figure burst forth from the alley. This mutated zombie was colossal, standing at least 3.5 meters tall, devoid of skin. Its dark red muscles exposed to the elements. Its physique was grotesquely disproportionate, the upper body extraordinarily robust, occupying 2/3 of its form, while the lower half appeared somewhat atrophied, yet still more formidable than an ordinary 2-meter man. Its thick arms extended over 2.5 meters in length, with the largest bicep measuring nearly 40 centimeters in diameter, and the forearms around 30 centimeters, resembling red hills of muscle. Not only its arms, but its chest was also exceptionally developed, estimated to be at least 2 meters wide, with muscles prominently bulging. As the giant zombie charged, its 2 powerful forelimbs pounded the ground, moving in a manner reminiscent of a gorilla in a zoo. Upon encountering any obstacles, it swatted them aside with its arms. Once it infiltrated the horde, the giant zombie rampaged through, scattering countless ordinary zombies. One corpulent zombie was even obliterated by a single swing of its massive arm. In the presence of this giant, the powerful zombies appeared as helpless as newborn infants, devoid of any means of resistance. The colossal zombie took several strides before a stalled beetle blocked its path. Instead of altering its course, it swung its arm, sending the car hurtling away, crashing into the dense horde of corpses, undoubtedly causing the demise of countless zombies. A peculiar sensation washed over Qin Jin. It felt as though this creature could be an ally. The voice of the navigator resonated. According to calculations from the Core of Sparks, this zombie is currently the only mutated variant, aside from the overweight zombie, that poses a direct threat to the base's infrastructure and personnel. It possesses the strength to dismantle fragile engineering machinery and structures, and under certain circumstances, can incapacitate drones. Recommendation: prioritize extermination. Qin Jin pondered, rubbing his chin. Can this creature damage the cargo area of the pack-horse transport vehicle? No, the navigator replied. I mean the interior of the compartment. Can it inflict damage? It cannot, the navigator responded, explaining that the materials used in the interior of the pack-horse armored transport vehicle are identical to its external armor, with a more tightly knit structure. It is capable of transporting hazardous items and organisms without suffering from internal destruction. The giant mutated zombie is undeniably an indomitable force against survivors and even trial participants. Its tightly wound muscles are sufficient to withstand the fire of small-caliber weapons, while hand-to-hand combat with cold weaponry is utterly futile. The sheer force that could send a car flying would yield catastrophic consequences if unleashed upon a human. However, in Qin Jin's eyes, this giant zombie appeared less fearsome. An idea began to form in his mind. Just yesterday, he had completed a side quest, which triggered a hidden mission. The zombie lord from this hidden task had yet to make an appearance. Now, with a significant number of zombies converging on his base and the emergence of this colossal zombie, Qin Jin contemplated whether this giant might indeed be the zombie lord. Given its entrance and strength, such a notion seemed plausible. From the description of the hidden mission, it could be inferred that the zombie lord possessed a high degree of intelligence, likely establishing connections among its kind. What if he could imprison this zombie? Would the other zombie lords respond in some manner? Could he glean the whereabouts of the other zombie lords from this one? Perhaps even control this zombie lord to summon the others for their demise? The biological technology of the Navigator civilization is remarkably advanced. Controlling a zombie is not beyond the realm of possibility. One zombie lord could be worth 100 bronze trial medals, should any unforeseen circumstances arise during this trial. Hindering Qin Jin from achieving the orbital cannon's cleansing accomplishment, he would have to rely on this giant zombie for prosperity. Navigator, dispatch 3 pack-horse transport vehicles and 200 amphibious drones to intercept the horde, preventing the zombies from breaching our base. Additionally, can the drones capture the giant zombie and transport it back in the pack-horse vehicles? It can be done, the navigator promptly affirmed. Very well, let us proceed. Qin Jin decisively declared. Although the horde of zombies appeared formidable, they posed little threat to the base itself. At most, they might inflict some damage to the canopy supports. However, considering the unsightly presence of so many corpses near the base and the potential impact on air quality, Qin Jin resolved to intercept them in advance. The transport vehicle, drawn by pack horses, accelerated towards Base 1. Simultaneously, within Base 1, 3 pack horses and 200 drones set forth to confront the location of the zombie horde. Chapter 19. Crushing the zombie tide and capturing the giant zombie. In a mere 10 minutes, the pack horse vehicle carrying Qin Jin returned to Base 1. Thanks to the removal of roadblocks on the way there, the journey back was significantly swifter. "Brother, you're back." As Qin Jin emerged from the cabin, Han Mingran rushed over and leaped into his embrace. Qin Jin nodded, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. "Brother, I saw 3 large vehicles and many small planes leave just now. Did you send them out?" Han Mingran inquired with curiosity. Nearby, Li Yunzhou instinctively perked up, listening intently. "Indeed, I did. A horde of tens of thousands of zombies has appeared. If we do not send them out to intercept, the zombies will breach our home and devour you in one bite." Qin Jin made a fearsome expression to frighten Han Mingran. "Humph. Brother would never let the zombies eat me. I am your bride." Han Mingran cutely scrunched her nose and then, with a hint of worry, asked, "Can they defeat those zombies?" "Of course. Even if there are tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions, it will be no problem." Qin Jin replied with unwavering confidence. Zombies posed no threat to the pack horse vehicles or drones, with sufficient ammunition. It was indeed feasible to annihilate millions of them, provided they were all ordinary zombies, without any bizarre mutations emerging. "Oh, that is good." The little one patted her chest. "I knew it. Brother is the strongest. Tens of thousands of zombies could never defeat you." Children typically lack sensitivity to large numbers, whether it be hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. They merely grasp the concept of many without a concrete understanding. However, upon hearing this, Li Yunzhou's pupils constricted. She was acutely aware of what tens of thousands of zombies entailed. Zombies could be described as relentless, pain-immune, death-defying combat machines. As long as their hearts and heads remain intact, even if half their bodies are destroyed, they will crawl forward with their hands. Moreover, within such a horde, there would undoubtedly be various mutated zombies with strange and unpredictable abilities. Even a well-equipped and robust infantry regiment might struggle against such odds. To completely eliminate a horde composed of tens of thousands of zombies without sustaining casualties would likely require the deployment of a heavily armored composite brigade, relying on heavy firepower from a distance. Once in close proximity, losses would be inevitable. Fat zombies are particularly effective at countering armored units. The tank crushed over the corpulent zombie, instantly resulting in a shattered track and damaged armor. A few more collisions would certainly lead to its complete destruction. In the intricate urban landscape, the long-tongued zombies proved formidable. These creatures are exceedingly treacherous, typically lurking in shadowy corners, and when they strike, their lethality rivals that of a skilled sniper. The notion of intercepting a horde of tens of thousands of zombies with merely 3 armored vehicles and a couple of hundred drones seemed utterly ludicrous. Could he be boasting? Li Yunzhao pondered. Yet, the confident demeanor and resolute tone of Qin Jin conveyed to Li Yunzhao that he was not jesting. If he indeed possessed such advanced technology, who knows what could transpire? At this thought, a flicker of excitement graced Li Yunzhao's cold visage. On the main thoroughfare where the horde gathered, atop a tall building in a residential area, several trialists hid indoors, cautiously lifting the curtains to peer outside. "My goodness, there's a full-scale zombie horde," one trialist exclaimed, his face pale with fear. "Thank heavens we haven't ventured out today. Otherwise, we would have been oblivious to our demise. Zombies are slow, and the horde is even slower. We should be able to escape, right?" Another trialist hesitated. However, as soon as he spoke, someone scoffed in rebuttal. "You think you can run from such a massive horde? Have you taken a good look at how many fleshy zombies there are, not to mention the quadrupedal ones?" For trialists, the strength zombies and the corpulent zombies were not particularly frightening. Strength zombies are quite sluggish, as long as one refrains from provoking them. They find it challenging to inflict significant harm. Corpulent zombies possess little strength and are slow-moving. Simply avoiding them suffices, for they are harmless unless one foolishly engages them. In stark contrast, long-tongued zombies and agile zombies present a different threat. One possesses extraordinary agility, while the other wields long-range control capabilities. Both tend to hide in corners, ready to ambush unsuspecting victims. Below, among the horde, there were visibly 3 or 4 dozen agile and long-tongued zombies, with even more lurking in the shadows. Should one dare to traverse the horde, they would likely find themselves ensnared by countless tongues. Furthermore, a trialist pointed towards the center of the horde, where a frenzied figure charged wildly. "If that thing strikes you, there's no need to elaborate on the consequences. Best not to dwell on such matters. Let us remain in our homes for the next few days. We have ample food and water. Once the tumult subsides, we can venture out to hunt zombies." Another suggested, "I believe we should wait at least 4 or 5 days. Otherwise, if we encounter a pack of mutated zombies, it would spell disaster." "Indeed," came the agreement from the group. As they deliberated, A trialist who had been gazing out the window suddenly gasped, "Look, what is that?" A nearby trialist promptly tapped him on the head. "Keep your voice down. With so many quadrupedal zombies around, if we attract their attention, it would be catastrophic. That creature can climb walls. There's trouble brewing. The indigenous survivors have taken action. A confrontation appears imminent." What? The indigenous survivor faction? Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze towards the window. At the end of the road, 3 formidable steel behemoths roared towards them, before the menacing horns of these metal giants. Neither zombies nor stranded vehicles could escape the fate of being crushed. Above the armored vehicles, a swarm of peculiar drones hovered, resembling spherical insects. Upon closer inspection, these turned out to be strange, spherical unmanned aerial vehicles. Armored vehicles and drones. The armored cars looked quite impressive, but what purpose do the drones serve? Are they merely for filming the scene? Is it necessary to deploy so many drones for video recording? No. Even if the armored vehicles were packed with people and weapons, they would hardly withstand such a massive horde of zombies. This must be merely a vanguard, scouting the situation. The main force is likely still behind. Otherwise, why deploy so many drones? While several challengers remained immersed in their confusion, the 3 colossal armored vehicles had already arrived in front of the zombie tide. Without hesitation, the steel behemoths charged into the surging mass of corpses. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist rose amidst the horde, severed limbs flying through the air. The throngs of undead crowding the streets posed no obstacle to the advance of the armored vehicles. Where the 3 armored vehicles passed, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were left in their wake. The tracks left deep impressions on the ground, littered with flesh and blood. The drones in the sky began to move as well. Their spherical shells split into 2 hemispheres, and from the jagged crevices, 2 short barrels extended. A sharp sonic boom erupted as something seemed to be rapidly ejected from the barrels. Following this, in the thick of the zombie horde, large swathes of the undead inexplicably disintegrated into fragments. Incredible. This is astonishing. A few challengers stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief. In the midst of the zombie tide, the audacious armored vehicles and drones soon attracted the attention of mutated zombies. Agile, shadowy figures emerged from all directions, lunging at the armored vehicles. Some concealed themselves within the horde, using ordinary zombies as cover, while others leaped from streetlights and buildings, their angles unpredictable and elusive. The power zombies in the tide roared as they charged forward, dragging along the corpulent zombies beside them. As the armored vehicles drew near, they seized the overweight zombies and hurled them fiercely at the vehicles. The lurking flesh tumors among the zombies unleashed impossibly long tongues towards the drones circling above. Despite the concentrated assault from the mutated zombies, the 3 armored vehicles seemed utterly unfazed, resolutely grinding forward through the horde. The agile zombies that lunged at them were mostly sent flying, while those that managed to leap onto the vehicle's surface found themselves powerless against the hardened armor. Claws scraped and teeth gnawed, yet they could inflict no harm. Not even a scratch marred the vehicle's paint. Subsequently, the morbidly obese zombie bombs arrived. These corpulent undead were hurled by the powerful zombies, with a small fraction landing amidst the horde, failing to strike the armored vehicle. The resulting explosion affected a vast number of surrounding zombies instead. The obese zombies that detonated upon impact with the armored vehicle produced an explosion that was merely a minor nuisance to its robust structure. The corrosive acidic liquid generated post-explosion only managed to scorch the vehicle's exterior paint slightly, while the armor itself remained entirely impervious to the acid. In the aerial battlefield, the long-tongued zombies possessed tongues long enough to strike at drones. However, the speed of their tongue's propulsion was so sluggish that it could be likened to a snail in the drone's imaging capture system, allowing for effortless evasion. Moreover, the drones would retaliate with a precise laser shot, igniting a surge of frustration in the long-tongued zombies. In truth, even if a long-tongued zombie managed to ensnare a drone with its appendage, it would not pose a significant threat. The primary danger lay in the ability to ensnare and control a target. Given that a drone's maximum payload was a staggering 15 tons, this diminutive creature could exert a force of 1,500 kilograms during a tug-of-war. Should a long-tongued zombie cling to a drone, only 2 outcomes were possible. Either its tongue would be severed, or it would be lifted or dragged along by the drone. With a resounding rumble, 3 armored vehicles steadfastly pressed into the latter half of the horde, halting at a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the colossal zombie. Under the onslaught of the armored vehicles, the horde had suffered nearly half of its numbers. The giant zombie, in a fit of rage, pounded its chest and charged towards the armored vehicle, seizing 2 nearby zombies and hurling them at the armored front. The impact of the zombies against the vehicle's armor erupted in a mist of blood, while the armored vehicle remained unmoved. Roaring in fury, the giant zombie continued its advance towards the armored vehicle. At that moment, The drones in the sky sprang into action. A barrage of shockwaves, akin to machine gun fire, swiftly cleared the area surrounding the giant zombie. 6 drones descended to a lower altitude, pairing off in twos. From beneath their bodies, mechanical arms extended to connect with their neighboring drones. Subsequently, the drones separated, revealing a metal tether, the width of a finger, linking the two. The 6 drones, each grasping a segment of the metal tether, descended before the giant zombie, resembling the finish line ribbon of a 100-meter race as they approached. The giant zombie, disinterested in such diminutive aerial units, paid them no heed. As for the 3 metal tethers, they went entirely unnoticed, akin to a flimsy barrier of toilet paper before a charging rhinoceros. However, the moment the 3-finger-thick metal tethers made contact with the giant zombie, its movement faltered. Almost instantly, the 6 drones coordinated their movements, wrapping the metal tethers around the giant zombie several times. The imposing, giant zombie lay helplessly on the ground, bound tightly by 3 slender ropes, unable to move. Chapter 20. Slaying the Zombie Lord and Establishing the Biological Research Institute. Roar. Roar. The colossal zombie bellowed incessantly, struggling against its restraints. Yet, despite its efforts, the metallic bindings proved insurmountable. Once the giant zombie was ensnared, 6 drones, tethered to it by metal cables, wobbled as they lifted the creature, transporting it to the side of an armored vehicle. With a click, a window on the side of the armored vehicle opened upwards at an angle of about 60 degrees, spanning approximately 5 meters in width. The drones maneuvered the giant zombie above the opening, and the metallic cables from the robotic arms snapped. The bound giant zombie fell straight into the cargo bay of the vehicle. With another click, the window swiftly closed after receiving the giant zombie. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle resumed its advance, casting off the zombies that had clung to its surface. Those unfortunate enough to be near the treads were reduced to mere pulp. Following closely, 3 armored vehicles moved forward in AV formation, completely occupying the roadway and obliterating all zombies in their path. In the sky, drones continued firing relentlessly, mowing down countless zombies as if they were mere blades of grass. After the armored vehicles and drones had departed, the once tumultuous tide of the undead vanished without a trace. The streets were littered with a compacted mass of flesh and blood, raising the pavement slightly. From the heights of the buildings, several trial participants marveled in astonishment. The indigenous forces of this trial ground were indeed formidable. 3 armored vehicles and 100 drones had vanquished a horde of over 10,000 zombies? What kind of nonsensical teachings were imparted at the academy? Why was there such a terrifying indigenous force during the protective trial? I pondered another question. A participant, with a perplexed expression, remarked, "What question?" Inquired another beside them. If the natives possess such immense strength, why do they not simply reclaim the city? Surely, the zombies could not hinder their efforts? Perhaps they have not had the opportunity yet. Or maybe they lack sufficient weaponry of that caliber. What do they intend to do with the giant zombie they captured? Perhaps it is for some form of research? One can only hope no unforeseen circumstances arise, leading to the creation of an unstoppable super zombie. I once heard a well-connected senior recount encountering such artificially cultivated foes in the residential complexes lining both sides of the main road. Numerous trial participants and surviving natives were closely monitoring the movements of the zombie tide. Most believed this wave of undead would grow exponentially, sweeping through the entire city, only to dissipate for unknown reasons. The eventual outcome left them astounded. The trial participants silently rejoiced, having effortlessly surmounted a significant hurdle. Others speculated that this was merely a predetermined sequence of events. Meanwhile, the natives erupted in jubilant cheers. The military green-painted transport vehicle led them to believe that the army was attempting to reclaim the city, instilling a sense of hope for their salvation. As the armored vehicles and amphibious drones dispatched by Qin Jin eliminated a significant number of zombies, the survivors in the surrounding areas mustered the courage to step outside their homes in search of life. Upon encountering one another, many survivors chose to band together to face the perils of their new reality. In this apocalyptic world, the human heart can be malevolent, yet the majority still holds the belief that the strength of a team can better overcome calamity. Ultimately, humans are inherently social creatures, unaccustomed to prolonged solitude. Even the mindless zombies, having lost their cognitive abilities, instinctively group together, let alone normal individuals. Notification: you have slain a zombie lord. The hidden task, the gaze of the zombie lord, is complete, and you have earned 100 bronze trial medals. Notification: the hidden task, the gaze of the zombie lord, can continue. The completion conditions remain unchanged. Notification: you have attracted the attention of more zombie lords, and you will face greater survival challenges. Seated beside the small intelligence control center, Qin Jin was taken aback. Had the zombie lord already been slain? When did this occur without his knowledge? He quickly contacted the convoy and drones that had been dispatched. instructing them to assess the status of the giant zombie. The massive creature, bound like a dumpling, soon appeared on the screens of the control center, its vitality seemingly robust as it continued to roar and thrash about. Since the giant zombie was not the zombie lord, it was clear that the zombie lord must be amidst the horde and had already been dispatched by the transport vehicle and amphibious drones. Now the question arose, who was the zombie lord? In the intelligence control center, Qin Jin ordered a search through the footage captured by the small drones to identify any new mutant zombie strains. The search concluded promptly. Respected leader, the footage from the drone battle group reveals no sixth variant of the zombie, came the report. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jin remarked, this suggests that the zombie lord's appearance should resemble that of an ordinary zombie, allowing it to conceal itself within the masses, undetected. It could also be a different variant aside from the giant zombie. Within the intelligence control center, they meticulously analyzed the combat footage relayed by the amphibious drones to deduce the potential location of the enemy leader. The search concluded, revealing a scene on the control center's screen, the aftermath of the giant zombie's capture. At the rear of the zombie horde, the pace of about a dozen zombies had suddenly slowed, their relative positions within the horde retreating. On a macro level, this seemed unremarkable. As zombies naturally exhibit both swift and sluggish movement, some are left behind due to their slower speed. However, after the intelligence control center's annotation, the details became clear. Prior to the giant zombie's capture, the speed of these dozen zombies was consistent with that of the horde as a whole. After the colossal zombie was captured, these undead suddenly decelerated. However, before the dozen or so halted zombies could make any further movements, 3 pack horses arranged in a triangular formation trampled over them. The voice from the small control center resonated. Analysis indicates that the enemy leader is likely among these 17 zombies, yet individual identification remains elusive. Additionally, the possibility of a mutated zombie cannot be dismissed. That will suffice, Qin Jin remarked. The zombie lord had already fused with the other zombies. Even if identified, it would be of no consequence. The plan to locate other zombie lords by controlling one had evidently failed. Fortunately, the apocalyptic trial provided a hint, suggesting that other zombie lords would come seeking Qin Jin for retribution. Excluding the orbital cannon's devastation, he still had the opportunity to eliminate more zombie lords. Soon after, the pack horse transport and the amphibious drone returned from their mission. The transport was smeared with blood, its roof splattered with dismembered limbs and flesh, and the tracks were a sight too gruesome to behold. Qin Jin had no choice but to command the mechanical worker bees to clean the transport. Subsequently, he instructed them to construct a prison cell to transfer the colossal zombie from the vehicle. Brother, is this also a zombie? Han Mingran inquired, peering curiously at the cage, her youthful face filled with astonishment. This is a colossal zombie, extremely hazardous, Qin Jin replied. He believed that the colossal zombie was not a zombie lord, but rather a result of a secondary mutation from a strength-type zombie. But brother, why did you capture it? Han Mingran asked in confusion. What purpose does it serve? Qin Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. He initially thought the colossal zombie was a lord, intending to capture and control it, training it as a guide to help him locate more zombie lords. Having just realized it was not a lord, yet already having brought it back, he felt reluctant to kill it outright, sensing it would be a loss. Thus, he instinctively had the mechanical worker bees construct a cage to confine it. Navigator, what is your perspective on this mutated zombie? Is there a way to utilize it? Qin Jin inquired. The navigator's voice responded, Air. The colossal zombie holds no value for the navigator civilization as a whole, but it can serve as a specimen for the biological research lab. Its degree of mutation is significantly higher than that of other zombies, which would greatly benefit the study of the zombie virus's mechanisms. Furthermore, after dissecting this zombie, the biological research lab could develop biological weapons similar to it. These weapons would be abundant, cost-effective, and low maintenance, making them perfectly suited for your current circumstances. Oh, are you suggesting that the biological research lab can mass-produce such entities? And at a low cost? Qin Jin's eyes lit up. The manufacturing cost should not exceed that of the multi-functional amphibious drone, consuming even fewer materials, with maintenance and operational costs approaching negligible levels. The navigator responded that the key lay in the exceptionally rapid production speed, which could address the current shortfall of available units. Very well, navigator, construct the Biological Research Institute. Qin Jin promptly commanded. The Low-Level Biological Research Institute is designed for the study of basic biological technologies, with a foundational consumption of 100 W low-level energy per day. Construction requirements: 200 W low-level materials, 1000 W low-level energy, 5 hours. Location: above ground coordinates 504,040, underground coordinates 303,0120. Special note: this structure is exceedingly fragile. Please ensure proper protection or upgrade the building's defenses. The directive has been received, the production queue established, and production is underway. In comparison to its size, the low-level Biological Research Institute does not require an excessive amount of materials. However, its remarkably fragile nature presents a significant challenge. This can be understood, as it is a research facility rather than a combat installation. By now, Qin Jin had discerned certain correlations between the materials and products of the Navigator civilization. Given the same volume, the more materials consumed, the greater the strength and functionality of the resulting product. For instance, a Trimo drone crafted from 2,000 materials can yield an object the size of a basketball, encased in a shell resilient enough to withstand heavy artillery fire. In contrast, two small excavators made from the same 2,000 materials are remarkably fragile. Even when retracted into a defensive posture, they are easily damaged and likely unable to withstand even a single blow from a colossal zombie. The Biological Research Institute, too, is a delicate unit that must be adequately safeguarded. Chapter 21. Biological Weaponry, Avengers and Attackers through the relentless efforts of the small excavators and mechanical worker bees. A deep pit measuring 303.0120 was excavated. A robust and resilient protective mesh was installed on the walls of the pit to ensure the Biological Research Institute would remain unaffected by earthquakes or other natural disasters. This protective mesh alone cost Qin Jin nearly 300 W units of low-level materials. The troops tasked with exterminating the zombie horde returned around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And now it was already midnight. The Biological Research Institute was fully prepared for operation. After completing the preparatory tasks, Qin Jin controlled the virtual projection of the Biological Research Institute and embedded it into the foundation, confirming its placement. A howling wind swept through, scattering the air, and a silvery building emerged within Qin Jin's view. In the dormitory at the center of the base, Li Yunju sat quietly on her bed, gazing out the window at this scene. Although it was not her first time witnessing such a spectacle, it still left her profoundly awestruck. Outside, Qin Jin had already entered the interior of the Biological Research Institute. In the main hall of the institute, a female-appearing simulation robot approached Qin Jin and bowed respectfully. Esteemed leader of civilization, the Biological Research Institute is honored to serve you. Every aspect, from appearance to movement, demeanor, tone, and even that elusive quality of presence, was strikingly lifelike. Had Qin Jin not been forewarned, he would have never suspected her to be a simulation robot. Please show me around the Biological Research Institute, Qin Jin requested. At your command, leader. The humanoid gestured, and a flatbed cart approached. Qin Jin and the humanoid boarded the cart, which commenced its slow journey through the corridors of the research facility. Esteemed leader, the first floor of the Biological Research Laboratory houses the Administrative Management Department, responsible for overseeing various research projects and departments. The floor comprises 5 halls, and under the guidance of the humanoid, Qin Jin conducted a cursory tour of the Biological Research Facility. Much of the technology was beyond his comprehension, and even with the humanoid's explanations, he remained perplexed. After 2 hours, Qin Jin returned to the main hall. Esteemed leader, please assign the research tasks. The humanoid respectfully addressed Qin Jin. We shall conduct an analysis of the zombie virus, Qin Jin stated. I require a biological weapon production plan utilizing zombies as the primary material, with an emphasis on rapid production speed, minimal costs, and low maintenance expenses. During the tour, drones had already delivered zombie samples to the Biological Research Laboratory, including not only giant zombies but also various types of mutated and ordinary zombies. Esteemed civil leader, the Biological Research Laboratory has completed the virus analysis. According to the research findings, this virus is classified as a positive-sense single-stranded RNA virus. Its transmission occurs through maternal-to-infant transfer, sexual contact, and blood. It typically does not spread via saliva. The pathogenic mechanism of the primary strain involves invading the host's central nervous system, directing the host's behavior, and reducing the host's basal metabolic rate. Following infection with this virus, the host exhibits a strong inclination to attack uninfected peers. The secondary strain, in addition to affecting the nervous system, invades muscular, connective, and epithelial tissues, causing certain tissues to either proliferate abnormally or atrophy. The constraints on the nervous system within the secondary strain are somewhat relaxed, allowing the host to retain a degree of conventional cognitive function. The tertiary strain builds upon the secondary strain, continuing to modify human tissues in a targeted manner. In accordance with your requirements, the Biological Research Laboratory has devised 2 biological weapon plans based on the characteristics of the virus. Upon the humanoid's completion of the statement, the screen in the reception hall of the Biological Research Facility displayed 2 options. Avenger, a defensive, strength-specialized infected entity, covered entirely in a keratinous scale armor. Its blood exhibits moderate corrosiveness, while its gastric acid is highly corrosive. Estimated research consumption. Low-grade materials 20,000-40,000. Low-grade energy 300 to 500. Zombies 150 to 250. Time 10 hours. Estimated production consumption. Low-grade materials 50 to 100. Low-grade energy 300 to 500. Zombies 2 to 3. Time 1,000 units per hour. Attacker, a strength and agility specialized infected entity, lacking epidermal tissue. Its blood and gastric acid possess extreme corrosiveness, capable of emitting clouds of organic toxins. Estimated research consumption. Low-grade materials 10,000-20,000. Low-grade energy 100 to 200. Zombies 350 to 450. Time 10 hours. Estimated production consumption. Low-grade materials 30 to 50. Low-grade energy 100 to 200. Zombies 2 to 3. Time 1,000 units per hour. The two units conducted their research together, lacking the necessary materials from infected subjects, and deployed drones for capture. For the time being, there were no other tasks. Proceed as commanded, leader. The synthetic being bowed once more to Qin Jin. Leaving the biological research facility, the night had deepened. Silence enveloped the night. The following day, Qin Jin arose rather late. Li Yunzhu had prepared lunch, though her complexion appeared less than vibrant, revealing signs of fatigue. It seemed she had wished to convey something to Qin Jin the previous night. Yet the words remained unspoken. Qin Jin refrained from inquiring. He had sensed that Li Yunzhu harbored certain secrets, but he was indifferent. His sole ambition was to create a stir during this trial, aiming for elevated evaluations, additional trial points, and commendations. After lunch, the navigator informed him that the sub-base established the previous day was now complete. The mechanical worker bees at the sub-base were currently idle. Qin Jin promptly dispatched a pack horse-drawn vehicle to transport a batch of rudimentary equipment printers to the sub-base, instructing the worker bees to erect a canopy. At the Biological Research Institute, the two tasks assigned the previous night had been finalized. Qin Jin entered the institute, guided by the synthetic being to the subterranean biological laboratory. Within the glass enclosure of the laboratory stood two grotesque figures, each towering over 3 meters. These were the finished products, the Avenger zombie and the Attacker zombie. The Avenger was covered in dark, heavy scales, the strength of which rivaled that of 2-centimeter-thick steel plates. In battle, the scales could not only defend but also rise to form deadly spikes. The Attacker, resembling the giant zombie but without a skin layer, had a much more proportionate physique, shedding the previous top-heavy appearance. Overall, the Avenger appeared more robust, bordering on cumbersome, while the Attacker exuded agility and grace. If one were to draw an analogy with the animal kingdom, the Avenger could be likened to a rhinoceros, whereas the Attacker resembled a lion. What is the material consumption for the production of these final products? Qin Jin inquired, as this was his primary concern. The synthetic being replied. The average consumption for each Avenger produced is 100 units of low-grade materials and 1,000 units of low-grade energy. For each Attacker, the average consumption is 50 units of low-grade materials and 500 units of low-grade energy. After optimization, both essentially require only one zombie as a foundational material. Is continuous energy supply necessary? Not at all. The production costs of both the Avenger and Attacker include an energy core, enabling operation for 3,060 days in maximum intensity mode and over a year in energy-saving mode. Should the energy deplete without leading to disrepair, the energy core can be replaced. Maintenance costs are nearly negligible. Produce 2,000 units of each biological weapon and assess their effectiveness, Qin Jin commanded. The affordability of these biological weapons was astonishingly low, to the extent that using them would not evoke any sense of remorse. 2,000 units of Attackers require merely 100,000 units of low-grade materials and 1,000,000 units of low-grade energy. When confronting feeble units, the economical advantage of biological weaponry is indisputable compared to mechanical alternatives. Yesterday, while eradicating the horde with mule transport vehicles and tri-service drones, the resources consumed exceeded those of the 2,000 units of Attackers by more than double. Each discharge of the 100,000 power shockwave projectile was utilized akin to a machine gun. It is imperative to recognize that shockwave projectiles necessitate energy not only for firing but also for their manufacture, which demands both energy and materials. Had these resources been redirected towards producing biological Attackers and Avengers, the scale of yesterday's horde could have been entirely annihilated. At your command, leader. Upon the issuance of the manufacturing order, the drone combat unit of Base 1 mobilized to capture the zombies. Throughout the day, drones incessantly transported zombies into the biological research facility. By 4 in the afternoon, the biological research lab reported the completion of 4,000 units of biological weaponry. Rows of attackers and avengers stood in meticulous formation in the base's yard, their colossal forms filling the space. When Han Mingran and Li Yunzhao witnessed this scene, they were nearly petrified, fearing that the base had been overrun by mutated zombies. Qin Jin calmed the young girl and ushered her indoors to rest, then began inspecting his newly assembled forces. Following enhancements in the biological research lab, the attackers and avengers exhibited a significantly augmented combat prowess compared to the gigantic zombies. In terms of strength, they surpassed the giants considerably. A rampaging giant zombie can overturn a 1-ton vehicle, exhibiting a maximum strength close to 2 tons. Conversely, the attackers boast a maximum strength of 3 tons, while the avengers reach an impressive 4 tons. Due to their physical proportions, both biological weapons have eliminated the instability inherent to the giant zombies. Coupled with the implanted combat programs, a single attacker can competently confront 4 giant zombies and emerge victorious. An avenger can adeptly contend against 2 attackers without succumbing. When faced with assaults from firearms, the avenger, adorned with keratinous scales, possesses a distinct advantage over the attacker. Capable of charging even after conducting a series of tests, Qin Jin felt immensely satisfied with the potency of the biological weapons. He promptly ordered the replenishment of both types of biological weapons to a total of 10,000 units. The initial batch of 4,000 was released into the city, allowing them to disperse into every corner. This strategy was devised to lure the zombie lord out into the open. The zombie lord, a commanding type of zombie, has the ability to gather surrounding zombies to form an army under its command. Given the density of mutated zombies observed during the last zombie tide, it was evident that the zombie lord comprehended the value of these mutated zombies and was deliberately seeking to consolidate them. Should the zombie lord discover the presence of attackers and avengers, it would undoubtedly seek to subjugate them. This would provide a trail to uncover the locations of other zombie lords. Qin Jin accessed the operational interface of the civilization seed. His subordinates had amassed a considerable number of navigator civilization units. 400 material collection bases, 1,000 small mobile material excavators, 100 energy conversion bases, 6 million stellar energy collection devices, 12 weapon production bases, 1 biological research institute, 600 mechanical worker bees, 500 simple device printers, 2 small intelligent control centers, and 476 multifunctional small drones. These 3 types of resource buildings allowed Qin Jin to earn daily revenues of 70 million low-grade energy and 50 million low-grade materials. However, the consumption was equally immense. Engineering and combat units were operating at near full capacity, with a fixed daily energy consumption reaching 300 W, not accounting for the energy consumed by production units and the energy expended in combat. The increase of the stellar canopy was 100 W per day. The 500 simple device printers, in addition to producing solar panels, also needed to manufacture other items, such as materials for the canopy supports and construction materials for the base. Qin Jin believed that the resource collection rate should be further expanded. Merely achieving the production conditions for the orbital cannon, upgrading the expanded weapon production bases, and establishing a space launch platform would require 7,000 W of low-grade materials and 175 E of low-grade energy. Given the current rate of resource acquisition, realizing the dream of orbital cannon dominance seemed arduous. The navigator was tasked with constructing auxiliary bases for the seed to produce mechanical worker bees and additionally building 1,000 simple device printers for the expansion of the canopy. The commands were received, and the production queue was established. In terms of resources, the stockpile of low-grade materials stood at 28 million, while low-grade energy was at 80 million. After arranging the production tasks, the resource reserves dropped to a critical level, with only 700,000 low-grade materials remaining and 9 million low-grade energy still available. Brother, Han Mingran suddenly approached, tugging at Qin Jin's sleeve. What is it? He inquired. I've discovered that my strength has suddenly increased. Han Mingran exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. It really has become greater. Your strength has increased? Remarkable. Qin Jin responded, glancing at the civilization seed interface while absent-mindedly ruffling the little one's hair. A girl of around 10 years, at the cusp of her developmental phase, has recently endured a period of significant weakness due to the apocalyptic circumstances that befell the world. However, having spent the last few days in the company of Qin Jin, her nourishment has improved, and she now feels a resurgence of energy, which is entirely natural and nothing to be surprised about. Indeed, I can lift the table at home, she exclaimed. Sensing Qin Jin's dismissive attitude, she pouted and tugged at his hand, leading him into the room, insisting, just watch. Very impressive, Qin Jin replied. Absorbed in perusing pages about orbital weapons and space battleships, his mind racing with visions of the future, thus paying little heed to her words. Yet, as she tugged insistently, he stumbled slightly, caught off guard. A jolt of surprise coursed through him as he regarded her with a peculiar gaze. Who was he? A trial participant. A paragon of the Trial Academy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if he were placed in the special forces of his past life, he would exhibit no flaws. The notion of being nearly yanked away by a 10-year-old girl was absurd, even if he were distracted. His body possessed an instinctive ability to maintain balance. It was unlikely that even a typical 13 or 14-year-old boy could exert such force upon him. You just claimed your strength has increased? He inquired. Yes, it's true, she insisted with wide, earnest eyes. All right, pull me with all your might. Let me witness the extent of your strength, Qin Jin encouraged, grasping her small hand. Okay, she replied, gripping his palm tightly and pulling with all her might. A tremor coursed through Qin Jin's body as he struggled to maintain his footing. Brother, you're so strong. I can't move you, she remarked, sticking out her tongue. Remarkable, he observed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This time, he was thoroughly prepared. The force she had just displayed was comparable to that of a robust adult male. How could a 10-year-old girl possess such strength? Upon reflection, it became clear that her exceptional nature was not a new revelation. Her adeptness in handling the frost pistol, capable of delivering a kinetic energy of 900 joules, served as a significant indicator. Anyone familiar with firearms understands the magnitude of recoil associated with such weapons. For a small girl to wield one steadily is no small feat, and achieving consistent accuracy is something even an adult novice might struggle with. Furthermore, there is her identity. She is an indigenous inhabitant. In the community where Qin Jin has arrived, all natives have been replaced by trial participants, save for Han Minggran. Is her youth the reason for her survival? Perhaps not. Follow me. Qin Jin beckoned, taking her hand as they made their way to the Biological Research Institute. I don't want to go to the hospital. No injections. Han Minggran screamed in terror. I've lost my strength. It's gone again. Truly, I swear. In her eyes, the white edifice, both in its exterior and the fleeting glimpse of its interior style, bore a striking resemblance to a hospital. No worries, no injections. Qin Jin lifted the little one despite her struggles and strode into the white building. An hour later, in the lobby of the Biological Research Institute, Han Minggran pressed against the bandage on her arm, her expression filled with profound resentment, and her delicate face bore traces of unshed tears. Leader, the biological analysis has been completed, the bioengineered individual reported. The sample exhibits perfect viral adaptability, from which we have extracted a level 4 strain. What? A level 4 strain? You cannot be serious. Qin Jin exclaimed, utterly astonished. He suspected a connection between Han Minggran's mutation and the virus. Having indulged in countless novels and films in his past life, who was unaware of Alice's formidable prowess. Yet, a level 4 strain? The strain infecting giant zombies was merely classified as level 3. The classification of zombie virus strains is determined by the host's internal environment. The grade of the strain is dictated by the host's bodily conditions, which also influences whether the virus can invade other tissues and exhibit advanced characteristics. A level 3 strain within a giant zombie can invade muscle tissues, causing abnormal proliferation that leads to the creation of a giant zombie. However, should it infect an ordinary person, it would regress to level 1, merely circulating within the nervous system. An unaltered human body is not conducive to the survival of a level 3 strain. For the adaptability of the zombie virus ensures that the strain does not forcibly maintain its advanced characteristics. In essence, regardless of the strain's level, they are fundamentally indistinguishable. The difference lies solely in their expression. Just as all possess the same fighting spirit, a powerful fighter can transform their spirit into a steed, while a lesser one can only instill terror. The zombie virus invades the host's central nervous system, altering the host's behavioral patterns, thus modifying the internal environment to potentially express advanced characteristics at a later time. Han Minggran had not succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie, yet she harbored a level 4 strain, and her strength had augmented. This undeniably demonstrated that she was a natural viral carrier. Her unique genetic makeup creating an internal environment exceptionally suited for the virus to thrive, so much so that it did not even need to invade the central nervous system. Are there any potential risks associated with the viral infection? Qin Jin inquired, furrowing his brow. After all, a virus is a virus. All its exhibited traits stem from instinct, devoid of cognitive ability. Should the strain ever escalate beyond what Han Minggran's internal environment can withstand, she would inevitably be transformed into a zombie by the virus. There are no risks. The bioengineered individual S response took Qin Jin by surprise. According to the analysis from the biological laboratory, the internal environment of this sample is sufficient to sustain the limits of viral expression. We shall refer to it as a level 5 strain. Moreover, Certain unique genetic fragments within the sample can complement the virus, allowing it to refine its genetic segments beyond the limits of expression, potentially achieving a level exceeding 5. Additionally, the virus within this sample has lost its capacity to infect during the ongoing process of upgrading its expression logic. The internal environment of other organisms is no longer conducive to the survival of the strains within the sample. It can be understood that the virus, having grown accustomed to a lavish and opulent environment, can no longer revert to a crude and filthy one. If forced to return, its preference would be to perish. Alternatively, one might say that the virus within the sample is no longer a virus, but rather fragments of genetic material that compensate for her genetic deficiencies. What characteristics could a level 5 or 6 strain exhibit? Qin Jin inquired with a hint of curiosity. The bionic individual furrowed its brow and responded. It is difficult to ascertain at present, but according to speculation, a level 5 strain should fundamentally alter the 4 primary tissues and 9 major systems of the sample, transforming it into an evolutionary entity that surpasses ordinary individuals entirely, with this evolution capable of being perpetuated through reproduction. A level 6 strain, on the other hand, would build upon the foundation of the level 5 strain, further modifying the nervous system to awaken an outwardly manifesting biological force field. Once the level 6 strain achieves its form, if the sample undergoes systematic training, there exists a minuscule possibility of overcoming the conventional spacecraft of the navigator civilization, which operate on lower-tier technology. Hand-tearing a spacecraft. Qin Jin glanced sideways in disbelief. A minuscule possibility is still a possibility. He was acutely aware of the caliber of the standard spacecraft utilized by the navigator civilization. The notion that a singular carbon-based organism could triumph over such constructs seemed utterly absurd. Defeating a spacecraft? Me? The young girl's face lit up with excitement. Although she was still quite young, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Even if she did not fully grasp the bionic individual's technical jargon, she could vaguely sense that the term sample referred to her. She had previously overheard her male classmates discussing spacecraft, realizing that they were formidable entities. Can I receive accelerated training? Qin Jin asked with keen interest. That is not feasible, the bionic individual replied. Human intervention could yield negative repercussions. Though we can provide her with energy support, the expression of traits by the virus demands a substantial amount of energy. Qin Jin nodded. Very well. I will bring her here every day, and you shall do your utmost to nurture her. At your command, leader. Only Han Mingran appeared utterly horrified. Her impression of the Biological Research Institute was singular: injections and blood draws. Though she yearned to become formidable, the thought of receiving injections filled her with dread. Every day? No. Please, absolutely not. Chapter 23. What a splendid immersion into the fray. On the 13th day of the apocalyptic trial, noon approached. After a day of anticipation, the Spark Auxiliary Base had been completed. The Spark Auxiliary Base was quite compact, measuring merely 1 cubic meter, yet its capabilities were immensely powerful, equivalent to an additional spark of civilization. Moreover, while the primary spark of civilization possessed only 1 production Q, the Spark Auxiliary Base boasted 2. The sole distinction from the primary spark of civilization was that the latter served as the supreme control center of the navigator civilization, possessing the authority to command the self-destruction of the civilization itself, a privilege the Spark Auxiliary Base lacked. The primary spark could manufacture all creations of the navigator civilization, while the Spark Auxiliary Base was limited to producing artifacts corresponding to its own level. The rudimentary Flame Seed Auxiliary Base can only manufacture low-level technological creations of the navigator civilization. To produce more advanced artifacts, an upgrade is required. Once the Flame Seed Auxiliary Base is constructed, the navigator civilization can truly be said to have been resurrected. At this juncture, even if the civilization's flame is extinguished, the inheritors, with the aid of the Flame Seed Auxiliary Base, can gradually recreate the grandeur of the navigator civilization. The Flame Seed Base, however, is exceedingly fragile and immobile. Relocating the Flame Seed Auxiliary Base, akin to transferring the essence of the civilization's flame, demands a substantial amount of high-grade energy. While the shell of the civilization's flame can automatically follow Qin Jin, the Flame Seed Auxiliary Base, once placed, remains utterly stationary. Consequently, Qin Jin ordered the construction of a small fortress with formidable defenses within the base to house the Flame Seed Auxiliary Base. Surrounding it are drones patrolling around the clock, as well as close-range escorts provided by pack horses and transport vehicles. Inside the Flame Fortress, the golden cubic-shaped Flame Seed Auxiliary Base floats serenely in mid-air, emanating a soft and enchanting glow reminiscent of a nascent sunrise. Qin Jin caressed the base's smooth, jade-like exterior and instructed, Navigator, command the Flame Seed Auxiliary Base to continuously produce mechanical worker bees without cessation. The Flame Seed Auxiliary Base possesses 2 production queues, with each mechanical worker bee taking 10 minutes to manufacture. A single Flame Seed Auxiliary Base can produce 288 mechanical worker bees daily. Coupled with the constant production from the essence of the civilization's flame, this will temporarily sustain Qin Jin's development. The command has been received, and the production queue has been established. Upon leaving the Flame Fortress, Qin Jin fortuitously encountered Han Mingran emerging from the Biological Research Institute. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Her lips turned downward, and she pressed a cotton swab against her right arm with her left hand, rushing to Qin Jin in a pitiful manner. "Brother, I am so unfortunate. They pricked me with needles, administered intravenous fluids, drew my blood, and forced me to eat the most unpalatable food. I am in such despair. Boo-hoo. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. I don't want to die, for if I do, you will be left without a bride." Qin Jin nearly burst into laughter at her melodrama. The energy replenishment for Han Mingran at the Biological Research Institute had already commenced. During the initial replenishment, she received an infusion of 5 units of low-grade energy, both intravenously and orally. Do not underestimate these mere 5 units. In the cost of producing an Avenger 1000 with low-grade energy, half of the expenditure is allocated to the energy core. 500 units of energy can sustain an Avenger's activity for an entire year under normal conditions. Even with daily intense combat, including recuperation from injuries, it can support a month of operation. Thus, 5 units of low-grade energy can enable a massive biological entity, over 3 meters tall and brimming with muscle, to function for 3.5 days. In the face of fierce battles and frequent injuries, it can still sustain activity for nearly half a day. Biological weapons are remarkably energy efficient for the Navigator civilization, yet their energy consumption is several dozen times greater than that of an ordinary human. In need of such abundant energy, it is evident that profound transformations are occurring within Han Mingran. Upon seeing Qin Jin disregard her, Han Mingran huffily retreated indoors, instructing Li Yunzo to prepare her some desserts. After enduring a lengthy ordeal of injections and blood draws, she felt a twinge of hunger. Following lunch, Qin Jin perused the operational interface of the Fire Seed, outlining the developmental trajectory for the forthcoming days. The newly established material collection base had been operational for a day, and now he possessed over 50 million low-grade materials. Today, he could construct 2 new sub-bases. The new batch of 6,000 Avengers and 6,000 attackers had completed their cultivation and lay dormant within the Biological Research Facility. A portion of these Avengers and attackers could be dispatched to the sub-bases for security duties, thereby alleviating some of the surveillance burden on the drones. Presently, the 2 weapon production bases could manufacture 40 drones per hour, which was still insufficient. In the future, for the construction of sub-bases, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I shall not need to intervene personally. Instead, let the pack horses and drones transport the mechanical bees and excavators, along with the printers. Navigator, command the pack horse transport vehicle from Base 2 to carry the mechanical bees, printers, and excavators to establish a new sub-base at Point 3. Allocate half of Base 2's drones for escort duty. In the future, each sub-base will suffice with 50 drones for protection. Draw 200 mechanical bees and a sufficient number of excavators and printers from the main base to construct the sub-base at Point 4. Release 3,000 of both the Avengers and attackers from the Biological Research Facility, dispersing them to the 3 sub-bases, with 1,000 surrounding each. Importantly, ensure they do not cluster together. They should remain hidden around the sub-bases and regroup to launch an assault when a threat approaches. Once Qin Jin issued his orders, a multitude of intelligent machinery sprang to life. The pack horse transport vehicles were loaded with engineering equipment, while tri-service drones descended from the clouds, hovering above the convoy. The concealed hatch at the rear of the Biological Research Facility opened, allowing the massive Avengers and attackers to exit the laboratory in an orderly fashion, dispersing after leaving the base. Is this how you intend to release these entities? Witnessing this, Li Yunzo inhaled deeply, incredulous. Is there something amiss? Qin Jin cast a sidelong glance at him. Who exactly are you? Li Yunzo's brows furrowed slightly. Your master, Qin Jin replied coldly. I recall not granting you the authority to inquire about anything. Yes, I understand. A flicker of anger ignited in Li Yunzo's bright eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished by her own restraint. At that moment, Qin Jin suddenly received a warning from the navigator. Master, during the aerial patrol, the drones have detected 19 small aircraft operating around the main base, capturing images of it. Please advise on the course of action. Qin Jin glanced at Li Yunzo with indifference and stated, destroy them. In the future, handle all similar situations in the same manner. In the sky, dozens of amphibious drones cruised, extending their laser guns, and after adjusting the barrels, a slender ray of rainbow light shot forth. A dozen reconnaissance drones, equipped with stealth coatings and compact in size, erupted in a burst of flames, dissipating into black smoke with the wind. Within a pure white room, more than 10 professionals clad in suits and ties busied themselves at their computers. This scene appeared quite ordinary, resembling a typical office. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, it took on a peculiar aura. Suddenly, a bespectacled female professional rose, raising her hand and stating, "Report to the supervisor. The drone I operated has gone missing. The reason for its disappearance is unknown. May I initiate the launch of a new drone?" In the white room, aside from 3 rows of desks, there were also independent desks separated by partitions. At one of these desks, a man in a gray suit, unremarkable in appearance, stood up and replied, "Understood. For now, focus on processing the footage that has already been captured. There is no need to launch a new drone." At that moment, nearly everyone at the row of desks stood up in unison. "Report to the supervisor. Drone number 4 has gone missing. The reason is unknown. Report to the supervisor. Drone number 9 has gone missing. The reason is unknown." Within the span of a single minute, all 12 professionals reported the loss of their drones. The expression of the gray-suited supervisor darkened immediately. "Bring Luzashi to me." "Yes, supervisor." One of the professionals exited the white room. Shortly thereafter, the professional returned, accompanied by 2 robust men in sunglasses, escorting a visibly panicked man in a white shirt. Once released, the man hurriedly approached the supervisor, saying, "Supervisor Zhao, how may I assist you?" Supervisor Zhao maintained an impassive demeanor, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Luzashi. "At your so-called critical target point, I have lost 12 fourth-generation reconnaissance drones, along with 2 fifth-level operatives." "What? How is that possible?" Luzashi exclaimed in shock, then nervously continued. "It was Li Yunzhu who explicitly instructed me to dispatch 5th-level operatives for investigation and to send 4th-generation reconnaissance drones for surveillance. I have the audio." "Audio?" Supervisor Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. "The so-called audio is merely a fabrication of yours, is it not?" He ceased to regard Luzashi further, instead murmuring to himself, "What a clever ruse, what a masterful bait." Evidently, one of the most qualified candidates for promotion to the board. Luzashi feigned concern over a report from Daping City regarding the detection of a 4th-level zombie, insisting on departing at this critical juncture of the board election to personally issue a warning to his father. Subsequently, he sent a trusted subordinate to serve him, tricking me into installing a tracking device on her communicator. Finally, he claimed to have encountered a priority target of at least S rank on the way and chose to investigate personally, deliberately failing to report back to the company. Let me consider that she desires to secure a decisive achievement for her promotion to the board, and thus endeavors to verify this notion. However, her true intention is to seize this opportunity to eliminate my 4th-generation reconnaissance drones and elite agents with ruthless methods, aiming to draw my attention and compel me to dispatch additional forces to investigate the secrets, ultimately leading to my losses and rendering me blind, deaf, and crippled. Indeed, it is a splendid scheme. Alas, one of my virtues is my aversion to gambling. All right. At this moment, Supervisor Zhao turned his gaze toward Luzashi, inquiring, "What means did you employ to destroy my 4th-generation drones and eliminate my elite agents?" Luzashi, his face a mask of terror, stammered, "I don't know. I truly do not know. Supervisor Zhao, I sincerely wish to ally with you. Like you, I believe that the great master will rectify this world. I also yearn for a place in the new world. How could I possibly betray you? How could I conspire with that naive and foolish woman, Li Yunzhou, to harm you?" "Ah, I see." Supervisor Zhao smiled faintly. "Did you not already inform me?" Li Yunzhou's father is a major general stationed at the Nanshan Military District, conveniently located in Daping City. A military district major general, under prepared circumstances, could easily obliterate a dozen 4th-generation drones and 2 elite agents, could it not? Thus, your so-called priority level S is, in fact, the concealed military base of Major General Li, an important stronghold brimming with advanced and sophisticated weaponry. Wait, I almost forgot. Li Yunzhou is a staunch traditionalist, believing that this world still merits salvation. If she were to discover the level 4 zombies, that would be unacceptable. The level 4 zombies in Daping City are part of the Master's plan to cleanse the world. We cannot allow any mishaps. Muttering to himself, Supervisor Zhao furrowed his brow, gazing at the men in sunglasses standing beside him. "What are you still doing? Take him away and dispose of him." Supervisor Zhao. Supervisor Zhao. "This has nothing to do with me." Luzashi cried out as he was dragged from the white room by the 2 men in sunglasses, his wails echoing in the corridor. Since the emergence of level 4 zombies marks the Master's initial step towards cleansing the world, Supervisor Zhao's expression turned cold. "We must clear the path for the Master's advance." Chapter 24. The Origins of Li Yunzhou. The mysterious company Qin Jin did not personally oversee the construction of the two branch bases. Under the guidance of the navigator, the task was completed smoothly. Once these two branch bases are finished, Qin Jin's daily income from low-level materials will reach 90 million. The suggested equipment printers, under a fission-like self-replication process, will rapidly be produced, totaling 500 units. The idle printers continuously manufacture stellar energy collection devices, which are then transported by mechanical worker bees, becoming part of the celestial canopy. In the sky, drones are packaging zombies and delivering them to the Biological Research Institute. Qin Jin keenly noticed that among the drones transporting zombies, 3 living individuals were also being carried. The reason being that these 3 individuals were afforded special treatment. Other drones were seen hanging multiple zombies beneath them, while these 3 living individuals were suspended by a single drone each. Upon halting the 3 drones and bringing the individuals down, Qin Jin confirmed they were indeed alive. He summoned the bionic beings from the Biological Research Institute and inquired, pointing at the unconscious trio, whether they had dispatched drones to capture living beings, and for what purpose, questioning the necessity of living subjects at this stage of experimentation. With the discovery of a level 4 virus strain within Manga, the Institute had embarked on research aimed at upgrading biological weapons. If all progressed smoothly, they could cultivate level 5 virus carriers. By obtaining further data from Manga, it might even be possible to produce level 6 virus carriers. Although the level 6 strain was exclusive and lacked transmissibility, such characteristics posed no significant challenge for the Navigator Biological Research Institute. Report, Leader, the bionic being stated. In accordance with your directives, the drones will eliminate any potential threats surrounding the main base. These 3 individuals also fall within the scope of targeted elimination. Fortuitously discovered by the drones dispatched for material collection, the researchers deemed them excellent specimens for level 4 virus strain infection. Thus, using their authority, they halted the lethal strikes of the patrol drones and brought them back. Esteemed leader, do you not think we should refrain from using normally functioning sentient beings as research materials? Asked the bionic being, subsequently displaying footage captured by the drones of the 3 living individuals. The footage clearly depicted them armed with high-powered sniper rifles, handguns, military knives, grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs, strategically monitoring the base from various positions. No, that is not my intention, Qin Jin replied, shaking his head. Living individuals also fall within your category of capture for experimental materials. I shall keep these 3 for now and send them to you shortly. Understood, leader. The bionic being acknowledged with a bow before withdrawing. Mingran, Qin Jin called to Han Mingran, who was practicing shooting at the range. Hey, I'm here, Han Mingran replied, putting away her small handgun and jogging over. Brother, is there something you need? Please fetch Li Yunju for me, Qin Jin instructed. All right. Han Mingran cheerfully bounced back into the building. Before long, the little one returned with Li Yunju at her side. Master, did you summon me for something? Li Yunju inquired softly. After enduring many days, she had grown accustomed to Qin Jin's assertiveness, firmly establishing her position. Take a look, do you recognize them? Qin Jin pointed at the 3 individuals lying on the ground. As Li Yunju lowered her gaze and recognized the faces of the trio, her pupils involuntarily contracted. It seems you are familiar with them, Qin Jin remarked coolly. In light of your diligent service to me, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not squander such a valuable resource. The selection of these 3 living individuals by the Biological Research Institute to serve as specimens for cultivating level 4 infectors is certainly no trivial matter. Their physical prowess far exceeds that of the ordinary populace, making them exceptional even among special forces operatives. Moreover, their professional acumen is of the highest caliber. From the imagery provided by the bionic entity, one can glean a glimpse of their capabilities. Qin Jin surmised that in a hand-to-hand confrontation with these individuals, he would only stand an even chance, gaining little advantage. In scenarios where equipment is complete or combat methods are unrestricted, there exists a significant probability that he could be effortlessly subdued by them. Take them away, Qin Jin commanded with a wave of his hand. 3 drones ascended, hoisting the trio and transporting them towards the Biological Research Institute. Li Yunzhou shuddered. Qin Jin's actions were devoid of any pretense, and she was acutely aware of the Institute's true purpose. Please, I beg you, spare him, she implored softly, kneeling before Qin Jin. Within the corporate hierarchy, level 5 operatives are the elite of the elite, each capable of wielding tremendous influence. While the supervisor holds a high position within the company, there are scarcely a few top-tier operatives of that caliber under their command. Operatives may perish, but not without value. If pleading could salvage the life of a premier operative, all supervisors would undoubtedly lower themselves to do so without hesitation. Furthermore, kneeling and begging for mercy before Qin Jin was not a source of shame for Li Yunzhou. She had become adept at it. Oh, It appears these three individuals hold considerable value for you, Qin Jin remarked with a smile. Or rather, it is one in particular that you refer to, is it not? Indeed, it is merely one person, Li Yunzhou affirmed. The shock she felt upon encountering the three level 5 operatives stemmed not only from the capture of her own operative, but also from the presence of the other two. She was convinced that her discovery of Qin Jin and his base was purely coincidental. Did the supervisors of the other two level 5 operatives also stumble upon the peculiarities of this base by chance? Or had she been betrayed by her subordinates? As this thought crossed her mind, a shadow of bitterness and resolve crossed Li Yunzhou's face. It seems you initially sought mercy for just one person, implying that the fates of the other two are of no concern to you? No, it appears you might even wish for their demise. Am I mistaken? Qin Jin inquired with a bemused expression. I cannot say, Li Yunzhou replied, shaking her head. I do not know the other two, nor can I ascertain whether their superior is my adversary. But you have many adversaries, and it is highly probable that the other two hail from among them. Qin Jin observed with keen interest. Yes, Li Yunzhou nodded. Once, within the company, she had been the staunchest advocate for salvation, leading that faction. However, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had become the last representative of the salvation faction. The remaining factions of saviors either transformed into fence-sitters or directly became purging entities. Consequently, every ounce of strength under her command is exceedingly precious. You have successfully piqued my curiosity. Do share the details of the faction to which you belong. Qin Jin raised his hand to assist Li Yunzhou in standing, casually remarking that the day's production tasks had been fully assigned, and there were no pressing matters at hand, making it a perfect opportunity to indulge in a story. He found himself quite intrigued by a faction like Li Yunzhou's, one that managed to maintain its structure amid the apocalypse. Such a faction undoubtedly hinted at being the puppeteers of this world, perhaps even the ultimate antagonist, akin to Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil or Wayland from the Alien series. Yes, Master, Li Yunzhou replied, standing obediently by, not adopting an arrogant demeanor as he spoke of his own faction. I hail from a company. What company? State its full name. Spare me the mystery. Qin Jin said impatiently. The full name is simply the company, Li Yunzhou replied with a wry smile, as it bore no additional title. However, the company encompasses several well-known subsidiary factions, the Radiant Light Sect, the Highfield Group, the World Charitable Foundation, and lastly, the Bull Mafia. Qin Jin was perplexed until Li Yunzhou elucidated the nature of these entities. The Radiant Light Sect could be likened to a version of Christianity from another realm, and it was, in fact, more extensive than the Christianity of Qin Jin's previous life, boasting a following that comprised 40% of the global population, with half of the nations regarding it as their state religion. The Highfield Group is a colossal multinational conglomerate primarily focused on finance, technological development, and arms production, wielding immense influence capable of manipulating the governments of smaller nations. Even the foremost nation before the apocalypse bore the shadow of Highfield during its establishment. The Charitable Foundation is a globally recognized entity, a super charity organization that establishes shelters in disaster-stricken areas, delivers supplies to war-torn regions, adopts orphans from various circumstances, and donates to critically ill patients, among other principal activities. The Bull Mafia stands as the largest mercenary organization in this world. Affluent individuals seeking security often turn to them, and they also engage in international warfare contracts. Utilizing violent methods, the Bull Mafia has seized control of several underdeveloped nations, transforming them into their training bases. From this perspective, the company indeed emerges as a superpower beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It could be described as the puppet master controlling the entire world, possessing financial, military, and political power, along with a comprehensive talent cultivation system. The origins of the company are shrouded in far greater mystery than its 4 illustrious subsidiaries. It is said to be a clandestine organization that has existed since ancient times, leaving traces of its activity throughout various epochs. Throughout human history, every significant war or technological leap has had a direct or indirect connection to corporations. In the past, these entities were known by different names. But as society evolved into modernity, they adopted the term corporation. The highest governing body of a corporation is the board of directors, which oversees all company affairs. Below the board are the executives, who are accountable solely to the board. Beneath the executives are regional managers, tasked with operational responsibilities across various global regions. Further down the hierarchy are the internal staff, categorized into 4 levels of junior and senior roles. The external operatives, commonly referred to as agents, are classified into 5 tiers. Notably, agents do not report to regional managers. Instead, the 5th-tier agents hold a rank equivalent to that of regional managers, reporting directly to the executives. It is worth mentioning that the capabilities of these 5th-tier agents far exceed what Qin Jin could ever imagine. not only in terms of physical prowess and combat skills, but also in their possession of extraordinarily advanced professional techniques. For them, crafting explosives by hand is mere child's play. Remarkably, there was even a fifth-tier agent who, through a fortunate turn of events, managed to create a nuclear bomb. Chapter 25. The Ultimate Mission, the Spark of Civilization. The origins of the corporation remain shrouded in mystery. It is said that only those who enter the board of directors may uncover the truth about its genesis. However, every individual who becomes involved with the corporation inevitably encounters a certain rumor that the creator of the corporation is a deity, and the corporation serves as the divine emissary on Earth. Those who have gained insight into the inner workings of the corporation unanimously agree with this assertion, as the corporation is indeed steeped in enigma and unfathomable depth. To say it is a tool employed by the divine to guide humanity is not an exaggeration. Do you also believe the creator of the corporation is a deity? Qin Jin asked with a chuckle. This narrative is strikingly reminiscent of the three-body problem. Though in that tale, the Earth Trisolaris organization, ETO, lacks the gravitas to compare with this world's corporation, which might very well be an entity that has wielded influence over the course of human history for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. No, I do not believe the creator of the corporation is a deity, Li Yunzo replied, taking a deep breath. I am more inclined to think that an advanced extraterrestrial civilization is responsible for its creation. For reasons unknown, they have never truly revealed themselves, instead guiding the advancement of human civilization in various ways. Well, it seems you are not foolish, Qin Jin nodded, dismissing notions of the supernatural. Who would actually believe such things? Li Yunzo smiled wryly. This perspective is not my own. It is a pre-existing notion within the various tiers of the corporation. However, to possess the ability to manipulate and guide our civilization at will is, in essence, akin to divine power. Referring to them as gods is not entirely inaccurate. Indeed, Qin Jin concurred, nodding in agreement. Regardless of the nature of the force, once it reaches an incomprehensible level of power, it can be deemed divine. If his navigator's technology continues to evolve, he too will be revered as a deity on this planet. 20 years ago, the board of directors issued a document. Li Yunzhao continued, stating that this document is neither a task, nor a development plan, nor a command, but rather a prophecy. A prophecy? Indeed, a prophecy. Li Yunzhao spoke with solemnity, declaring that the prophecy foretells the descent of the divine in 20 years' time. At that moment, glory will be bestowed upon the devout, the exceptional, and the diligent, while the indolent, the negligent, and the laggards will face the utmost punishment. After a thorough analysis aligned with the doctrines of the Mingguang sect, the company's upper echelons unanimously concluded that this would herald a momentous judgment capable of altering the fate of humanity and reshuffling the structure of the world. Shortly thereafter, the company received a revelation from the divine, discovering a virus within a meteorite that had descended from the heavens. A zombie virus? Qin Jin raised an eyebrow, surprised to find his guess confirmed. This apocalyptic crisis had indeed been orchestrated by the company. Precisely, it is the zombie virus. Li Yunzhao nodded gravely. However, in its initial stages, it was not referred to as the zombie virus, but rather as the ladder to divinity or the key to evolution. Upon acquiring the viral samples, the company's research department immediately embarked on extensive studies and experiments. They were astonished to discover that this virus could significantly alter human physiology, enhancing attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, resilience, and recovery, while greatly extending cellular lifespan and increasing the efficiency of biological energy utilization. In light of the earlier divine oracle, the company's leadership collectively believed that this was a divine intervention to facilitate yet another evolution of human life. Such evolutionary processes had occurred numerous times before, from the ancient apes to Homo erectus, from Homo habilis to Homo sapiens, and through the ages from the Stone Age to the Iron Age, to the Electrical Age and the Information Age. Those unable to adapt to evolution would ultimately face extinction. However, the evolution brought forth by the key to evolution would be more intense than any preceding instances. Transformation, inevitably, entails growing pains. The key to evolution promises not merely the enhancement of the human body. Those who fail to adapt will find themselves transformed into zombies, devoid of cognitive ability, driven solely by the primal instincts to consume and attack their own kind. Consequently, a schism emerged within the company's leadership, dividing into two factions, the Salvation faction and the Purification faction. The Salvation faction advocated for a gentle approach to virus experimentation, seeking methods to enable individuals to withstand the viral transformation. Ultimately, they aimed to develop a genetic serum that would grant all of humanity the opportunity for evolution. Conversely, the Purification faction believed that the divine had allotted only 20 years for Earth, and that if transformation was not achieved within this time frame, the entire planet could face divine cleansing. Thus, there was no luxury of time for gradual viral acclimatization. Those unable to adapt to evolution were deemed unworthy of survival. Their approach involved the widespread dissemination of the virus, filtering for those capable of enduring its effects. Naturally, the purification faction's strategy did not encompass themselves. As noble company personnel, the most loyal servants of the divine, they were destined to survive and welcome the arrival of the divine. After the global infection, they could select individuals with viral adaptability for reverse research, thereby facilitating the discovery of methods to modify the virus. In simpler terms, the philosophy of the saviors is to create an evolutionary ladder for the world, while that of the purgers is to use the world as a stepping stone for their evolution. Initially, with 2 decades still ahead, the saviors outnumbered the purgers due to a pang of conscience. However, as time progressed and conventional research yielded little advancement, the purgers gradually increased in number while the saviors dwindled. As the prophesied deadline approached, only a handful of saviors remained. The purgers, with their overwhelming superiority in strength, completely overshadowed the saviors. Not long ago, under the purgers' clandestine operations, a full-scale biochemical crisis erupted. The administrative systems and violent machines of various nations were temporarily incapacitated by the purgers' schemes, providing the virus with an opportunity to spread. In a short span, 90% of the global population became infected with the zombie virus. Among the remaining 10 who were not initially infected, a significant portion caught the virus during the ensuing chaos, leaving only a few to struggle for survival. With the vast majority of the populace transformed into zombies and the societal structure utterly collapsed, any response from the violent machines proved futile. No wonder. Upon entering the trial grounds, Qin Jin remained perplexed. The zombies in this world were merely conventional virus carriers, not magical beings. Given the technological level of this world, such a global apocalypse should not have occurred. Modern humanity's technology is overwhelmingly superior against zombies. In the face of a well-organized military, countless zombies would merely be fodder. If the virus had only sporadically leaked and spread naturally, how could humanity, with its absolute power, fail to control the situation? It turns out that all of this chaos was orchestrated by malicious individuals. Such a colossal entity as the company indeed possesses the capability to disseminate the virus worldwide in a short time, leaving the violent machines of various nations unable to react promptly. So, you are a savior? Qin Jin inquired with interest. Yes, Li Yunzhou replied with a wry smile. To be precise, at this juncture, I am the sole savior remaining. I do not wish for the extinction of human civilization, which has endured for millennia. At the very least, we must preserve this last spark. Upon hearing this, Qin Jin furrowed his brow. Logically, the purgers should have achieved their objectives and would be seeking samples to study the virus, so why would they send someone to oppose you? That is why I am uncertain about the intentions of the other 2 level 5 agents, Li Yunzhou explained. They may have discovered the anomalies here and intend to investigate further. It is also possible that they are targeting me. Recently, an incident may have ignited this targeting. What incident? Qin Jin asked. The supervisor's promotion assessment, Li Yunzhou responded. The board of directors has issued a document stating that due to the passing of a director, there will be a promotion selection among the executives to fill the vacant position. I, having once been a champion of the Salvation faction, am among the most formidable at the executive level. Even in the face of apocalypse, I still possess the prowess to vie for the directorial position. Not long ago, I held an unwavering belief that this directorship was within my grasp, for the board of directors is the closest realm to the divine, the apex of the company's power. Only by entering the board can I access the core secrets of the company and discover ways to preserve the last embers of human civilization. And what of your competitors? Inquired Qin Jin. My rival is the leader of the purging faction, I replied. A peculiar expression crossed Li Yunzhou's face. He is the epitome of the purging faction, the most devout of the divine's adherents. His ideology diverges sharply from that of other purging members. He earnestly seeks to cleanse the entire earth, leaving only those evolutionaries worthy of building a new world. This individual is utterly unhinged. He once voluntarily injected himself with the zombie virus, surviving solely due to his innate adaptability. He is the most resolute in his desire to use the virus to filter the entire globe. At that moment, the ominous tone of the apocalypse trial echoed in Qin Jin's mind. Notification. You have encountered the ultimate secret of this world. Notification. You have triggered the ultimate mission. Civilization's Ember. Ultimate mission. Civilization's Ember. Phase 1. The Dark Veil. Mission description. From Li Yunzhou. You have learned the cause of the biological crisis in this world. You resolve to aid him in ascending to a directorial position within the company to uncover further clandestine information. Mission objective. Assist Li Yunzhou in attaining the role of company director or an equivalent status. Mission Reward. 1 Silver Trial Medal Special Note 1. The ultimate mission is a series of interconnected tasks, possessing its own evaluation system. Upon the completion of all ultimate missions, or if any segment fails, a comprehensive evaluation will be conducted, determining the overall reward. Special Note 2. The overall evaluation of the ultimate mission does not affect the rewards of intermediate tasks, which can be obtained in real time upon completion. Chapter 26. Directors. Those of Strength and Valor Ultimate Mission. Silver Trial Medal. Even with Qin Jin's extensive connections and keen awareness, he was taken aback. Official trialists are categorized into 3 major tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Each tier faces trials of varying difficulty. Medals of different qualities can only be earned within corresponding difficulty levels. The path to acquiring these trial medals involves completing particularly challenging hidden achievements and tasks. Currently, Qin Jin is situated within a bronze-level trial world, which theoretically permits the acquisition of only a bronze trial medal. The silver trial medal is unequivocally an extraordinary reward. The most crucial point is that although the task reward consists solely of a silver trial medal, the ultimate task is a series of interconnected challenges. This singular silver medal serves merely as a symbol, signifying the accomplishment of this specific task, much like the Zombie Terminator task, which unlocks the hidden mission known as the Gaze of the Zombie Lord. Completing the first phase grants one the qualification to earn a silver medal in this trial. The requirements of the ultimate task are to assist Li Yunzhou in becoming a company director or to attain an equivalent position of authority. According to Qin Jin's understanding of the trial tasks, the former condition represents a standard pathway for task completion. The latter, however, would only be contemplated as a more arduous means of accomplishment should the former avenue become untenable. For instance, if Qin Jin were to acquire ultimate secrets through alternative channels, and by the time he received this information, Li Yunzhou had already perished, then he would have to strive for an equivalent position of authority in place of Li Yunzhou. Securing a seat on the company board is not an absolute necessity. Possessing the power to overthrow the entire company and extract desired information from its remnants would equally qualify as attaining an equivalent status. Other trial participants would scarcely consider directly challenging a colossal entity that governs the world. Yet for Qin Jin, this approach appears far simpler than usurping Li Yunzhou's position as a company director. Of course, with Li Yunzhou presently under Qin Jin's control, it is prudent to first contemplate assisting him in ascending to the role of company director, while he possesses the strength to dismantle the company. Such an action would entail the risk of losing vital information. What is the process for competing for a director position? Are there any assessment tasks involved? Qin Jin inquired. No, Li Yunzhou replied, shaking his head. Company directors hold the pinnacle of the global power hierarchy, a status that even heads of state of various nations cannot rival. Only leaders of a few superpowers can wield power comparable to that of a company director. The competition for such positions cannot possibly be assessed through trivial fixed tasks. Historically, the promotion of supervisors has been based on an evaluation of their power and accomplishments. The greater the power, the more significant the achievements. The higher the likelihood of being admitted to the board. For instance, of the 4 major subordinate organizations of the company I mentioned earlier, aside from the Radiant Church, the actual leaders of the other 3 organizations have already ascended to the board. As for the Radiant Church, this organization has long been an integral component of the company, and it is said that among the current board members, 3 hail from the Radiant Church and are its true controllers. Moreover, it is rumored that several board members were once heads of state from some of the world's most powerful nations. Upon hearing this, Qin Jin suddenly began to comprehend how the company managed to expand. If I can draw the most powerful individuals in the world into my organization, then my organization would indeed become the most powerful super entity globally. The crux of the matter, what is a director? Qin Jin's response was, a director is one who commands a formidable force. And what about you? What are your qualifications now? Qin Jin glanced at Li Yunzhou. I am the ultimate controller of 4 multinational commercial conglomerates and 1 multinational military group. Li Yunzhou finally exhibited a hint of pride, stating, at my peak, my assets amounted to 53 trillion yen currency, equivalent to the annual GDP of the world's 10th largest economy. Under my command, I possess a professional army of 12,000 personnel, including 2 armored brigades that can rival the most elite armored divisions of the illustrious Yin nation. My Air Force boasts 46 of the most advanced 5th-generation fighter jets, while my Navy is equipped with 2 nuclear-powered missile cruisers and 2 nuclear submarines. Indeed, a director is one who commands a formidable force. Li Yunzhou himself could be considered a significant figure atop the global hierarchy of power. However, in comparison to those of the director level, he still falls slightly short. The organization he previously mentioned, one of the 4 super entities under his company, the Hayfear Group, holds a total value comparable to the annual GDP of the world's third-largest economy. The Bull Mafia wields military power capable of challenging the fifth-ranked military powerhouse in the world. Furthermore, my father is a powerful major general in the southern military district of Yin Nation, Li Yunzhou continued, which can also be regarded as the force I can mobilize. It seems your weak point lies in your family background, Qin Jin remarked. My family background is clearly a strength. Li Yunzhou could not help but retort. Do you understand what it means to be a major general with real authority in the military district of Yin? At the height of his power, he could directly command military forces capable of flattening all the small nations on the southern continent within half a month. Very well, Qin Jin nodded. It appears that a major general in the military district of Yin in this world is indeed a particularly formidable figure. Far more powerful than the brigade commanders he had in mind. However, due to the outbreak of the biological crisis, the forces I can control have significantly diminished. Li Yunzhou said with a hint of melancholy. The leader of the Purge faction possesses greater strength than I do. To successfully ascend to the director position, I must seek breakthroughs through my achievements. What do you mean by achievements? Qin Jin inquired. They refer to contributions made to the company, Li Yunzhou explained, encompassing technology, military, political, and economic aspects. Among these, military, political, and economic contributions can be integrated into one's influence. Thus, technological breakthroughs are the optimal choice. So, upon witnessing my drone, you decided to investigate further? Qin Jin asked. Indeed, Li Yunzhou affirmed. Your drones surpass the current most advanced models by several eras. Their flight stability and the weapon systems they carry are beyond our comprehension. Initially, I intended to achieve my accomplishments in the field of biotechnology. My subordinates unexpectedly discovered traces of a level 4 pathogen during their routine research in Daping City. As we approach the prophetic deadline, the significance of virus-related technology outweighs that of other categories. A level 4 pathogen? Have you found it? Qin Jin cast a peculiar glance at Han Mingran. No. Li Yunzhou shook his head. I surmise that the entity possessing the 4th level strain is likely a Lord-level zombie. The distinctive characteristic of a Lord-level zombie is its lack of distinguishing features. It bears an almost indistinguishable resemblance to an ordinary zombie, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. If we had not intercepted the minute energy fluctuations generated by the mutation of the strain, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that the 4th level strain had come into existence. Once the mutation of the strain is complete, locating it becomes a matter of sampling and testing, which is evidently an impractical approach. Fortunately, my father is stationed in the vicinity of Daping City. My arrival in Daping City is to seek my father's assistance in identifying the carriers of the 4th level strain, as well as to warn him of the potential emergence of a 4th level lord. You seem particularly fixated on the 4th level strain. Qin Jin narrowed his eyes. Given the global outbreak of the biohazard, surely you could procure a sufficient number of virus hosts? Not quite, Li Yunzhou replied with a shake of his head. Strains below the 4th level primarily alter the physical aspects of the human body, whereas 4th level strains involve the central nervous system, encompassing both the brain and spinal cord. The control and destruction exerted by a 1st level strain over the central nervous system effectively lay the groundwork for subsequent modifications. Upon completion of the 4th level strain's transformation, the zombie will possess intelligence on par with that of a human being. If the host is a naturally occurring virus adapter, their intelligence will surpass that of ordinary humans in every conceivable aspect. We hypothesize that any individual of the divine civilization may possess superlative intelligence resulting from the completion of the 4th level strain transformation. That simplifies matters. Qin Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. To the company, the 4th level strain is a coveted prize. Yet to us, it is merely a plaything to manipulate at will. The Biological Research Institute is already preparing to cultivate 4th level biological weapons. When is your company scheduled to promote the board position? Qin Jin inquired. The evaluations commence 3 days hence, with a 1-month assessment period, Li Yunzhou responded. However, if a candidate were to procure a sample of the 4th level strain, they could be declared the victor on the spot. So, if I were to provide you with a sample of the 4th level strain, you could ascend to the board immediately? Qin Jin asked. Indeed. Wait, Li Yunzhou gazed at Qin Jin in astonishment. Precisely, Qin Jin affirmed with a nod and a smile. I possess the 4th level strain sample that you desire. I can assist you in securing the board position, provided you are willing to comply. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Nuclear Weapons. All who dare provoke me shall face nuclear annihilation. On the 14th day of the trial, the sub-base established yesterday has been completed. From this moment forth, the number of material collection stations has reached 800. The auxiliary stations for the spark and the essence of civilization have collaboratively produced over 400 mechanical worker bees, with 500 makeshift device printers operating at full capacity. Aside from a plethora of miscellaneous materials and equipment, we are capable of producing 10 million star energy collection devices daily. The mechanical worker bees stationed at the base diligently lay out the energy canopy, a canopy measuring 100 by 100 meters, equivalent to 1 million solar panels. Requires approximately 10 mechanical worker bees 1 hour to complete its construction from framework assembly to final deployment. Thus, a single day's capacity allows for just 1 hour of work from 100 mechanical worker bees. In this regard, the workload on the mechanical worker bees is not particularly strenuous. Qin Jin surveyed the resource situation. After issuing production tasks yesterday, there remained 1,000 W of low-grade materials. With 400 collection stations and 1,000 excavators contributing an additional 5,000 W of low-grade materials over the day, the total of low-grade materials reached 6,000 W. Qin Jin promptly commanded the supply and transport vehicles from bases 3 and 4 to proceed to the development sites, facilitating the construction of bases 5 and 6. Concurrently, each sub-base dispatched 50 drones for patrol, with 1,000 Avengers and 1,000 attackers assigned to security duties. By the same time tomorrow, he would be able to construct 4 sub-bases simultaneously. Each sub-base, once completed, would supply the materials necessary for the construction of the next sub-base the following day. With the production of weapon stations underway and sufficient firepower established, Qin Jin entered a phase of rapid, snowballing development. With the remaining 20 million materials, he opted to construct an additional weapon production station, leaving 1,000 W in reserve. As his territory expanded, the original 2 weapon stations, even when operating at full capacity, began to feel somewhat constrained. The production of 40 tri-service small drones per hour may seem ample, yet it proved somewhat inadequate. A weapon station requires just over 2 days to produce a complete drone squadron. The first weapon station, completed on the 10th day of the trial, has yet to finish its second round of drone production, while the second weapon production station, completed on the 11th day, has only recently concluded its first round of drone production. Currently, the number of tri-service multifunctional small drones in Qin Jin's possession has just surpassed 3,000, while the number of transport vehicles remains a mere 10 from the initial batch. In light of his current enterprises, this meager force appears somewhat paltry. Fortunately, the presence of level 3 strain infectors produced by the biological laboratory lends some support. Suddenly, the alert from the navigator sounded. Warning, warning. High-energy units approaching at a velocity of 52 Mach, analyzed to target base 1. Warning, warning. The number of high-energy units is increasing. Currently, there are 2. Warning, warning. The number of high-energy units is increasing. Currently, there are 3. High-energy units are about to enter the drone defense zone. Remaining time, 1 minute 12 seconds. 1 minute 11 seconds. High-energy units? What are they? Qin Jin furrowed his brow and quickly inquired. Navigator. Analysis indicates they are medium-range ballistic missiles. Ballistic missiles? Qin Jin exclaimed, hastily asking, can they be intercepted? Navigator. Upon analysis, the success rate of the oscillating interception is below 10, hence it is not considered. A powerful laser array composed of drones can achieve a success rate of 99.9 in interception, though there exists a probability of drone damage. Swiftly organize the interception. Qin Jin exclaimed with fury, what does it matter if a few drones are lost? Navigator. Report to the inheritor, according to the protection protocol. The interception plan was initiated 89 seconds ago. It will continue unless explicitly revoked. Revocation is out of the question, Qin Jin muttered under his breath. Then approached a small information control center. Intelligent control center, connect me to the footage of the tri-functional small drones. Esteemed leader of civilization. The small information control center is at your service. The screens on the control center's mobile unit illuminated. From the screens, 5 unidentified objects could be seen, trailing long white vapor and racing forward at high speed. Damn it, is that thing targeting me? Qin Jin exclaimed in frustration. Who had he provoked to warrant a missile strike, and 5 at once no less? Calculations indicated that these 5 high-energy explosives had over a 95 probability of being aimed at base 1, reported the navigator. These are medium-range missiles with a fixed trajectory. Qin Jin's expression darkened. What if they were long-range missiles with an irregular trajectory? Rest assured, inheritor. Any high-energy object entering the warning zone will be intercepted, the navigator assured. At that moment, the screens of the small control center displayed the missiles drawing closer, the cameras capturing their bodies with increasing clarity. Hundreds of drones converged from all directions, their shells opening to reveal metallic tubes. Streams of slender red beams shot forth from their barrels, weaving intricate and dense nets of laser. The drones at the forefront of the laser net did not form part of the web. Instead, they adjusted their aim directly at the 5 missiles and unleashed their lasers at maximum power. In that instant of contact, the lasers left black marks on the missile's casings. Yet, it was insufficient. The medium-range missile casings were crafted from materials designed to withstand extreme temperatures and pressures. The lasers would lose some energy in the air, failing to penetrate the missiles. The laser guns of the foremost drones remained locked onto the missile bodies. Moments later, the missiles approached the laser net formed by the drones. Just at that moment, all drone laser guns were elevated to maximum power as the missiles flew through the net. As they passed through the laser web, all drones adjusted their lasers to target the 5 missiles. Just meters beyond the laser net, the missiles suddenly detonated. Flames engulfed the clouds, and a fierce shockwave surged forth, sending the drone swarm tumbling. The small control center's display also began to spin and jolt violently. Meanwhile, Qin Jin lifted his head, faintly perceiving distant fireworks blooming at the horizon. Navigator, what was the outcome? Were all interceptions successful? He inquired hastily. The report to the inheritor. All 5 missiles have been successfully intercepted, failing to breach the first line of defense, replied the navigator. We have lost 76 drones, of which 12 are completely destroyed, while the remainder requires return for maintenance. Additionally, 135 drones sustained minor damage, yet their operational capabilities remain unaffected. The destroyed drones were all casualties of close-range explosions, with insufficient time to retract defenses. Had we been able to revert to a spherical state in a timely manner, the losses might have been mitigated further. The interception of 5 missiles with only 12 drones lost is a testament to the formidable technology of the navigator. Ultimately, small drones were never intended for such tasks. This incident has revealed Qin Jin's vulnerabilities, insufficient firepower, inadequate weaponry, and limited reconnaissance capabilities. Presently, intelligence gathering relies solely on small drones. With professional satellites and radar, it would not have been necessary to wait until missiles were upon us to detect them. Contemplating this, Qin Jin accessed the interface for the civilization seed operations. Crisis Monitoring Radar, a specialized radar designed to detect hazardous factors, highly sensitive to high-speed and high-energy units. With a maximum monitoring range of 2,000 kilometers and a sensitive detection range of 1,000 kilometers. Energy consumption is 10,000 points per hour. Manufacturing requirements: 50W low-grade materials, 75W low-grade energy, 12 hours. Special note: this unit is relatively fragile. Long Sky Unmanned Attack Aircraft, a large-scale attack drone, consuming 20,000 energy per hour. It is equipped with the Long Sky Type 1 avionics system. It can carry 6 small fusion bombs, 24 long-range high-explosive missiles, and 24 short-range high-explosive missiles. Featuring 4 20W high-rate electromagnetic cannons and 4 50W high-rate shockwave cannons. Manufacturing requirements: 100W low-grade materials, 200W low-grade energy, 4 hours. Ammunition consumption: small fusion bombs require 100 low-grade materials and 500 low-grade energy. Long-range high-explosive missiles require 2,000 low-grade materials and 10W low-grade energy. Short-range high-explosive bombs require 1,000 low-grade materials and 10W low-grade energy. Hive Unmanned Aircraft, a large carrier drone, consuming 50W energy per hour. It is equipped with the Hurricane avionics system, containing 8 storage bays and 2 production lines. It can produce and release various small drones. Manufacturing requirements: 100W low-grade materials, 500W low-grade energy, 4 hours. Mayfly drones require 100 materials and 5,000 energy each. Queen bees require 10,000 materials and 10,000 energy each. Worker bees require 500 materials and 500 energy each. After careful consideration, Qin Jin resolved to construct 1 crisis monitoring radar, along with 5 units each of the Long Sky and Hive large drones. The construction of these large drones left his material reserves perilously low, yet he deemed it worthwhile. Qin Jin has never been known for his patience. As the sage once said, repay resentment with directness. Out of the blue, they launched 5 missiles at me. Do they truly believe my patience is infinite? Once these 2 types of drones are produced, Qin Jin will possess his own formidable weapon of mass destruction. At that point, anyone who dares to provoke him shall face utter annihilation. By the way, among the weapons equipped on the Chongkong drones, there exists a missile known as the Small Fusion Bomb, which in my previous life, Qin Jin typically referred to as a hydrogen bomb. Chapter 28, The Snowball Effect. Level 4 Biological Weapons. On the 15th day of the trial, a significant threshold was crossed, marking the halfway point of this trial period. For ordinary participants, the latter half signifies an increase in intensity. As expected, shortly after rising, the navigator alerted Qin Jin that the drones conducting surveillance had detected unusual behavior among the zombies. Previously, they had formed a horde, but this time they were engaging in mutual consumption. Qin Jin immediately commanded the Biological Research Institute to collect data and analyze the implications of this behavior. The institute swiftly responded. The act of zombies consuming one another serves to replenish energy. Once humans are transformed into zombies, they lose the desire to consume ordinary food and only seek to attack uninfected humans. Consequently, zombies, after their formation, have rarely received any energy supplementation, rendering them perpetually weak. After more than a month without energy replenishment, even the virus-altered zombies reach their limits. In desperation, they resort to cannibalism. Furthermore, this mutual consumption leads to the mingling of different viral strains within their bodies, significantly increasing the likelihood of further modifications to the host's internal environment, thus expressing secondary traits. In layman's terms, the probability of evolution rises. The trial participants and the local survivors now face the grim reality of ravenous zombies. So desperate they resort to feasting on their kin, alongside an even greater number of mutated zombies. This transformation poses little threat to Qin Jin. However, he feels a twinge of regret that the Avengers and attackers he had sent out fishing a few days ago have yet to locate another Lord Zombie. Not only have they failed to find the Lord, but several attackers and Avengers have also gone missing. The last transmission from the biological chip indicated that the missing attackers appeared to have been assaulted by ground and aerial armored units prior to their disappearance. The 2 subbases constructed yesterday have just been completed, and along with other resource units, they have provided Qin Jin with a total of 90 million low-level materials. Navigator, continue with the plan to construct the 710th subbase. The order has been received, and production tasks have been dispatched. 4 pack horses loaded with engineering units set off towards the subbase construction site. Brother, I want to ride in the car to play too. Han Mingran emerged from the Biological Research Institute, her eyes filled with longing as she watched the 4 pack horses depart the base. I am already quite formidable. I want to go out and fight zombies in the safety of their home, where the outside world posed great danger. Qin Jin gently ruffled her hair while continuing to navigate the ignition interface. Brother, I want to go out and play, the little one exclaimed, plopping herself onto Qin Jin's lap and clinging to his arm in a show of affection. Unlike her earlier pitiful demeanor, Han Mingran now seemed to have realized that Qin Jin would not reprimand her, and her behavior grew increasingly audacious. All right, you may go out to play, but don't blame me if you get eaten by zombies. Qin Jin set her down beside him. I want a big vehicle to take me out. I also want a little airplane. I want it. Han Mingran scrambled back onto Qin Jin, throwing a tantrum, exasperated by her antics. Qin Jin could only appease her with a pack horse and 20 small aircraft. Nowadays, the skies over Daping City were filled with amphibious drones, and the base was equipped with crisis prevention radar. With the escort of the pack horse and 20 drones, there was little that could threaten Han Mingran. Even if she were to recklessly allow a zombie to bite her, it would be of little concern. After all, she was essentially a virus adapter, or rather, a perfect virus carrier. The real worry in the event of a bite would be tetanus, not the zombie virus. Moreover, after several days of energy replenishment, Han Mingran's bodily functions had gradually diverged from that of a normal human. According to the Biological Research Institute, the virus within her had completely achieved 4th-level trait expression and was progressing towards a 5th-level metamorphosis. Despite her appearance as a 10-year-old girl, in terms of hand-to-hand combat capabilities, she could easily subdue an attacker. In just a few days, once her internal environment was further refined, she would likely be able to toy with 3rd-level biological weapons as if they were mere playthings. Woohoo! She exclaimed excitedly from the front cabin of the pack-horse transport. Qin Jin shook his head and returned to the dormitory. Master, Li Yunju greeted him warmly, rising to meet him. She wore a sheer silk robe that subtly accentuated her exquisite figure, her posture alluring and her expression enchanting. Upon learning that Qin Jin possessed a 4th-level virus strain sample, Li Yunju had become significantly more proactive than before. Get dressed, Qin Jin instructed. I'm taking you to meet someone. Meet someone? Li Yunju inquired, puzzled. Who? Time waits for no one, Qin Jin replied, turning to leave. Li Yunju hastily donned her attire and followed closely behind. Qin Jin led Li Yunju into the biological research lab, descending down to the depths via the elevator. Upon entering a laboratory, Li Yunju gazed in shock at the scene within the glass chamber. Is that Hayueji? She exclaimed. Hayueji, the 5th-level agent captured by Qin Jin, now stood quietly within the glass chamber. His height had surged from 1.7 meters to 2 meters, and his physique had grown robust. Clad in metallic battle armor, he appeared even more imposing. With a mere gesture, Qin Jin opened the glass chamber. With a distinct sound of clashing armor, Agent Hayueji emerged, slightly bowing to Li Yunju as he addressed her, Supervisor. Black Moon season, how do you feel? Are you all right? Li Yunju inquired, his expression shifting slightly. I am fine. I feel unprecedentedly well. Black Moon season smiled, asserting that she could now effortlessly surpass 10 versions of her former self in a single second. Thank you. Li Yunzhou expressed his gratitude to Qin Jin. Previously, he had believed that this operative under his command was irreparably damaged. To his astonishment, under Qin Jin's influence, she not only remained intact, but had grown significantly stronger. This is what you desired, Qin Jin remarked with a subtle smile. A level 4 pathogen carrier. What? Li Yunzhou's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. Due to the relatively short cultivation period, the virus had not inflicted catastrophic damage on his neural pathways, and his memories remained intact. Qin Jin explained that one should be grateful to the advanced technology of the Biological Research Institute. Otherwise, he would no longer recognize you. The level 4 biological weapon developed by the Institute had succeeded. The level 4 pathogen does not continue to ravage the central nervous system. Rather, it fortifies it to some extent. Ordinary zombies cultivated to level 4 do not regain memories from their human existence. After the reconstruction of the central nervous system, they become an entirely new entity, rather than a mere resurrection of the deceased. When normal humans are directly cultivated into level 4 pathogen carriers, the relatively short time frame means the extent of neural damage is minimal, allowing them to retain their memories. Level 4 pathogen carriers do not exhibit the exaggerated physiques of giant zombies, nor do they display the peculiarities of obese or long-tongued zombies. Instead, they begin to evolve towards a more standard form, enhancing their weaknesses. The level 4 specimens preserved in the laboratory, derived from level 3, have already begun to closely resemble normal humans. However, the distinctive traits of these zombies have not entirely vanished. Long-tongued zombies cultivated into level 4 retain their long tongue attacks, while obese zombies can still utilize corrosive bodily fluids, and agile zombies continue to possess superior jumping and climbing abilities compared to their peers. Of course, mature biological weapons do not resemble ordinary humans. Black Moon Season's form is merely that of an average level 4 zombie, not a level 4 biological weapon. Level 4 Avengers and attackers show minimal changes in overall appearance, aside from a slight reduction in size. However, their strength has intensified, their defenses heightened, and their speed accelerated. Due to enhanced recovery capabilities, level 4 Avengers can compress their muscular tissue to expel scales from their surface like bullets, with force comparable to genuine ammunition. I entrust him to you. Do you have confidence in securing the board position? Qin Jin inquired. I am confident. Very well, without further ado, take him back to your company's headquarters and secure the board position. I recall that your assessment begins tomorrow, correct? Qin Jin stated. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Li Yunzhou betraying him. After all, Black Moon Season had emerged from the Biological Research Institute. Indeed, it is tomorrow, Li Yunzhou confirmed. Very well, proceed with caution and avoid any mishaps. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me. Qin Jin retrieved a glimmering necklace and draped it around Li Yunzhou's neck. Understood, and thank you. With the Dark Moon Season in tow, Li Yunzhou departed from Qin Jin's base. She longed to inquire why Qin Jin had chosen to assist her in ascending to the position of company director and what was expected of her post-success. Yet, she ultimately refrained from voicing her questions, aware that Qin Jin's temperament would likely preclude a candid response. Daping City served as the station for Li Yunzhou's father and was also the stronghold Li Yunzhou had painstakingly constructed. Shortly after leaving the base, an armored personnel carrier arrived to escort her away. The armored vehicle made its way into the bustling commercial district, entering a towering office building. Soon, a helicopter ascended from the rooftop of the edifice. Beyond the city limits, near an abandoned town, the helicopter was replaced by a vertical takeoff and landing jet fighter, which soared into the sky with remarkable speed. This entire sequence of events was laid bare before Qin Jin's discerning eyes. After Li Yunzhou's departure, he dispatched 2 Hive drones and 2 Chongkong attack aircraft to follow her. Within the Hive's compartment, alongside the standard drones, were an additional 100 amphibious drones to address any unforeseen circumstances. Both the Hive and Chongkong possessed a technological superiority that overshadowed local advancements. The outdated phased array radar aboard Li Yunzhou's aircraft was utterly incapable of detecting the presence of the Hive and Chongkong. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Han Mingran returned to the base aboard an amphibious drone, while the horse-drawn cart lagged several minutes behind. Her hair, wildly tousled by the forceful winds, resembled an explosion. Yet her spirit was remarkably high, exuding an undeniable vitality. Brother, today, I vanquished countless zombies. Upon her return, the little one energetically bounded over to Qin Jin, eager to boast of her accomplishments. She then shouted towards the kitchen, Li Yunzhou, I want chocolate cream cake and steak rice, both in double portions. Hurry and prepare them. No need to shout. She has already left to indulge in snacks. Qin Jin settled onto the sofa, perusing the overview of civilizational development. What? She left? Where did she go? I will search for her, the little one exclaimed, bewildered. She shall not return, Qin Jin replied. Oh, The little one's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. Uncertain whether her sorrow stemmed from Li Yunju's departure or the prospect of no longer having someone to cook for her. After munching on snacks for a while, she gloomily sat beside Qin Jin and asked, "Brother, will you also leave one day? The kind that doesn't come back?" "Indeed," Qin Jin nodded. "You have grown. And you will thrive even in my absence." Wah! The child's countenance shifted dramatically, and she burst into tears, perhaps spurred by Li Yunju's departure. The thought of Qin Jin leaving as well overwhelmed her, prompting an unrelenting stream of sobs that left Qin Jin feeling quite distressed. In a moment of desperation, Qin Jin had no choice but to summon several small aircraft to entertain Han Min Gran, which finally brought her some semblance of peace. Chapter 29: Nuclear Bomb Detonation. The mushroom cloud over the territory of Nanan. Note: you have completed the first phase of the ultimate mission, the Dark Veil, and have earned a silver trial medal. Note: you have triggered the second phase of the ultimate mission, the Truth. Ultimate mission, the Seed of Civilization, Phase 2, the Truth, mission description, with your assistance. Li Yunzhou has successfully ascended to the board of directors, gaining entry into the company's decision-making echelon. 3 days hence, she will attend the board meeting to officially assume her position. However, her journey toward this role will not be tranquil. You have resolved to provide support from the sidelines, seizing the opportunity to uncover the truth behind the company. Mission objectives: safeguard Li Yunzhou's safe arrival at the board meeting, or directly extract the hidden truths from the company's board. Mission rewards: 2 silver trial medals. On the 16th day of the trial, Qin Jin received a warning regarding the apocalyptic test. Li Yunzhou did not deceive. The existence of level 4 viral strain carriers undoubtedly facilitated her victory in the competition for the board position. The second phase of the ultimate mission has also been successfully initiated. The second phase of the ultimate mission requires the exploration of the company's truths, compelling Qin Jin to thoroughly comprehend the company's origins. The board, as the highest decision-making body of the company, surely possesses this knowledge. Once Li Yunzhou successfully reaches the board and officially joins its ranks, the truth will inevitably be revealed. Yet, it seems that certain individuals may not wish for Qin Jin to achieve this, or perhaps they do not desire Li Yunzhou's genuine entry into the board. The mission objective is to protect Li Yunzhou, indicating that the adversaries are unlikely to employ political subterfuge, but rather intend to eliminate Li Yunzhou outright. Indeed, in the grim context of the apocalypse, physical annihilation represents the most straightforward and efficient means of conflict. However, with the addition of 10 large drones to the base's arsenal, Qin Jin fears little when it comes to facing adversaries head-on. After Li Yunzhou's departure, with no one to prepare meals, and unwilling to randomly recruit individuals from the survivor camps, Qin Jin resorted to commissioning the Seed of Civilization to produce a service-oriented civilian unit. This highly realistic domestic android could flawlessly assume Li Yunzhou's role within the base. The construction of the 4 sub-bases commenced yesterday, culminating in a total of 2,000 material collection stations, which now yield a daily output of low-grade materials reaching 2 units. Qin Jin remains resolute in his developmental ambitions, dispatching troops to establish 6 additional sub-bases. Today, the packhorse transport vehicles are somewhat insufficient. Yesterday, 8 vehicles were deployed for the construction of the sub-bases, leaving only 2 within the base. Consequently, Qin Jin had to cram several hundred engineering units into a single transport vehicle, with the 2 remaining packhorses dispatched to 2 different construction sites. Following the completion of the 2 types of large drones, 3 weapon production stations resumed their relentless output of versatile, amphibious mini-drones. The scarcity of aerial units is indeed a reality, but the deficiency of ground units has reached a critical level. Reluctantly, Qin Jin ordered a weapons production base to cease the manufacturing of small drones and instead focus on producing packhorse transport vehicles, aiming to replenish the fleet to 100 vehicles. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yunzhou sent a contact request via her necklace, prompting Qin Jin to immediately connect with the small intelligent control center. On the screen of the control center, Li Yunzhou's visage bore a serene smile. "It appears that your journey has been quite successful," Qin Jin remarked. "Indeed, I encountered 4-level viral strain carriers, and being postnatally adapted to the virus. No one dared to complicate matters for me at this juncture," Li Yunzhou replied with a smile. "I have returned to Daping City, and the board will summon me for my appointment in 3 days. Qin Jin glanced at Li Yunzhou's location, discovering that she had boarded a plane from an abandoned suburban town just yesterday. Coincidentally, Li Yunzhou's base was situated a mere 6 kilometers from Qin Jin's No. 5 subbase. Due to the materials used by the navigator civilization that shielded radar signals, Li Yunzhou was unaware of the nearby mining base belonging to Qin Jin. "Are you not planning to return?" Qin Jin inquired. "Not at the moment," Li Yunzhou shook her head. "Though I have secured the board position, I have yet to assume office and thus do not qualify as a formal board member. Should any issues arise before my appointment, the board may opt to select someone else. So, your adversaries will likely seize the opportunity during this interim period before your official assumption to eliminate you. Qin Jin interjected. Before the election, they could launch 500-ton missiles at you, and after your election, it would be even more relentless. What? Li Yunzhou furrowed her brow. 2 days ago, I intercepted 5 long-range ground missiles that detonated right above my base. Who do you think they were targeting? Is that true? Li Yunzhou exclaimed, hastily stepping away from the screen. A few minutes later, she returned with a serious expression. I actually wanted to ask you about that. Who was responsible? Qin Jin inquired nonchalantly. When the missiles were fired, he was constructing crisis management radar, leaving him unaware of the missile's origin. It's likely Zhao Lu, Li Yunzhou responded, referring to the leader of the purging faction, who was competing with her for the board position. I can't ascertain how many wish to take action against me, but he is undoubtedly the most suspicious. Provide me with his coordinates, Qin Jin instructed directly. Company executives typically do not disclose their whereabouts, Li Yunzhou replied, frowning. I know the location of his stronghold, but I cannot be certain of his personal whereabouts. It's possible that even the location of his stronghold is a deliberate decoy. From Li Yunzhou's words, it is evident that the internal environment of the company is far from harmonious. These executives and even board members conceal their movements while diligently seeking information about others. It is clear that many harbor thoughts of eliminating their competitors. The upper echelons of the company, while appearing amicable on the surface, are, in reality, akin to a dark forest. It is not merely the supervisors who must tread carefully. Even board members face the constant threat of being eliminated by their colleagues. The sole reason Li Yunzhou managed to ascend to the board was due to the untimely demise of one of its members. As for the circumstances surrounding that death, it certainly could not have been at the hands of a zombie. The nature of such a high-profile departure speaks volumes about the underlying issues at play. I do not require knowledge of his whereabouts. I merely need you to provide me with a coordinate. Qin Jin's expression darkened. No one may wield a lethal weapon against me and proceed as if nothing has transpired. Very well, I understand. Please hold on. Li Yunzhou shivered slightly. Even through the screen, she could sense the fury emanating from Qin Jin. Shortly thereafter, a map marked with a red circle appeared on the control center screen. Li Yunzhou dutifully stated, "This is the distribution map of Zhao Lu's influence that I have compiled. Zhao Lu is originally from Yin country. Yet the core of his overt power does not reside in Yin country, but rather in the southern continent's Nanan country, where he is one of the highest-ranking officials." Nanan country? Excellent. Qin Jin scoffed, severing the communication. The best defense is a good offense. Now that we have identified the potential source of danger, why not extinguish it in its infancy? Navigator, command the remaining Longkong and Hive to launch an assault and obliterate these locations. Nanan country, a minuscule nation on the border of Yin country, is perceived quite differently by its own people, who proudly declare themselves the sovereigns of the southern continent and often make a scene in international affairs. Yin country takes a neutral stance, occasionally delivering a reprimand when Nanan becomes excessively boisterous. The populace of Yin generally regards the small nations of the southern continent as mere entertainment, often indulging in gossip and amusement. In a military base near the capital city of Hu City in Nanan country, order is meticulously maintained, reminiscent of times before the apocalypse. At the entrance of the base, 2 sentinels stand guard, one with his military cap askew and the other with his jacket unbuttoned, casually engaging in conversation and laughter. A few troop transport trucks roll down the yellow dirt road leading from outside the base, and the sentinels, showing no inclination to inspect, simply lift the barrier and grant passage. Once the trucks enter the base, one sentinel raises an eyebrow with a hint of mischief, chattering animatedly to his companion. The batch of lovely goods returned today is truly exquisite. I wonder if we might get a chance to enjoy them after the higher-ups are done. Let us hope they handle them gently and don't end up breaking them all. That would be quite unfortunate. The other sentinel chuckles lewdly, remarking, "It seems that since the outbreak of the apocalypse, our lives have become increasingly enjoyable. Indeed, it is a pity that so many beauties have turned into zombies." Just like that anchor from Nanan television. Had she survived, perhaps. The sentinel gazes up towards the sky, a wistful expression crossing his face. A soldier spat disdainfully, remarking that such a beauty of that caliber would never be bestowed upon them, no matter the circumstances. He advised against harboring any illusions. Last time, among the survivors, there was a woman with a child who was rather appealing, and a mere cold bun could suffice for a fleeting dalliance, her demeanor particularly enticing. After a brief pause, noticing the silence that enveloped them, the soldier nudged his companion with his elbow, inquiring if he had not partaken in such experiences as well. Yet, his comrade remained unresponsive, staring vacantly at the sky. What could possibly capture his attention up there? The soldier instinctively lifted his gaze, only to behold a meteor streaking across the heavens, trailing a luminous tail. How could one witness a meteor in broad daylight? A thought flickered through his mind, and in that instant, the piercing wail of an air raid siren pierced the air. In a heartbeat, chaos erupted within the base. Several anti-air missiles ascended, yet bizarrely, they missed the meteor entirely. The missile operators looked on in bewilderment, uncertain of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the officers were engulfed in fury, urgently commanding the continuation of missile launches. However, merely seconds later, the meteor collided with the base, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, reducing the entire base to ashes in that singular moment. Almost simultaneously, across the land of South Un, a succession of magnificent mushroom clouds erupted into the sky. High above, a bat-winged fighter jet, measuring over 10 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, gracefully arced through the air, soaring into the distance with the poise of a seasoned dancer. Chapter 30. The unveiling of numerous hidden achievements. Li Yunzhou's crisis. Notification. You have slain a zombie lord, earning 100 bronze trial medals. Notification. You have slain a zombie lord, earning 100 bronze trial medals. Notification. You have exceeded 1,000 human survivors slain, achieving the hidden accomplishment of assassin, earning 5 bronze trial medals. Notification. You have surpassed 10,000 human survivors slain, achieving the hidden accomplishment of butcher, earning 20 bronze trial medals. Notification. You have surpassed 100,000 human survivors slain, achieving the hidden accomplishment of Demon King, earning 100 bronze trial medals. Notification. You have destroyed 5 fully established human military bases, achieving the hidden accomplishment of Traitor, earning 10 bronze trial medals. An unending stream of apocalyptic trial notifications reverberated, leaving Qin Jin's mind in a daze. 3 long-range drones had expended all missiles except for tactical nuclear ones, while swarm drones consumed tens of thousands of self-destructing mayfly drones, unleashing over 1 million small drones. In addition to executing pinpoint strikes on the coordinates provided by Li Yunzhou, they also swept through the nearby major cities, annihilating countless zombies. This offensive resulted in the destruction of ammunition valued at over 1 million in low-tier materials and more than 1 billion in low-tier energy resources. The harvest was indeed substantial. The lordly zombie had been vanquished, resulting in the acquisition of 500 bronze trial medals. Additionally, numerous hidden achievements had been completed, collectively valued at over 100 bronze trial medals. Qin Jin perused the apocalyptic prompt content, which was replete with an array of peculiar achievements: rescuing violated women, aiding the oppressed elderly and weak, exterminating small factions that had taken root, and dispersing hordes of zombies to save human enclaves. Objectively speaking, Qin Jin had indeed fulfilled these accomplishments. For instance, liberating women who had been imprisoned and tormented, eliminating their tormentors equated to their salvation. Furthermore, he had escorted the suffering women to a haven filled with warmth, peace, and love. Thus, he had also completed numerous minor achievements, such as those related to ruffians and murderers. Most of these minor accomplishments merely contributed to the overall evaluation of the final trial without offering rewards, though a select few would grant some trial medals and points. The bountiful results from bombing a small nation in South and another in Pagan raised the prospect of global bombardment. The potential for exponential growth was tantalizing. Perhaps it would be prudent to first elevate the orbital cannon into the heavens? There was no need for excessive heights, but a minimum guarantee would be advisable. In a land like the Brahmin country, characterized by sparse territory yet a dense population, how many lordly zombies could emerge from areas of extreme population density? This phenomenon was not confined to Brahmin. Regions like Yin and Hua also possessed densely populated zones, where cities could be teeming with tens of millions of zombies. Just imagine the aftermath of a single strike. In a pristine white room, a young man clad in a gray suit observed the array of red alerts on the screen with an impassive expression. Other suited professionals in the white room lowered their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. They were acutely aware that beneath their superior's calm demeanor lay a volcano on the verge of eruption. After a considerable pause, Supervisor Zhao deactivated the display before him, intertwining his fingers as he turned to the middle-aged man in a brown suit standing nearby. His voice, slightly hoarse, slithered through the air like a serpent's hiss. Manager Zhang, please elucidate the origin of these attacks and why our air defense system failed to provide prior warning. The middle-aged man, trembling in his brown suit, struggled to steady the paper report in his hands, stammering, "As supervisor, I have already inspected the system. There is absolutely no issue with our air defense." Supervisor Zhao snatched the report and perused it brusquely. "So, you are suggesting that the enemy's counter-surveillance technology has overwhelmed us? Theoretically, that is the only explanation. A cold smirk formed on Zhao's lips as his tone escalated. Are you implying that someone can maneuver hundreds of missiles to hover above my base, akin to fourth-generation reconnaissance drones, without my awareness? That our air defense system failed to emit a single alert? Manager Zhang, do you find this amusing? Those are missiles. Supervisor Zhao glared fiercely and roared loudly. These were hundreds of supersonic missiles, each with a yield of at least 100 tons, not tiny 1-kilogram drones. Manager Zhang paled in panic and hurried to defend himself. Sir, what I said is the truth. This is definitely not an internal fault of the air defense system. Supervisor Zhao took a deep breath, his eyes icy cold, and waved his hand. Drag this useless man away. Yes, sir. Several burly men in black suits and sunglasses stepped in and dragged the desperate Manager Zhang out. Furthermore, Supervisor Zhao spoke again. Dismiss all staff above grade 3 in the telecommunications department and air defense system for investigation. Execute anyone found guilty on the spot. All relatives of traitors shall be buried with them. Yes, sir. Everyone in the White Room shuddered in dread. This order directly involved the lives of thousands of people. It seems someone is trying to stop me from making a move against Li Yunzhou. Supervisor Zhao rested his chin in his hands. His gaze profound. Was this strike a warning? Are they showing me they possess technological power I cannot rival? Launching hundreds of stealth missiles in one go. Are they trying to make me believe they have fully mastered anti-detection technology? Or is this just bluffing? Do they not have enough stealth missiles for casual deployment? So they seek to crush my will to resist before I act? Pity. No matter how they struggle, the outcome is already set in stone. He then stood up and called out toward the rows of desks. Agent Baizhua. Sir. A suited man rose at once. Contact Murata Masao from Japan. Order his Oda fleet to sail north and launch an assault on Daping City. But sir, Murata Masao may refuse. Baizhua replied. Japan was among the first nations to collapse after the Doomsday outbreak. Its social and economic systems are in ruins. And the Oda fleet is practically all the force he has left. That is only what appears on the surface. Supervisor Zhao said. In truth, he controls the other half of Japan's maritime self-defense forces. Tell him I will reward him with 24th-generation reconnaissance drones and 5 4th-generation attack drones. Once the mission succeeds, he may occupy Dongling of Yen Kingdom, including Dongling Port and Dongling Shipyard, more than enough territory for him to consolidate his power. Also, get Toddy of the Brahmin realm to take action. Doesn't he have 3 marine divisions and 2 Air Force brigades stationed in Pagan Kingdom? Tell him to march them over. Supervisor Toddy of the Brahmin realm? Baizhua frowned. His troops are barely functional. I know his forces are nothing but junk. Supervisor Zhao waved dismissively. It does not matter. They are only meant to be cannon fodder. Baizhua knitted his brows tightly. Toddy is extremely greedy. I fear. Grant him whatever he asks for. Spare no expense. Supervisor Zhao let out a cold chuckle. Agent Bai, I recall your hometown has an old custom. When offering sacrifices to ancestors, you place a piece of meat as an offering, yet take it back home to eat in the end. Do you not? Baizhua fell silent for a moment. I understand now, sir. Agent Jonathan, Director Zhao continued, instructing. Contact the Lockheed Director and request the deployment of the Western Pacific Fleet stationed at South Anquilai Island. I will handle the supply logistics. Inform him that, should this endeavor succeed, in addition to the previously promised benefits, I am willing to share the adaptive technology of the 3rd-level toxin strain. In the underground base of the South Boat Technology Park in Daping City, Li Yunzhou gazed at the high-definition explosion imagery captured by satellites, rendered momentarily speechless. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke. Manager Yi, have our air defense systems along the coastline and the southern border issued any alerts? Report to the director, none. A tall woman in professional attire rose to respond. This is what puzzles me as well. An attack of this magnitude, whether by bombers or ground-launched long-range missiles, should have triggered some form of warning. Unless technological superiority is at play. Li Yunzhou offered a bitter smile. Indeed, Manager Yi nodded gravely. The events in South and cannot remain concealed. We shall soon find ourselves the target of collective ire. With your imminent appointment as director and your evident inclination toward aggression coupled with enigmatic advanced technology, those who have previously clashed with you will undoubtedly opt to take a gamble. Dealing with this man is truly a source of concern, Li Yunzhou remarked, massaging his temples. Manager Yi, please have someone contact General Li Guangxing stationed at the Nanshan Military District and arrange a meeting. Understood, Director. After Manager Yi departed, Li Yunzhou returned to his seat, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the map. Qin Jin's actions had disrupted all her meticulously laid plans. She suspected that Qin Jin possessed technology beyond ordinary comprehension, yet his political acumen appeared nearly non-existent. At such a critical juncture, restraint should have been paramount. Following her promotion to director, the majority of supervisors had adopted a watchful stance, with only a handful of irreconcilable adversaries likely to take action against her. However, with Qin Jin's audacious destruction of Zhao Lu's ancestral home, the nature of the situation had irrevocably changed. If he exhibited such reckless abandon prior to his appointment, what might he do afterward? Would there be a reckoning for those who had wronged him in the past? The post-apocalyptic landscape differed markedly from its pre-apocalyptic counterpart. Once injured, recovery became an arduous endeavor. Directors possess a more comprehensive array of information, have access to greater corporate secrets, and wield superior technology, thus creating a near-overwhelming advantage over the supervisory tier. The missiles, which seemed to defy the laws of space and time, incited even greater trepidation. No one wished to awaken to find a missile silently descending upon them. Li Yunzhu observed Qin Jin's ascent with keen interest, aware of the number of combat units at his disposal. Even if the technological prowess was formidable, numerical superiority could sometimes compensate for any technological disparity. The recent bombardment of Zhao Lu's strongholds in South and Pagan likely represented a significant portion of his long-range strike capabilities. Although substantial, should multiple supervisory figures unite in opposition, Qin Jin might not withstand their combined might. If Qin and Jin cannot be deterred, then her situation becomes even more precarious. The military forces at her command do not reside within the borders of Yin. Yin has never permitted the presence of such extensive non-governmental armed factions within its territory. At present, the only avenue for salvation lies in the hands of her father.